introducing our keynote for today with Pramesh Shahani. Thank you, Pramesh.
Thank you everyone. All of you on the live can't see this, but we have 500 people here, so thank you so much for coming today. Can we please have loud applause all of you who are here? It's so nice to see Sachin in Calcutta. I mean, you truly are the city of culture. To show up on a Sunday morning, you're going to be doing so many other things. It's absolutely amazing. We started with gratitude yesterday, and I was continuing with gratitude today. So Shweta, Reena, Richa, everyone at KCC, it's just incredible to be here with you, to be together, to learn in this incredible atmosphere is such a privilege. So thank you for giving me and everyone else the privilege of actually being here. I love all of yesterday's sessions. I love the curation. I love how from the environment to princely states, to schools, how we wove these threads together in such beautiful, beautiful ways as well. So I'm here to share some lessons I learned from my 10-year journey curating the Godrej India Culture Lab, which has enriched me as well as my city of Mumbai. And all of these are about the changing nature of a cultural institution with its environment, and the way I'm, at least for the purpose of this talk, looking at the environment is the context that you operate in, as well as other stakeholders like patrons, audience members you serve, and so on. And I thought that it would be particularly useful for KCC as you post-pandemic kind of reimagine and move ahead into the future, as well as others here who are running institutions or organizations of various types and kinds as well. So think of this as like Mumbai, Kolkata solidarity, sharing and love. So the first lesson that I learned was very much about placemaking and the idea of the pop-up. And we started the Culture Lab with various assumptions and various premises as well. Can we create a space for cross-pollination? Can we create an ambiguous space? Can we create a public space but located within a corporate headquarters? Can we imagine adaptive reuse from architecture but push it towards the area of culture? We've all heard of open source software, which about 20 years ago became the thing. But can we perhaps imagine an open source organization for the city? Almost a platform for the city to come and play in. Most of all, our premise was that we were located, and which is why it's so special to be here, because you're going through the same journey as well. We were located in suburban Vikhroli, which at least 11 years ago in Mumbai, if you told anyone we're doing culture in Vikhroli, people would say, ew, it's far. And it's not really far in terms of physical distance, but it's far in terms of people's imagination as well, because our city has grown up and grown wide, but culture, and this is true in so many other cities as well, is imagined very much on colonial lines of center, periphery, and centers in most places tend to be south. And the periphery is everywhere else as well. So we were like, we began this lab with a committed patron, Godrej, and the first successful format that we experimented with was the pop-up museum. And we really wanted people to come from across the city to come to Vikhroli. And what we had in the beginning were factory spaces, because Godrej at that time was a bunch of factory spaces as well. So all our early events were held in factories. And this is the first video. It's a morning talk, so it's going to be a series of videos that I'm going to share with you that talk about how our journey evolved as well. So this is first video from 2013. Animesh, if you can play the first video as well. This is one of our first big events that happened early on as well. This is something called Vikhroli Skin, and I think you'll enjoy. Hi, I'm Parmesh. I head the Godrej India Culture Lab, which is an experimental space where we cross-pollinate different ideas and people to explore what it means to be modern and Indian. In December 2013, we decided to take this 200,000 square feet Godrej warehouse in Vikhroli and convert it into a magical pop-up experience that we call Vikhroli Skin. So through the day, we blurred the boundaries between art, science, technology, history, geography, fashion, everything almost. So these were early days. So I just wanted to see how fun and but rather random things were. It was early days, so we kind of mashed up everyone and everything. It was also incredible because it's 10 years ago and we had more than 110 collaborators who all came together. And literally thousands of people who came together to actually. You can also see the qualities of videos will improve over time, over 10 years.
We decided let's just make the world's best 3D printer. A child can use it. All he has to do is just turn on the printer and just swipe on the screen and he can print whatever he wants. Drum and bass!
So what was interesting is we were exploring ideas of making 3D printing. A lot of these have grown up and become hip-hop stars today.
When I had started, we hardly had support. For the first time in India, we saw politicians speaking about Section 370. We saw parents of gays, lesbians, transgender hijras supporting them.
So the play that you're about to see is completely written, performed, directed by girls who have grown up in the red light area.
Again, a lot of our programming was collaborative from day one. So whether it's including, in this case, issues of sex workers' rights, transgender rights, LGBTQ rights, it's something that we embedded in everything we did from day one. And we'll see how a lot of these themes play out later on over the course of the year.
Play that song again, 'cause we were in love.
Also, I think the idea of what is a public space, we created a democratic red carpet in a factory and we took pictures of everyone. This is pre-Instagram, I think. So we took Polaroids of everyone and people could take them away after they left. Those who didn't.
It's really
left it
difficult
over
to
there.
describe or to capture that energy and that magic of that day. You had to be here to experience it. But for us, at the Good India Culture Lab, the attempt through pop-ups like this, and indeed through everything that we do, is to create this platform where we can have academics, hackers, technologists, designers, artists, performers, people from business, students, citizens at large, to come together, to move across silos, and really collaborate and create and imagine and reimagine new possibilities for India as we move ahead into the future.
So that was 2013. Our view of culture was very much the Raymond Williams sense, culture is ordinary. And the lab was actually very influenced by my MIT professor, Henry Jenkins' idea of thinking of media convergence as a cultural process, not really a technological endpoint. And I think if we are investigating processes, then perhaps my friend, the architect Rahul Mehrotra, writes so beautifully on the architecture of impermanence. When we invest in the building of any kind of infrastructure, we need to build lightly so that if needed, how do we fold up and disappear with least harm
like say a pop-up city at the Kumbh Mela, or Ajay, what you were talking about with the work of DLR in Pune, for example, right? And I think this is especially true in a post-COVID world where we have, global warming and so many incredible now, challenges right now. And that brings me to lesson number 2 that I've learned, that we really need to now design for and think of and value transience much more, especially in the cultural space for a variety of reasons. Funding, the environment, the changing nature of young people, and so on. So if we can just have video 2. I want to show you another video. This is another pop-up museum that we built, again for transients in 2018. Can we have video 2? Yeah. And by then, the Godrej campus was very different. So, we responded very differently.
The land where my home and hearth is uprooted, where my heritage is negated, where they conspire to bind me forever in darkness, where they pour gravel, not gruel, on my plate. That land is mine, I am not of that land.
Museum making is something that we've been doing at the Culture Lab right since the beginning. In 2012, one of the first big events we did at the Culture Lab was Museum of Memories, where we took a 60,000 square foot warehouse at Godrej just one day before it was going to be demolished and filled it with art, music, dance, Genda Phool Holi, just so much joy. So this migration museum that we're building, again for just one day, is part of a legacy of temporary, transient pop-up museums. Sometimes just curating something with love for one day can create connections of a lifetime.
I'm going to talk about this later, but by the time 2018 came, our curation was also extremely collaborative, not necessarily by our own selves, but often with students who were part of our fellowships. So a lot of our latter
coming into this program as a student, it has broadened my horizon. I got to know so many things about the cultural sector that I was not aware about.
I want to congratulate the Godrej Culture Lab for putting up such a fantastic event.
The theme of migration is something that's really close to my heart.
There are podcasts, there are installations, there are pictures, and lots of very compelling discussions. I've learned a lot through the day.
What I loved most was the VR exhibit on Sundarban, which is a place I visited on my own.
So overall, I think it was a very interesting mix of people coming together and ideas coming together and sort of seeing common threads.
Thanks. So now, when you design for transients, it doesn't mean that or for the ephemeral, it doesn't mean that you do quick or shoddy or temporary work. You curate with the same amount of intensity and rigor and depth. So like everything else we did at the museum, a project like this also involved deep curation for 6 months. But I think what remained was the archive. So I've learned, that's my lesson number 2, is even when you design for transience and for the ephemeral, you also have to focus very much on the experience, of course, but also on ensuring that it has a digital afterlife, the long tail of digitality, in a way, for example, that this conference is going to remain, right? I mean, we will all disperse, but through this video, through everything else that the KCC team cuts off it, how do you ensure that the ideas and the connections that you explore kind of live on in an interesting way? Lesson number 3 was that our curatorial lens needs to constantly evolve over time. And if we don't, then we stop being relevant to our environment as well. You know, times change, culture changes a lot, and we need to respond, we need to forecast, but above all, we need to serve. So our curation at the lab evolved from doing specific events on certain themes, and we started with doing theme-based things, for example. So identity, gender, sexuality, disability, the environment, urbanization, digital futures. When we began, we imagined these as specific themes. But over the years, these became threads that wove through everything that we did. So, and we realized that, gender was something that would have to weave through everything, which is why I hope you got a glimpse of this. You saw we were in migration, we were talking about gender. In migration, we were talking about urban, rural. In migration, we were talking about, for example, the environment or other things, right? So I think thinking of themes versus threads is something that we learned along our journey as well. And this was very much in response to the kind of national and global conversations that were happening all the time. So I want to give you a glimpse of how over the years, our themes as well changed over the years. And I think it might be interesting. Actually, team, if don't play video 3, just play video 4 directly. I actually want to take you to a particular conversation that I enjoyed in our last year of operation. It'll give you a sense of, one kind of intersectionality that we began to talk about as well.
There's often a silence around when you talk about caste within queer spaces. I would rather add there's also hostility when you talk about caste in queer spaces, regardless of the fact that caste is everywhere. And the virtue of the fact that a lot of people are sitting here on that side, or a bunch of us are sitting on this side who cover particular backgrounds is itself a manifestation of caste. Of whom you desire, who gets to desire, whose desirability counts is also manifestation of caste. Or where you come from is manifestation of caste. So when you talk about what is Dalit queer, there's often a mistaken entity that often you look at them as some additive constructs that you can add Dalitness to queerness, and there's something else, some khichdi will come out, and that khichdi is very tasty or very not tasty, or people want to puke after it. Queer movements across this country, a lot of them do not like that khichdi and they hate it. But it's more of trying to tell that how, whatever we are, in whatever manifestations that we are, even in terms of my desire, whom do I like, whom do I want to sleep with, or what backgrounds, what bastis, what localities, what languages I can speak, what education I could get, what education I could not get, or what do I do, or how I'm treated differently by different people at different levels. It's all constituting each other. It's not two separate things that come together. But it's that my queerness is defined by my caste is defined by my queerness, because neither in the anti-caste spaces I'll be fully accepted, neither in queer spaces will be fully accepted. And thus, to just see it as something, so for me then, Dalit queer would mean that continuously at the threshold, trying to challenge oneself, challenge the boundaries, because you're continuously at that you can't like khai nahi banta, nigle nahi banta, or nikalte bhi nahi banta. And so therefore, for me, Dalit queerness is then its continuous struggle to recognize what you are, acknowledging self and the complexities, the histories that we come with, and not just as Dalit queer people, but everybody, right? With all kinds of baggages of privileges, baggages of untouchable histories, baggages which have denied us a lot of things, to also queerness, because to me, I often see queerness as aspirational category. I see queerness as something that can actually open up possibilities of change, a remarkable change, and change which takes you far away from hostilities that you have suffered in your life. Right? But I also see within queer spaces a lot of hostilities being reproduced, exemplified. So therefore my Dalit queerness is this threshold which is always slippery, which is always soapy, which is always messy. Right? So therefore I can't give you a neat definition because there's no neat definition. And there's no neat amalgamation of these two entities possible. Because to each one of us, it manifests in different forms. Given the range of possibilities, privileges, burdens that we are continuously carrying and negotiating the world with.
So that was my lesson number 3. I think more than ever, curatorial lenses need to be intersectional. They should have always been. But I think more than ever, context is everything. Sharing the mic itself is a form of solidarity, as the anti-caste activist Divya Kandukuri said at one of our conferences called So Many Feminisms. And I think it's very vital for all of us who are curating, who are creating spaces, to really dig deeply within ourselves and our systems and ask whose voices are being heard, whose voices are not being heard. How do we, if we have certain privileges, use our platform to kind of platform voices, contexts that need to be heard more and more. So I think a curatorial approach, as Dhiren said, Dhiren is a friend and an incredible professor in Delhi. Queerness is an aspirational construct. So can we imagine our curation as a form of queerness, as a form of imagining alternative possibilities? I think it'll be quite useful. Lesson number 4 that I learned is that it's very useful to have a design thinking approach to culture. So besides our curatorial lens, our curatorial lens is how we see the world. I think that what we do also as cultural spaces really needs to change. And just as companies use design thinking for products, and here, of course, I'm thinking of Stanford Design School, IDEO, and the kind of design thinking approach that came out over the past 20, 30 years, as opposed to, say, an engineering approach of planning with great depth for all the possibilities and then moving on. So design thinking approach says rapidly prototype new ideas, test, iterate, move on, and so on as well, right? So I think in culture, we need to be using more of design thinking in how we, constantly iterate and make ourselves better as well. So at the lab, that's what we did. We iterated. We started from placemaking many years ago, said our aim is to puncture this suburban urban thing, put Vikhroli on the map. Over the course of time, we went, our early pop-ups were spectacles meant to awe and bring people in. Over the course of time, we said that we really need to move towards serving underserved communities more. And so we distilled distilled what we did under 3 pillars. We said curation will be just one of the things we do. We will focus with equal intensity on communication, so how we share what we create and curate. And we will focus as much on connections between people by doing things which might not be in the visible eye, but which are also very, very vital as well. We invested in creating a set of values over the years. Our values were knowledge building, plurality, intersectionality, empathy, and inclusivity. I offer these to you all as values that you can absorb as well, because I think they're as relevant today as they were some years ago. And so from an event space, we evolved into a facilitation space. We began running different fellowships. We started producing resources like white papers and toolkits and maps. And we started doing stuff to serve our city and multiple audiences more and more. I want to show you a video of one of our fellowship programs. And I'm and this program actually came in response to 2 needs that we identified in the city. One is that there were no internship programs for humanities students or people in the arts. People in business had so many internships in the city that they could be a part of, but people who studied the humanities had 0. And the second is that there were so many cultural organizations in our city of Mumbai which did not have talented people to work with them. So we said, what if we kind of create an interesting fellowship program that can train people in how to be culture practitioners, and then every year these students graduate. And I'm super excited. So if we can play video 5, actually, team. And I'm super excited that Shamik, one of our graduates from this program, is here in the audience as well. So we can talk to Shamik after. Raise the volume a little. Yeah.
It has only made me happy to see how the cultural lab has grown. We're going to TSM, the true music.
So we focus on ethical engagements with culture and tradition. We focus on collaborative approaches that make people work together. And we focus on cross-pollination.
And if we hold the camera like this at 1 feet distance from you, because
But a great film and a great story is one where every character has their own written conflict, and then there's a larger written conflict that we are trying to overcome.
I'm a very empowered, strong person. I believe each one of us has a specific role to play, to influence, to create, to innovate, to be divergent.
Have fun, be good, promote the event.
So it was interesting. All the fellows had to curate as their graduation. They had to curate a complicated event. So this is what they did in 2018, focusing on Urdu culture in the city. So the fellowship ends with something that they do completely by themselves. And it was actually super exciting to note that all our fellows have gone on and worked in culture in very interesting ways. So yeah, thanks. So, you know, from doing fellowships like this to producing resources of various kinds, our curation and what we did, everything kind of changed. We said, now we exist to serve, now we exist to provide, to close gaps in our city as well. I have a bunch of other videos. I think maybe I want to show you the culture map one, which I think was very interesting as well. And this is again informed by, I took some classes at Harvard Business School as well. Don't judge me in spaces like this. And we had professors like Krishna Palepu, etc., who spoke about how, when you enter spaces, often it's no fun being, if you are a cola manufacturer, for example, if there are 20 other cola manufacturers, it's no fun being the 21st. Maybe what you then need to do is to create a marketplace or a space for the other 20 cola manufacturers to hang out with each other. So often when you enter crowded spaces, you look at what is needed, and often what is needed are connecting spaces, platforms, and so on, instead of yet another player as well. So our thinking began to evolve because in the 11 years that we existed, because of all our efforts, so many other spaces had come up across the city doing incredible work. So we said, now we have to evolve to a facilitation space of certain kinds as well. So whether it was through conferences, I'm not going to show you that video, but it was interesting. We did a conference called Culture Con, and Con stands for conference, but also is culture a con job? And we actually brought together cultural practitioners from across the country over a couple of days to talk about 3 broad ideas, money, infrastructure, support, things like that as well. It was great fun. And this was large museums and organizations, small independent producers, and so on. So great fun. I'm not going to show you that video. Instead, I want to show you actually the video of something that we created only for online spaces. And of course, this we created and launched just pre-pandemic. So great fun that we invested a whole bunch of time and efforts into this. This is something called the Mumbai Culture Map, because looking at this idea of infrastructure building, for example, we realized there were more than 180 cultural spaces already existing in the city, but people didn't know about it. So we said, can we put our time and efforts into actually saying, here is how incredible our city is. So can we have the culture map video? I think that's video 5, yeah. I just want to give you an idea of this. Of course, post-pandemic, maybe 50 or 60 of these places don't exist right now, but it's still interesting. So it's still up, and I urge you to go check it out. I don't know if we have a culture map in this city, so it might be interesting to emulate as something that we could do. So I think really reimagine what you can do as an institution. This goes to everyone. Maybe the best thing you can do is bring other people together. So seed space and allow other people, create platforms for others to kind of play, I think would be very, very useful. So all our efforts actually over the years were about collaboration, which is my lesson number 5 and which is the theme of this conference as well. How do we create solidarity in times of crises? I think we do so by reaching out for sure. Sometimes we step back. Sometimes we say it's best if we use our resources to do something else. But always we do what I, in my book, Queeristan, have called Jugaad resistance, which is we embed ourselves somewhere within the system, outside the system, wherever we can, and we start nibbling at change. It is very clear that most grand challenges in the world are going to be solved at the intersections and through various kinds of collaborations. I have learned that we need to hyphenate ourselves earlier in a Bhabha-esque term. I mean, hyphenation, when Bhabha was writing about it, was cultural and theoretical. I think we all have to embody hyphenation now to succeed in whatever we do. We have to cross-pollinate. We have to intersect. So there's no either or in our organizations or in our personal lives. And you just have to look at what Shwetal does, for example, in his professional life. To me, Shwetal, you are the consummate and person. You're not this, right? You are hyphen, hyphen, hyphen in everything you do. And I think that's a model for kind of not just the spaces we have to create, but also the kind of people that we have to become. So we have to be and people now, I think, very much more. And in this, we have to reimagine the role of all of ourselves and various stakeholders, right? So who is in the government? Who is in academia? who is in the corporate world, who are in NGOs, who is a citizen, who is an individual. I think all of these are going to be shape-shifting, and I think where we are located is going to matter much less than what we do with that location. So this is as true of being located physically in a suburb like Vikhroli, which is what I started this talk telling you about in our imagination, as it is and perhaps being in a corporate funded space like we were in the Culture Lab, and I think like we are at KCC, right? So we began, and I think many people here as well, I think Eric, who's going to follow me, are also such people trying to make do best with where we are located and kind of use that location to open up possibilities for others as well, right? So we used our location to collaborate extensively with universities, with cultural spaces, with organizations like the UN. We were invited to talk at places like the India Art Fair, like Serendipity, and so on. Always taking the little germ of our idea, and we went to various places. And we always thought of value addition in all our collaborations. So for example, when we went to the India Art Fair, I know some of you are back from there, where we collaborated over many years. We decided that our collaboration would be very much about what is not in the fair. So one year, for example, we looked at queerness and art, both through conversations as well as interjecting performances in the fair. Another year, we did a film festival of documentaries about artists, which we felt were not being represented enough in the fair, and so on, including like what art forms are in the fair, what art forms are not as well, right? So it is always, is there a Culture Lab way of doing a collaboration? And the Culture Lab way of doing a collaboration is, what do you not have and who are you not serving? And that is a value add because of the way we think. So I want to end by telling you about one of the largest, at least, impacts that we had was within the LGBTQ space. Over 10 years, we constantly pushed for change, not just through our cultural programming, which anyway, our way of programming was queer itself, and queerness was, intrinsic, but also because we were doing all of this, we were able to influence our mothership, our patron, Godrej. And here's just to give you one example. We got 200 people from corporate India in a room in 2018, around the time of the Supreme Court verdict on Section 377, which decriminalized being LGBTQ in India. We collaborated with the United Nations. We got Bollywood star Farhan Akhtar to do this video, and I'm going to play this video for you as well, to drive home a point. And it's a matter of great pride to me now, 4 years later, because of the fact that we got these 200 representatives of corporate India in a room. So many of these companies have actually gone on their journey towards LGBTQ inclusion. Many of them have got LGBTQ inclusive policies. Many of them have hired LGBTQ people. So a small germ of an idea saying, can we collaborate with organizations like the UN to get this kind of respectability, draw these other people into the room? What change can it lead to? It's led to incredible change. And we followed this up with our own white papers. I followed it with my book, Queeristan, and so on. But before I show you this video, and this is Farhan Akhtar, who I love, I call this kind of cultural advocacy that we are doing with this cultural acupuncture. And, drawing upon the Harry Potter Alliance use of the term, read Queeristan to know more. But I think it's very important how all of us who are cultural practitioners, how do we use what we do to you have to know where to press. And if you know where to press, you can bring about exponential change. And then it's something that we all have to think about as well. We have limited, perhaps, we're limited in terms of our scale of influence. But if we can press the right people or the right place or at the right moment, we can do a lot of magic as well. So for us, it was very important. If me, Parmesh, a gay person says, include my people, yeah, people will say, of course, you're so gay, of course you want it. But if Bollywood star Farhan Akhtar is saying it, if Godrej, 125-year-old Indian company is hosting it, then all these other 200 companies who come are like, Arey Baba, of course, this is something we should do. If the press is writing about it, it means something. So a lot of our efforts were, I got Godrej as well to go on this journey because I was like, look, we are LGBTQ inclusive. Economics Times is saying that we are inclusive. Mint is saying we're inclusive. We must be inclusive. So cultural acupuncture is using your location to bring about exponential change. So I just want to show you this little video. If we can have that Farhan Akhtar video. About how we kind of used a Bollywood star and the UN to bring about certain kinds of advocacy as well. I wrote his script for him, so.
Hi, this is Farhan Akhtar, and I'm very happy to be supporting the global release of the UN standards of LGBTI inclusion at the workplace. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today at Godrej and Viva Vikhroli. I know you've had a great evening and also learnt a lot, shared a lot with each other. This is a small closing message from me to all of you. What I took away after reading the UN report in advance was simply this. LGBTI rights are human rights. The fight for equal rights is connected. In today's world, if you fight against one kind of injustice, like we do at Marth for instance with regard to gender, you have to realize how connected it is to other fights. Gender and sexuality are deeply linked, and the cost of discrimination is so high in both cases. I have read that in our own country, India, a 2015 World Bank study found that discrimination against the country's LGBTI community cost our country up to 1.7% in potential gross domestic product. That's the equivalent of US 32 billion. Just think about that for a second. Being inclusive is not just sensible from a human rights perspective, it is also good for the economy. Being inclusive is also something that is very much part of our Indian culture and also deeply embedded in our constitution. I am so glad to see how many companies in India are coming forward to embrace LGBTI inclusive policies. I hope that this UN standards release will further propel this movement forward. The standards are very simple and very easy to adopt. If we can create an atmosphere in our offices, our workplaces, where we treat everyone equally, irrespective of their gender, or something as basic as who they choose to love, I am sure this will help in creating a momentum for this shift in mindset in society at large. Once again, I wish you all the best, and I'm really sad that I couldn't be there with you this evening, but thank you very, very much for giving me a chance to share my thoughts with you. Bye-bye.
Now, when he said this, so many companies in India had not embraced LGBTQ inclusion. But the fact that Farhan said it at a forum where so many companies were there, like we kind of manipulated them into saying, look, you are all doing it already. So then they all went back and did it as well. Of course, we have to manipulate for our own good. I think it's a very good thing. Same with various aspects of environment and all. We are the good people. We're using this for good. So I look back at the Pride now, at the lab now with great pride and joy. While the Culture Lab does not exist as an entity right now, it exists as an archive online. I think what we engineered continues to resonate throughout our country, throughout the people whose lives we touched. And the idea of cross-pollination that we started with so many years ago is now really, really mainstream. Our presence for 10 years helped create a small oasis where other worlds were possible, where we could talk about an idea of India that was plural, inclusive, accepting, where we could collaborate on one side with a Stanford University, on the other with a Lakme Fashion Week, and give both of them equal love and respect, where we could have a mashup with Sambaji Bhagat, the Dalit Lokshayar poet, with, say, a film screening of Manto, and have incredible audience discussions, have students in our audience as well as retired people, and have them both talk to each other as well, and also create incredible impact for our city as well as for our sponsors. So it was an incredible 10 years. I feel very blessed to have been part of it. And, I think our legacy will always be all the people whose lives we touched, our speakers, our collaborators, our students, our audience members, who are then going to take our lab's work forward as well. So thank you so much to both of you, as well to all of you for giving me the chance to share my work with you. Especially thank you to you, Shamik, for coming back as an alum in this city and revisiting some of this with us as well. So thanks to all of you. Yeah.
Yeah, let's open this up to questions immediately. If anybody has any questions or comments, you may raise your hand. Yes.
I think that was Farhan's most authentic acting job that I've seen, I know him personally. But yeah, it was great. But tell me, you said it exists as an archive. So say the stuff like the migration museum thing that you all did. I'm working on a project which is about migration. How could that how can we use this material with current things? Because these are ongoing themes,
So everything is up on indiaculturelab.org as of now. So hundreds of videos, event summaries, everything. So it's all up on the website. It's all up on YouTube. It's up everywhere. So you just go back to all our social media and follow the digital trace. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I really appreciated amongst many things was what you started off by saying, impermanence. I think there's always this sense of building for legacy and on a scale, especially in India where we... and here you sort of had a very iterative process where you felt your way through it and you didn't sort of necessarily come to it with many preconceived ideas, but you sort of let it kind of communicate back. What challenges does that model have as opposed to now in hindsight, maybe having had a physical space with a more, let's say, traditional program, exhibitions and so on, instead of the way that you did it? And what are the benefits and maybe what are the disadvantages?
So I think we did what we did because of our resources. I mean, everyone we respond to context. I mean, that's, whether we're architects, whether we're cultural curators, everything. Our constraints were what the Godrej family and what Godrej gave us. They said, we can give you so much money. We don't have money for physical spaces or whatever, use what you can. And the moment they said, use what you can, then it was amazing. Then the Jugaru nature comes in and says, you're paying so much, this money will go towards programming. Everything else I will use. The office building is there. Of course, I'll use it on weekends when people go. So I didn't need to build a new building because there's already an existing office building with an atrium. That became our thing. So the pleasures of a Jugaru restrictive thing is, it enables you to be creative. It's the same reason why people write books about Jugaad innovation in India and all. Our constraints enable us to be creative. Is it ideal? I would say no. I wish we were in evolved times where, like so many European countries, like so many other countries, we didn't have these constraints of being Jugaru about culture, where our state itself would fund culture so much more at a national and state level, where we would build multiple resource centers. We are tremendously underserved with many things, but we are tremendously underserved with cultural spaces, physical as well as, creative across our country. So I wish we had, a state which invested in culture significantly in physical, but also in scholarships, in training, in programs like, so many, like say the UK where you live does, for example. We don't have those. So I think our creativity came from our constraints. But I think we did a very good job given the constraints that we operated in. I think more and more in today's world, though, I think it's dangerous. So I think ecologically, I think even if we have a state which is supportive and we have corporate patrons which are supportive, I think it would be prudent in today's world to think about impermanence because everything we plan for today might not exist 10 years ago. So if we are designing a building, let it be flexible, let it be shape-shifting. Because who knows if people are going to be living in buildings, or will global warming enable and necessitate all of us moving underground or something, right? I'm saying we don't know. So I think what we have to build for today is build for, possibilities. Hence, looking at things from an impermanent angle, even if you are resource rich, I think is particularly useful in today's context. Yeah.
Yes. Kalyanji? Go ahead.
Well, I shall go off at a tangent because, you see, I have been dealing with people at the... Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. It's working. Yeah.
I've been dealing with people at the margin all my life. And at a time when assimilation to kind of a uniform identity is the norm, I mean, denial of differences is also the norm. So I also recall a conversation between Boswell and Johnson. Boswell was saying that, look here, you see Captain Cook voyages in the South Seas. He's talking about these Aboriginal people. They are original. And when Johnson says, don't cant in defense of savages. Well, they can draw and paint very well. or even a child can scratch, even a cat can swim. So this is the response. I mean, when we deal with people at the margin, is generally from the structures of power. So even today, therefore, there is this insistence on assimilation to a homogeneous identity. I mean, of which LGBTQ is a kind of a symptom, a kind of a. So, so the question is, if one is talking about mental cartography, so these are the spaces one has to occupy and preempt. And otherwise, you see, the cultural industry or the industry in culture will be concerned with marginal issues in culture rather than with the primary issue. That has been my problem all my life.
Thank you, sir. Ajay?
I really loved what you spoke about an internship for humanities students, right? So the question is, does that still exist, and is that still open for humanities students to have, if not this, some other spaces?
Well, I think it's a great opportunity for everyone sitting here to kind of create these. I think we have amazing students from so many humanities spaces across our country who graduate and then who have to deal with, you know, how do we place ourselves within a neoliberal kind of, you know, economic setup? Is our knowledge and are our skills valued? How do we value them, and so on? So I think it's incredible because I used to recruit for Godrej for 11 years, and undoubtedly, and you know, I met incredible students in MBA colleges as well, which I think are very useful because, you know, MBA engineers and MBA students kind of run systems in our country. But I think just having one kind of person running a space, your thinking becomes binary, because who are the people who do MBAs in our country? Engineers do MBAs. Engineers are trained in binary logic, whereas people who are trained in the humanities are trained in context. You know, was Lady Macbeth right or wrong in doing what she did? Depends. Let's talk about it. Who knows? Let's look at where she came from. You know, there's no right or wrong. Right. So I think certainly in the government, but I think even in corporate institutions and so on, if you have people from the humanities interjecting, if you have enough people of them, it will create for richer discourse, it will create for better corporate decisions as well. And it's the same argument for LGBTQ or other kinds of inclusion as well, right? When you have diversity, you know, the quality of your discussion improves and you make better decisions that benefit everyone, including capitalistic corporations. So it is to everyone's advantage to actually go out and create and seek diversity.
I think this is so much true right now, where I would say a lot of students, when they come into 11th and 12th, they are more and more opting for a liberal arts kind of an education, where they are bridging between, let's say, engineering or medical and humanities. So I think spaces like these where they can intern will be a treasure.
Yeah. So actually, maybe should we ask someone who graduated from there to see how, so if, I don't know, Shamik, do you want to share your experience about what this did to you and like why you feel it matters? Yeah.
We can close on that. Yeah.
Shamik, this is also you have the grand honor of being the closing statement. So make it profound and deep.
Yes. Thank you so much, Parmesh.
No pressure. No pressure.
That I mean, what these like as you put it, what these internship helps. I think they give us a broader idea of about how this cultural industry works and how do we deep dive into understanding how they function and how can we make an impact in that. So for me, that gives me a deep dive into the sector and help me create an impact, and that's where Culture Lab helps.
So Shamik is also from a design background, and what was interesting about our internship is each of our interns was different.
Yeah.
So we had someone who was a designer, someone who was from architecture, someone who was from literature, so each of the 7 humanities students were also all different. So I think that also made a difference. But if you all are interested, Shamik's in Calcutta, reach out and create something similar here, no?
Yes, of course. I mean, it gives, a platform for people from diverse background to come and collaborate to create something like the Migration Museum. So I think it's a great opportunity for even students here sitting. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll end on that note. Thank you, Parmesh. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got to squeeze in a couple of additional things today. We've got a couple of things that emerged yesterday evening that we've got to try and find time for. So we're going to move on very quickly. I'd like to introduce Eric Chen. His topic is Curating in Context, a practice of many practices. Eric is an architecture and design curator and is also the general and artistic director of the New Institute in Rotterdam. It's a Dutch national institute and museum for architecture, design, and digital culture. And prior to this, he had myriad curatorial leadership positions around the world, and he served as professor and founding director of the curatorial lab at the College of Design and Innovation at Tongji University in Shanghai. He was also involved with the M+, and he's a writer and journalist who's been published in New York Times, Wallpaper, several august important publications, and we're very happy to have him here. The stage is yours. Thank you, Eric.
So again, first, thank you, Shwetal, and also Rina for having me. It's really fantastic to be here. Parmesh, I knew you would be a hard act to follow, and I was absolutely right, but I'll do my best. But there were a lot of, I think, resonances indeed, as you pointed out, between some of the things you were talking about and some of the things I'll be talking about. Namely, to start with, the idea of questioning the role of institutions, but also the nature of curating. Curating being something that is less and less about showing things as it was historically. Etymologically, the word curator comes from the Latin and Greek for to care for. Curating was about caring for objects, in these storehouses and then sort of showing them. And more we see that curating has become a more tactical practice that is not, again, about showing things as much as, or even provoking ideas and new ways of seeing, but in fact actually doing things to sort of unlock, I think, which is a word that Parmesh used, to unlock the kind of potentials and nascent things in different situations and contexts. So I'm going to talk about just a few examples of some of the projects I've done in different contexts. I kept adding things because I was so inspired by yesterday's sessions that I kept throwing new things into this, but I'll try to keep it short. And I'm starting with this one image, which is from a show that I did at the Museum of Art, Architecture and Technology in Lisbon. It opened in 2020, delayed by the pandemic, and it was called X is Not a Small Country, Unraveling the Post-Global Era. And this is, Divya and I had a brief talk about this yesterday, about how these sort of global practices and collaborations will only get more complicated in the future given the current geopolitical landscape. This was a show that was actually looking at how the globalization that we once took for granted, this idea that ever more open borders and ever more frictionless movement of people, ideas, and things was somehow inevitable. That, of course, has all begun to come crashing down in the past years, at least since the 2008 financial crisis. This is a project by a Mumbai-based studio called Bard Studio, Rupali Gupta and Prashad Shetty. Long story short, they were looking at the movement of commodities, mostly from China to India, and how these objects, common objects, change, lose, and gain meaning as they sort of circulate across these borders. They were working on this project while you may remember there was a bit of a border skirmish between China and India in the Himalayas not so long ago. And there were lots of reactions on both sides, but in India, I believe the government banned Chinese apps and all sorts of other things. And so you already saw this kind of or post-globalization process playing out in real time as they were working on this, which was sort of fascinating to watch. Now, kind of apropos to some of the stuff Parmesh has been doing, I thought I would go way back as well to around the time you were doing your India Culture Lab. I think it's the same era when I moved to Beijing and I was creative director for Beijing Design Week. And this was a government initiative, as many design weeks were and still are. It was sort of framed as a kind of economic development thing, right? You got to support the creative industries in a very sort of top-down way. As many of you may know or have a sense of, in China, top-down can be quite strong and heavy, but needless to say, we wanted to sort of see how we could use that top-downness to create a space, a platform for sort of more bottom-up activities. So this was throughout the city, clustered in 3 main districts, Caochangji, 751, in the sort of arts district, and also Dashilar. And I'm just going to focus on Dashilar as an example. Now, Dashilar is a really important historical neighborhood in Beijing, just to the southwest of Tiananmen Square. Even if you have never been to Beijing, it's near the Forbidden City, so you can imagine the sort of historical and symbolic importance of this spot. It was Beijing's actual first central business district. This district is as old as Beijing itself. It dates to the 13th century, and until the 20th century, it was the site of the sort of main sort of old brands, the sort of old silk shops and tea houses, the Chinese opera houses, China's first stock exchange, first department store, first cinema. They were all in this neighborhood. But over the years, especially after the communist takeover in 1949, the area went into a severe decline. And became a bit, very poor living conditions, a lot of informal structures that were unsafe. Most people who lived there did not have indoor plumbing and were using outdoor public toilets and so on and so forth. Now, around the time of the 2008 Olympics, 2008 Beijing Summer Olympics, a lot of construction and refurbishment, let's say, was going on throughout Beijing. This area was, of course, targeted for quote-unquote renewal, and what happened was large swaths of it were demolished, and parts of it were rebuilt, including this main axis on the left, which is the main street, and as you can see, it was rebuilt in a kind of faux historic, Disneyfied version of what it once was. Other areas had been still demolished, and there were questions over what would happen to that. So this area was at great risk at this point. Again, this is 2008 to 2011 of further destruction. And so we were approached by an architecture firm called Approach Architecture to work with them in developing a more sort of sensitive strategy for this area, for its revitalization, a strategy that Parmesh mentioned cultural acupuncture. This was about urban acupuncture. That it was also a kind of cultural acupuncture as well. That would provide an alternative to the existing model, which was a kind of slash and burn. Just clear, demolish big swaths of historic district, and then kind of rebuild these sort of large-scale sort of shopping mixed-use complexes, and instead to respect the existing fabric and respect the existing communities. This was a very important part of it. And instead do selective interventions at certain points in the neighborhood that would then kind of catalyze a broader, a more organic form of revitalization. Part of this was not about getting rid of the current residents, I should add. Given the precarity of the ways in which these residents were able to live or not continue to live in this neighborhood. In fact, what we were trying to do, or what Approach was trying to do, was to actually give these residents more reason to invest in their own neighborhood. It's very complex. I won't get into it, but just to make that clear. So we thought Beijing Design Week could be a kind of way of giving this effort a bit of a boost by sort of bringing designers, curators, and so on and so forth to this area to kind of examine it, to also find new potentials, working with the community and using the history of the neighborhood to show it in a new light, in a way that would also give allow residents to see it in a new light. So we had about 30, 40 locations throughout that we made available for like pop-up shops and performances and exhibitions and lots of talks and workshops, collaborations between local businesses and designers. On the lower right was a collaboration between this very, very local offal restaurant and Helsinki Design Week. They had a project through which they were redesigning menus to show how much water went into the production of every item on the menu. Beijing having a serious water crisis. Artists were doing demonstrations and so on and so forth. And, again, this was a wave in some ways slowing down the kinds of horrible slash and burn redevelopment practices that were already going on so that we could kind of take time to think. After the first year or two of doing this, the state-owned enterprise that was overseeing this area was good enough to actually fund a think tank called Dasha Lab that could more slowly and more rigorously kind of examine the different potentials of the neighborhood to see what could be done to kind of, let's say, co-create with the residents. And through this effort, a number of initiatives were undertaken. Designers were paired with local craftsmen. You'll see on the upper left, there was this guy who had been making these wire kitchen utensils, strainers and colanders. He worked with a designer to create some outdoor street lighting, which was then actually implemented. There's a long history of puppet theaters, very informal puppet theaters. In the neighborhood, one of the spaces was converted into a puppet theater by the architects at Urbanus, a very well-known firm in China. These courtyard houses were really falling into a very bad state. Some of them were then turned into libraries and children's centers. This one by Zhang Ke, a Beijing architect. Those sort of small pavilions occupying the site of some of the informal structures that had emerged in that space in more recent decades. This later one in Aga Khan Ward. And so on and so forth. So it was really a way of showing how kind of curating is not necessarily is not a top-down necessarily thing unto itself, but how you can actually use top-down structures in order to create space for others. And in fact, if you have a sort of are able to sort of collaborate in a longer-term sort of way, curating is actually part of the process of a process of social development beyond the sort of conventional sense of cultural discourse. Now, after 2 years of Beijing Design Week, and that continued, and I had a great successor who took all these things much further than I was able to. I moved to Hong Kong for M+, as Shredol talked about. Now, this was a very different kind of thing. So Beijing Design Week was a design week. Also, as Pramash will no doubt likely agree, there are many different formats and different contexts and different agendas that curating falls into, and you have to sort of learn how to use each one to your own advantage, meaning your own curatorial advantage. So, I worked in design weeks, design fairs, biennials, and museums, and this was a real institutional project. This is a new museum that is publicly funded that just opened a few years ago. It's a museum that's been many years in the making. It's a very big museum, 65,000 square meters. I think it's bigger than the Tate Modern, not that anyone's counting, but a very substantial investment. Let's say, I think in total, the Hong Kong government is spending about $1 billion on this. So it's all very kind of weighty, and it was a museum that was meant to be to use the politician's phrase, to be Asia's answer to MoMA, the Pompidou, and Tate Modern. So there's no shortage of ambition here in the building designed by Herzog and de Meuron. Now, we were building a collection, and I was it is a museum of visual culture, which is an umbrella term for visual art, design and architecture, moving image, and so on and so forth. I was overseeing the design and architecture collection and program, and of course, we got a lot of the canonical works, a lot of the so-called masterpieces, a lot of very expensive things, also. But in building the collection, what we were trying to do was to kind of recenter narratives, to first of all make more visible through the collection some of the lesser known narratives of visual culture in our region. So kind of Asia broadly defined, but in relationship to other parts of the world. We were always taking a transnational perspective while revisiting well-known global narratives from the vantage point of where we were. So it was very important for us to not be seen as a museum of Asian visual culture. We were not trying to define Asianness, but rather look at visual culture more broadly and globally from different vantage points that sort of densified as we got closer to where we were, which was in Hong Kong. So, for example, if you talk about postmodern design, we do have the Ettore Sottsa's, the sort of Italian guys and so on and so forth. But our center would have been Japan, probably, with Shiro Kuramata and Uchida and some of those Japanese guys. I was very lucky to be able to come to India. As part of that, we were able to acquire a lot of great works by Raj Raval, Mini Boga, and so on and so forth. As part of these narratives for our collection in India, Le Corbusier and Pierre-Jean Rey, we did get that too, but again, those were not at the center of what we were talking about for India, but rather as kind of background and context. So we got we were sort of revisiting the canon again, recentering of the canon, but we also wanted to kind of explore things outside the canon in a way that perhaps inevitably canonizes. And being in Hong Kong, being based in Hong Kong, there were a lot of sort of things that would not be at a MoMA or Pompidou or Tate that we felt very sort of instantly compelled to collect. And one of these things was neon signs. Now, even if you've never been to Hong Kong, you probably have some image of Hong Kong, and that image most likely is filled with lots of neon signs and neon lit, the sort of neon lit skyline. Now, in 2014, soon after I arrived in Hong Kong, we saw in a local newspaper that this giant, it's like 2 meters wide neon cow that had been hanging above one of the streets near the Shangwan district was going to be taken down. It had been up there for 35 years at that point with no incident, but the government, being the government, decided it was suddenly unsafe, and as part of also a kind of urban cleanup campaign, ordered it to come down. Now, seeing this, we were immediately like, okay, this should be in the collection. So that was no question. So we began the process of trying to preserve this piece. Now, in doing so, we wanted to ask, why were we so immediately compelled to this? This is not a thing that most museums of the kind that we aspire to be would be collecting. And so we developed this project, an online project called neonsigns.hk. We were a museum without a building at this point, so playing with the online exhibition format was just made sense. And we decided to, as we used to say in my former journalist days, flood the field by tackling neon signs from as many angles as possible. So we through slideshows, essays, timelines, videos, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We looked at the history of neon, also how both past and present. This is an image from 1960. You can see how neon-y Hong Kong was. Here you can compare that same. Here you can compare that same street to 2014 when we were doing this project. You can see how quickly and almost completely neon signs had disappeared. So through all these different kinds of ways of looking at neon signs, we commissioned videos. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize what a delay there was. Yeah, we commissioned videos. We found some old neon masters and really looked at neon as a kind of marriage of craft and industry, as something that's actually designed. We don't think of these things as actually being designed, a kind of urban typography. We looked at neon signs. Hong Kong has a very proud tradition of cinema. So we looked at the role of neon in some of those movies by doing an interview with Christopher Doyle, who was for many years the cinematographer for Wong Kar-wai, the very famous Hong Kong movie maker, a seminal, looking at neons as a cinematic device. We just came upon a number of a stash of these neon sign sketches, which created an archive of neon signs, at least through this one maker, and really shows how these things were very much consciously formulated and revised. There was a thought process and meaning to every decision that was made, from the shape to the decorative motifs to, of course, the type of calligraphy that was used. We commissioned artists to do new projects like this series of photos by Wing Sha, who also worked with Wong Kar-wai, documenting who took portraits of people who live, work beneath, under, over, and around some of the city's neon signs. Lots of workshops, including neon sign workshops for the seeing impaired, bus tours, and so on and so forth. Now, having begun to collect neon signs, we knew we wanted to continue, but we weren't able to sort of identify. We just didn't have the people resources to go out and identify and research all the neon signs that were still left in Hong Kong. So we thought this was a great chance to bring in the public. So we created this crowdsourced neon map. We asked everybody out there to take photos of their favorite neon signs. They sent it to us, and then it wasn't a cultural map, but rather a neon map that we then developed, that created an archive of the neon signs that were left in Hong Kong at this time in 2014. This website's still up there, so if you're curious, you can go, please do have a look. Now, after M+, I moved to Shanghai. As Shwetal mentioned, I started a curatorial lab as a professor at the at the College of Design and Innovation at Tongji University there. Here we wanted to continue some of the work that I had started at M+, with recentering narratives. So we did a lot of sort of design historical research, but then we also wanted to look at how curating could respond, not how curating could sort of impose itself upon the contemporary cultural sphere in China, but rather how curating could learn from and adapt itself to the contemporary condition and cultural landscape of China. So I'll give you two quick examples of that. For a lot of different reasons, one can argue that a disproportionate amount of cultural production, of contemporary cultural production in China, is done through essentially brands and real estate developers, right? There's really not much government funding for contemporary culture, and so what you do have is you have a lot of brands, Nike, luxury brands. They're the ones who commission the artists to do the collaborations and do the exhibitions in the shopping malls. You have the shopping malls themselves who are trying to drive traffic, and they're all trying to as well make the government happy. The government wants to see culture. Local governments don't have the funding to do culture, so they tell the brands and the real estate developers to do the culture. So that's what happens. And so a lot of culture happens in retail environments. So we wanted to look at this phenomenon and to see how curating could potentially be used, not to fight this phenomenon, but to kind of work with it in order to sort of improve it. Because what you wind up getting a lot is sort of very sort of you get a lot of projects in which the marketing agenda very easily overtakes the cultural agenda. So we wanted to see, can we, satisfy the marketing needs while still actually having the projects that result serve a cultural and social purpose, something beyond just a selfie backdrop, which is what many of these projects become. So We were examining essentially the merging of three spatial typologies, the museum, the representing art, the mall representing shopping, and the theme park representing entertainment, and how these are all kind of blurring. I would say everywhere probably, but especially in China, everything's sort of taken to it to the extreme in China, but especially in China. So much so that you get a situation in which the art becomes indistinguishable from the visual merchandising. So if you have an example like this, which is in the Tate Modern Museum in London, this was, I think, 2006. Karsten Holler, a very famous German artist who does these sort of slides that you can kind of go down. This was in the Turbine Hall at the Tate Modern. You get a situation in which this becomes very difficult to distinguish from this, which is not Karsten Holler in a shopping mall more recently, a couple of years ago, 2016, a few years ago in Shanghai. So if you can't distinguish between the two, then what purpose is the art serving then? And how do you define the art? Who is it again? Who is it for? What value is it adding? There is a big phenomenon in China right now of the art mall, where you get malls like this one, the SKPS mall in Beijing, that call themselves art malls and that practice a kind of quote unquote pure retailing, like all these horrible new sort of buzzwords, in which again a lot of stuff that's just being called art, but that really it's difficult to tell what audiences are supposed to sort of get out of it, and is this art or is this again just very expensive and fancy visual merchandising? Here's some more examples from that same mall. There are many, many other examples. So we actually looked to Rem Koolhaas as a kind of inspiration in the early 2000s, 20 years ago. He did a very famous studio at Harvard called the Harvard, and a book came out of that called the Harvard Guide to Shopping. And essentially, Koolhaas and his collaborators were arguing that shopping is becoming the ultimate form of public activity and public space in the 21st century. Not only is shopping melting into everything, but everything is melting into shopping. This was when he was also working on these Prada epicenters. I don't know if any of you remember that, but these were meant to be Prada flagships that brought, again, shopping together with art and performance and so on and so forth. He was also designing at this point the Guggenheim Las Vegas, an art museum in a casino. And concurrently looking at developing his theory of junk space, which is very much related. Junk space being probably our defining space now these days, in which space is no longer clearly delineated by function. Sorry, it's still a bit early for me. Space is no longer clearly delineated by function, but becomes a kind of amorphous sort of blend of everything. Airports being a very good example of that. So our students were looking at, we looked at a number of art malls in Shanghai, the K11 art mall and so forth, and looked at how there are ways to perhaps adjust using spatial, curatorial, but also procedural and market processes in order to sort of transform the relationship between audiences and the work, to better define these works in relationship to the other kinds of objects and installations being consumed, and so on and so forth. This was just one studio that we did during the pandemic. It was all online, so it was a little bit, it's something that we really wanted to continue with because we were sort of onto something. But this is one example. The other example from Shanghai, I think I'm running low on time, right? So very quickly, this idea of reverse curating space content in the museum as a pre-existing condition. Long story short, there's been a huge museum boom in China in recent years. The number of museums has just like skyrocketed. That's partly because the government decided that culture should be promoted, right? And this is part of a soft power initiative as well as economic development. Soft power, I think the Chinese government has given up on recently, but regardless, the directive has come down that local governments should promote culture through cultural spaces. Now, local governments do not have budgets for these because most of their budgets are very high. A huge proportion of local government revenues comes from only land sales. Local governments have very little ability to tax, so they make their money by selling land to developers. So what happens then is you have these transactions in which the local government sells to a developer under the condition that the developer builds a museum. And then, it's the developer gets the land, the local government officials can check their box and get their promotion. It's win-win-win, except for the museum, because developers are usually not great at running museums, and there's really no incentive to actually open the museum and keep it running, and so on and so forth. So you wind up with a lot of these kind of ghost museums, a lot of museums that are sort of empty, like hundreds of them, or they become kinds of, or they essentially become rental halls for Range Rover events and Chanel exhibitions and so on and so forth. Now, these buildings are not going to go away. So the question then is, what can you do with them? Because actually the situation has gotten much better in recent years. There now is a much better desire to have real content, in some of these buildings. But the question is how. These buildings are there. A lot of times they were designed to be iconic. So they're very elaborate in form, and in many cases, having not been opened with a function, once they're given a function, they don't serve that function well. So this idea of reverse curating is to kind of reverse engineer these buildings and to work backwards. We used one case study. This is actually a better example. This is an incredible landmark being built in Yantai by Open Architecture. The government told the firm, we just want a landmark and then tell us what to do in it. So excuse me, it's a little bit like a Jantar Mantar, because the form of this building is defined by the movement of the sun and the flow of the wind and the prevailing wind. So it's like a giant kind of sundial in some ways. Now, it has very unusual spaces inside. There are almost no straight lines. Oh, I think we're frozen. Oh, no. Great. And the question is, what can you do now with this? Having designed this, what can you do? The architect had decided that this could be also, making this a digital museum could be a low-cost way of keeping the content going, but they weren't really sure how. They thought maybe big data could be a good way of sort of giving this building a function. So bringing in this sort of big data center that was being planned for the top of the building with an idea of a digital, emphasis. We worked with them to actually turn this into a museum of digital art and phenomenology as a way of also emphasizing the relationship between art, science, and the environment, given the building. And this is our mood board. I'm really running out of time now. A kind of mood board of artists, and here's the building under construction. And I'm going to skip my next part and go straight to, this is about Anthropocene materials, and I threw this in because yesterday we were talking about having to rethink the relationship between raw materials and waste, but this is a project at Design Miami, and I'll skip to the New Institute, which is where I am now. As Shreddle mentioned, it's the Netherlands National Museum of Architecture, Design, and Digital Culture in Rotterdam. We do normal exhibitions. We hold the Dutch National Architecture Archive and Collection. This is a current show that we have on MBRDV, the well-known Dutch firm, whose archive we hold. I'm just going to speed through this. Then we have models and drawings and oral histories. Yeah. But much of the archive is also digital. And so we were able to develop some tools. Digital archives present a lot of challenges, but they also present a lot of opportunities. So we commissioned a number of artists to develop digital tools that use the MVRDV digital archive in different ways. This is one by Alice Bucknell, which is especially fun. She created a video game based on the digital renderings and files from many MVRDV projects under this speculative premise that the world has ended and everything is destroyed except the server that holds the MVRDV archive, and this is the only way we can rebuild. And she also created this panel discussion with kind of these sort of quasi-deep fakes of three architects, including Winnie Moss, one of the founders of MVRDV, speaking based on an algorithm, an AI algorithm that draws from all their previous statements and press releases, and it's hilarious, really, to see these architects really using their own words in these and seeing how kind of megalomaniacal they really are. And then starting June 1st, if anyone happens to be in Rotterdam, we'll have this big MVRDV podium built on top of our roof. So Shredel, when you're there, this should be up. This is related to MVRDV's long-term interests in rooftop urbanism as a way of further densifying cities. But going to the question of the role of cultural institutions, I mean, like I said, we have a collection, we have galleries, we do exhibitions where we show things, right, on pedestals, on walls, and so on and so forth. But you know, in the context of this conference also, when clearly, you know, the elephant in the room that can no longer be avoided by anybody is sort of the impending collapse of our planet and all the other sort of social crises and urgencies that we face related, or whether directly or indirectly to that. We've seen in recent years that cultural institutions around the world have been turning. We've all been turning our attentions to these crises and so on and so forth, as we should. But in many ways, we've kind of limited our responses to these sort of exhibitions and talks and so on and so forth that pose questions and raise awareness and issue. Perhaps issue often vague calls to action. Now, all of this is really important, but given the urgency of the urgencies, I think we should start asking, can we be doing more than that? I mean, awareness has been raised, the questions have been posed. Now, what's next? Now. And that brings up the question of, you know, what is the role of a cultural institution? And also, you know, to think in that sort of opportunistic way that I think Parmesh and I have been sort of advocating. You know, what is the opportunity that we have? And the privilege that we have is that we're not government, or many of us are not government, and we're not private sector, meaning we can work more quickly than government, and we don't have the same pressures, political, commercial, financial, shareholder, etc., as both government and the private sector have. So what can we do? We can try things out. We can use ourselves as guinea pigs. We can make decisions, take risks, and see what happens. So we're moving New Institute more and more into becoming a testing ground for some of the research and speculations that we proffer. One quick example is we're going to do a new store. We're lucky in that we have enough government funding for the moment that we actually don't have a store. We have a bookshop, but we don't have a store that sells stuff, because so in that sense we don't have any revenue to lose. I wish we had a store like this one, because I was telling you that your store is amazing. But so we can actually use a store. So we asked ourselves recently, why don't we make a store? But instead of a store, you know, selling mugs and keychains and posters, why don't we use it as a platform for testing many of the speculative propositions that a lot of young designers have been proposing in recent years. Now, young designers, I don't know how many of you are studying design, but I'm guessing many of you are questioning the role of design's complicity, you know, in sort of creating all the sort of problems through extractive practices that have been, taking us down this terrible path. I mean, I'm sure all of you are asking, do we really need another chair or another vacuum cleaner? Am I just contributing to all this stuff that's destroying the planet? So many designers have been looking at other ways of defining, in fact, production and consumption. How do you redefine or create new forms of exchange that assign value in different ways? So it's not just about extracting from the planet and making something and then selling it in exchange for cash. Are there other ways of thinking about life cycles? Circularity falls into this, biomaterials falls into this, but also other systems of exchange. Can you exchange time for goods? Can you, et cetera, et cetera. So we are working now on making these sort of anti-capitalist propositions the quote-unquote products of our store. And to sort of test the friction between these speculations and the reality of working in what is still, after all, a market system. Now, this sounds totally contradictory to ask whether there is such a thing as regenerative consumption, but it's contradictory if you're following the kind of, if you're limiting yourself to the kind of conventional logic of capitalism. But can we sort of break those logics apart and reconfigure them and to see if new logics can come out of that? Very quickly, the ZOOP, one of our researchers, Klaus Kautenbrauer, has been developing a framework over the past few years called the ZOOP. This sounds really weird in Europe, but I'm seeing in India that this is probably not so weird to you guys, that it's a way of essentially acknowledging the subjectivity of non-human life, right? Long story short, this is a framework through which non-human interests and voices are brought into organizational decision-making processes as a way of promoting ecologically regenerative practices. So what this means is we've actually now spun off an independent nonprofit zoonomic foundation and institute. They have now appointed, as of last Friday, Earth Day, when we officially became the world's first ZOOP, they've now appointed a quote-unquote speaker for the living onto our board of directors, who will now henceforth represent these non-human interests. This is a model that's been designed to apply to organizations big and small, from the public, private, nonprofit, et cetera, et cetera. And there are already 20 proto-zoops signed up throughout Europe right now, organizations of all kinds that are starting the process towards becoming a zoop, and we hope there will be more, maybe even in India. And then finally, I talked about the sort of deglobalization process that we are, or post-globalization process that we're undergoing. Shwetal mentioned that we, meaning the New Institute, have been appointed artistic director of the next London Design Biennial next year. We're still in the very early stages of developing it, but what we're essentially doing is we're going to kind of hack the biennial, with their permission, of course. The idea is if we agree that global cooperation is more important than ever in confronting global challenges, what do we do at a time when globalization is totally unraveling, when global cooperation is becoming increasingly difficult given the ever complicating geopolitical landscape? So what we're going to propose is we are going to create a game. This biennial still works on the sort of format of national and territorial representation. So there's like a German pavilion, a Chinese pavilion, et cetera, et cetera. So we're developing a game, working with a game designer and also a geopolitical simulation game firm called Scenarios 4 that will create a process by which all of the national and territorial participants will be invited to partake in this game, which will then help guide them towards collaborating with each other. So to see which countries and territories decide to collaborate with whom and on what issues and in what ways, I think will be fascinating. In some ways, for what we're trying to do, this is in some ways a world building exercise. We are creating a fictional reality to see what new forms of collaboration, international collaboration, might be possible at a time when in reality it's getting more and more difficult. And of course, this references a very famous game developed by Buckminster Fuller, the sort of designer, inventor, visionary, who in the 1960s developed a thing called the World Peace Game, which was exactly this kind of idea. And this was a game that was about looking at how you can make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest possible time through spontaneous cooperation without ecological offense or the disadvantage of anyone. And I think 55 years later, I'm not sure how far we've gotten, but we should acknowledge that this is more urgent and more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. We're gonna save the questions. We're gonna now hear from Adrian Notz, who's joining us via Zoom from Zurich. Adrian is a curator at the ETH Artificial Intelligence Center in Switzerland, in Zurich, and at the Tichy Ocean Foundation. He was the artistic director of Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich, the famous home where Dada movement started in the 20s. Adrian has organized and curated numerous exhibitions, events, conferences, actions, and interventions with international artists, activists, and thinkers at the Cabaret Voltaire, as well as around the globe. Adrian, we will start, and then Adrian's presentation is short, and then we will do a joint Q&A with Adrian and Eric, which I think there's a lot of crossover themes with what you're doing. Good morning, Adrian. It's very early for you, so thank you for joining us on a Sunday.
Good morning, Shwetal. Thank you for the invitation. It's nice to be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we just raise the volume a little bit, please, and then we're good. Thank you. Please start.
Okay. So, as my presentation is quite short, I would like to focus just on one topic of what I have been doing. And in the talks I have been giving about AI and art the last month in Bangladesh and India, and also now in Europe. And currently I'm not in Zurich, but in Timișoara in Romania. I'd like to travel back to a small lake in Switzerland, which you can see in the background over here of my screen. It is the lake of Bienne, which is also part of the Jura region. So, in the talks I have been giving about AI and art in the last month in Bangladesh and in India and also in Europe, and currently I'm here in Romania, in Timișoara, where I'm working as a curator for the next biennial Art Encounters next year. I like to travel back to a small lake in Switzerland, the Lake of Bienne, which you can see here in the background, which is also part of the Jura region in Switzerland. In this Jura region, not only absinthe is produced by locals and a great part of Swiss watchmaking comes from, but it's also the place where one of the first international anarchist organizations was formed, the Jura Federation. And even Mikhail Bakunin, one of the great-grandfathers of anarchism in the 19th century, was a member of this Jura Federation. And I imagined, while talking about AI, that AI might not only be meaning artificial intelligence, but also anarchist intelligence. And with this, it is not just about total chaos and vandalism, as one commonly misunderstands anarchism, but even if chaos is necessary to create a new and better order, like in a deep self-learning neural network, the anarchism I want to refer to is formed by anarchist, activist, and anthropologist David Graeber. He unfortunately died last year, and we are currently working on a project with his archive and his widow Nika Dubrovsky, who's also an artist. And for David Graeber, anarchism is about mutual aid, voluntary association, and self-organization. So it is basically an order that anthropologists find in many indigenous and native communities, and that also inspired Jean-Jacques Rousseau to talk about equality, freedom, and brotherhood in the romantic times of which this lake image is from. It was concepts that in Europe we weren't aware of, freedom, equality and brotherhood, because we were living in states of kings and queens and were basically slaves to them. The only non-anarchist idea or move in relation to artificial intelligence would be that there should actually be a ruler, given that the ruler is the human in the loop, especially when we talk about biases in AI systems. So, since we are kind of engaged in a dialogue here, I thought it might be interesting to take dialogue itself as a team. A lot of anarchist practice, at least the kind I think of is a quintessentially anarchist, revolves around a certain principle of dialogue. There's a lot of attention paid to learning how to make pragmatic, cooperative decisions with people who have fundamentally different understandings of the world, without actually trying to convert that to your or my particular point of view. So we can see that in the ancient world, be it in India or in China or in Greece, philosophy is always written almost exclusively in a form of dialogue, even if it is often a kind of dialogue where only one guy is doing 95% of the talking. Thought, self-reflective consciousness, that which we tend to see as making us truly human, is assumed to be a collective and political or dyadic, but something that almost by definition can't be done alone by oneself. Or rather, solitary reflection is usually the ultimate goal. The aim of philosophy of our ancestors was to cultivate oneself to the point where individual self-consciousness might be possible. In all different philosophical schools, from Buddhism to Stoicism, we can experience that they tend to employ different forms of meditation, diet, spiritual exercises as means of ultimately attaining the status of a sage who really could be a self-aware, self-conscious individual. But it is only by starting with dialogue that we have any chance of getting there. We need to understand as clearly as any way possible that dialogue is the only point of departure that can be taken, because we need to understand that the Christian thought has moved us away from dialogue. The French philosopher, mathematician, and scientist Descartes, a human being unnaturally driven by logic and rationality 3 centuries ago, had completely turned things around by starting with the self-conscious individual and only then asking how the individual can have any kind of communicative relation with anyone else. This glaring error, as one of my Dada saints would say, Hugo Ball, is the basis of all subsequent European philosophy. Today we can see how absurd this glaring error is, because even neuroscience shows that the ancients were right. Real thought is almost entirely dialogic. The cognitive scientists usually don't say it explicitly, but because for some reason they too have a strange mental block on conversation, but they do make it clear that what's called the window of consciousness, that time during which most of us actually are full self-aware and self-reflecting beings, is rare and brief. It averages around maybe 7 seconds. Otherwise, we are generally operating on autopilot. We can learn in an orgiastic symposium of dialogues with each other, but also with our ancestors, that the window of consciousness can be expanded eternally if we are talking to someone else. Of course, we can have conversation on autopilot too, but if we are really interested and engaged with someone else, we can maintain it for hours, that window of consciousness. The implications of this are profound, even though one rarely seems to acknowledge it. Most self-aware thought takes place at exactly the moment when the boundaries of the self are least clear. So we can not only find a way of how to collectively apart turn over the false nationalistic and romantic ideas of enlightenment that Jean-Jacques Rousseau discovered in this very lake here in the middle of this lake in a small rowing boat. Rousseau had there discovered the subject and the self in a state of reverie. In the dawn of modernity, his finding gave rise to romanticism and thus contributed to the formation of the societies in which modern man-woman lives today. Because he could not keep his humble discovery to himself, he created the romantic idea of the genius and creative human beings, but a century later would be the all-dominating imperative and dispositive in most of the liberal world. It is not by introspection, as Descartes and Rousseau, these romantic rationalists, want human beings to believe, that we reach the end point of every possible revolt against the tyranny of the real. The fleeting, complete relief from worry, stress, and reality is not gained by pure subjectivity that shines subversively and irresistibly from within ourselves, so we can become an exemplary good-for-nothing, unworldly, and unusable, more a kind of happy animal than superhuman, more a dreamer than character, more an emigrant than a do-gooder, more a vacationer than an entrepreneur. The entry into a state of exquisite uselessness in which we detach ourselves from our mundane, panicked identities, in which the freedom of unbridled imagination prevails, and in which we move far away from panic, is succeeded in the conquest of carelessness in dialogue with others, going beyond ourselves. So Graeber also tells us that from the societies of the Calcutta, we can learn that times of seasonal congregations are also ritual seasons, almost entirely given over to dances, rites, and dramas. Sometimes they can involve creating temporary kings, or these often these double bounds. Another case of hierarchy and propriety, as in the Inuit midwinter orgies. We can observe this dichotomy in festive life almost everywhere and at any time. And in these crazy carnivals in which everyone plays at turning the world upside down, we can ignite the spark of a political self-consciousness. With the carnival, we can imagine that other arrangements are feasible, even for society as a whole, since it is always possible to fantasize about the carnival bursting its seams and becoming the new reality. Like, for example, in Babylon, where we can hear the popular story of Semiramis, the eponymous servant girl convinced the Assyrian king to let her be queen for the day during some annual festival. She promptly had him arrested, declared herself empress, and led her new armies to conquer the world. We can also learn that from May Day, from 1 week ago, that May Day came to be chosen as the date for International Workers' Holiday, largely because many British peasant revolts have begun on that riotous festival. It seems that villagers who played Turning the World Upside Down periodically decide that they actually preferred the world upside down and took measure to keep it that way. When we travel again to the European Middle Ages, we can see that peasants often find it much easier than intellectuals to imagine a society of equals. We might start to begin to understand why. For the last 1,000 years of our own human history, carnivals played a role in fostering political self-consciousness and as laboratories of social possibilities. The first kings may have been play kings. They then became real kings, and today most existing kings and queens are reduced once again to play kings, mainly performing ceremonial functions and no longer wield real power.
We lost you there, Adrian.
Without fraternity or brotherhood, they were abbots of unreasoned Yuletide kings, and the like tended to be chosen either by election or by succession or lottery. The very form of collective decision-making, which we know today as democracy, that resurfaced apparently out of nowhere in the Enlightenment. For a great many societies, the festive year can be read as a veritable encyclopedia of possible political forms. And thus, the carnival of turning the world upside down can be our society of mutual aid, voluntary association, and self-organization. So this is my small input to the discussion about how we might get together and work together. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Adrian. We're going to do a joint Q&A with you and Eric. Eric, as you know, is the General Artistic Director of the New Institute in Rotterdam and touched upon some of the points that you've also been making. Thank you for your very articulate and eloquent historical synopsis of how we've got to this situation and also possibly how we may get out of this situation. Can we open this up to questions and comments? And also if you have questions and comments for each other. Great. I'd like to start with you, Eric, very quickly. And I think it speaks to what you were saying, Adrian, a little bit. This idea of top-down cultural production where build a museum, and then think about what you might put in there and who might come, as opposed to how you described the reverse engineering or more bottom-up approach, which I think was also very apparent in Parmesh's presentation of percolating from below and then building up. And also, Adrian, this idea of the Enlightenment and the Hegelian idea of categorization has led us to the sort of museumization of every facet of culture today. Where are we with this sort of historical moment in terms of how we are now thinking about institution building and how, Adrian, you're also thinking about AI and artificial intelligence and in the context of a technical university? So maybe, Eric, you can start and then perhaps, Adrian, you can follow up.
Yeah. Well, I think clearly there is a very, very I think museums have come to terms with the fact that they are that they arise from a colonial project, right? And also it's the colonial project that also has been tied to the ways in which we exploit not only people but also the planet and its resources, which then is related to. Which then takes us to the kind of crisis that we're in. You can't extricate capitalism and colonialism and museums. Quite frankly, they are incredibly intertwined. Now, that being said, you know, at a time when we're talking about like dismantling all sorts of institutions and structures and systems, you know, how do we sort of then, you know, the question is how do we then sort of reconfigure them or build something new out of them? And in that sense, I think museums can play a really important role because we have that space. I mean, both in the physical and kind of social and cultural sense, we are that space in which new things can be tried out. And that's why it's important for all of us to actually be using that space more, to be a bit bolder, to actually try things out, just not just sort of show things that are critical, not just to sort of have discussions where we problematize things. I mean, we don't need to problematize anymore. We know what the problems are. We've fleshed them out pretty well. We've unpacked as much as you can really unpack before asking yourself, okay, what next? How do you repack after you've unpacked everything.
Thank you. Adrian, just to follow up from that a little bit, you were previously at the Cabaret Voltaire, where Dadaism found its feet after the First World War, which very much attempted to turn things on their head and to rethink how society was functioning and so on. And here we are 100 years later, and we're sort of asking ourselves the same questions. How did you take that experience and now working in a very technical university that's a world leader in technology and robotics, artificial intelligence? How are you confronting some of the things that you brought up in your talk, some of the things that Eric has also brought up in his talk, and teaching and helping students and the next generation think about these things?
It is a bit ironic that I talk about dialogue and conversation, and I can hardly understand what you say, but that's how it works, no? I think there's like what I think, in the relation of Dada and AI, or Cabaret Voltaire and the AI Center where I'm working right now, I think what is interesting in the context of AI and art is that if you look at what the Dadaists and the avant-garde were doing 100 years ago, they had a similar, let's say, constellation of or fascination of technological progress. So AI we can understand as a very current, very urgent technological progress that is affecting most of society, and therefore it also is engaging a lot of different, or trying to engage a lot of different knowledge systems and approaches. And when we look at the Dadaists, they had, like, on the one side you have my colleagues, so to say, my ancestral colleagues in Cabaret Voltaire in the middle of the First World War, where they see how machines are basically killing human beings. Because in the First World War, it was like the war with the first mass killing machines, like tanks and submarines and gas bombs and so on. And on the other side of the Atlantic, you have some of the Europeans arriving in New York, like Francis Picabia or Marcel Duchamp and Man Ray. And they had a very big fascination for technological development and for the machines. So Francis Picabia, for example, when he said, like, more or less immediately on arriving in New York, that he wants to embrace the machine into his drawings, and started doing mechanomorph drawings. And for him, the machines, or maybe even, as he said in one of his quotes, he said, it's almost like the very soul of human being. And again, in this time, a little bit after the World War, we have on the one side the Russian constructivists and futurists who have the same kind of fascination for machines and for technological development. And in that sense, we might understand even Kazimir Malevich's Black Square as the last horizon, as a kind of movement of trying to go beyond this technological progress, to actually go be even faster or further. And also the Dadaists in Berlin, at one point, embraced art is dead, only the machine art vitally. So I think this is quite a nice parallel situation which we can look at. That's maybe one of my sicknesses I've developed in the last 15 years, to always refer to this time 100 years ago. But we have this war situation, which we have now here in Europe again, especially here in Romania, with Ukraine being very close. It is much, much more feelable. And we have this pandemic situation with the Spanish flu in 1918, and now kind of closing up here in 2022. And we have suddenly this embracement of AI and of new technologies. And I think what the only difference might be that today, and that's why I am working at the AI Center at the ETH in Zurich, is that suddenly, you could say, from the side of technology and science and maybe even business and industry, suddenly there's an interest in art, and they invited us to come and work at the AI Center and doing this together with an artist, Noura Al-Badri. And I think this is quite interesting in the sense that we are basically trying to go back to a time before this Lake Bien situation, before Romanticism, before industrialization, before this idea of European alienation, to basically bring art and science and entrepreneurship and so on together again. And in these discussions about AI and art, quite often think, and that's why I also refer to this moment here in the Lake Bien, that with this discovery of the self that Rousseau and Descartes and so on, this kind of wrong tuning of individualism, also these ideas of creativity and of genius started. In that sense, one can say the artist as a creative author was invented only like 200, 250 years ago. And maybe with the AI evolving in the context of art, we might even be able to get rid of not the artist, but get rid of the idea of genius and of creativity. So that's a little bit the goal or the direction I'm trying to go to with the work at the AI Center.
It's very, very interesting. Eric, would you like to respond? We're going to come to the end of this session in a couple of minutes, but I'd like to address this question of the humanism within technology and how an institute can perhaps tackle some of the very difficult questions around ethics and data, biases around technology, and how an institution, because what we hear from the tech companies is always very utopian, that technology is going to save the world, that it's going to make our lives easier, and we know that behind that is a much more complicated story. How do you at an institutional level obviously pay heed to technological advances, but at the same time take a sort of, I suppose, a critical approach, which is necessary, I hope?
When I was talking about the Zoop and these kinds of more than human discourses and voices that we're now kind of bringing into our own organizational practices, we actually include not just the birds and the bees and the microbes amongst the more than humans, but also AI, because AI does have its own sort of agency. And the point, as sort of scary as that might sound, it's sort of built on the notion that, and I don't know, Adrian, what your take on this is, but at least for me, AI is in fact only human. I mean, we know that AI is really more a mirror of ourselves and our own biases. We build in our own biases to AI than it is a kind of autonomous thing unto itself, or a kind of consciousness unto itself, separate from human influence. So in that sense, AI, and machine learning, all that stuff, it is as cultural as like human intelligence and human learning, and that is really the role, I think, of a cultural institution in kind of examining that, looking at that critically, and finding and working with designers and others in speculating what different scenarios might be, so that we can better understand and articulate what scenarios we want and what scenarios we don't want. And and this kind of goes back to your question about the big tech companies and their kind of techno-utopianism. Obviously, as you've implied, we all need to be careful about that, but we also need to be careful about looking at design and technology as providing solutions per se. At least within design, I think we used to talk a lot about design as being a problem-solving exercise, and we don't so much anymore, because I think we've been in some ways humbled. We've been humbled in that we realize that many of the problems that we're talking about are in fact too complex to be solved, that in solving something you often create all these sort of unintended consequences and knock-on effects One person's solution is another person's problem. So then the issue is not about solving problems, which is also why last night, I have this thing against manifestos right now. This is sort of related to that as well. But we need to start thinking more about design and our ways of addressing problems more in terms of constant negotiations and sort of navigating different circumstances and scenarios for the best possible outcome. Or, to go back to this, somewhat ironically, this famous techno-utopian Buckminster Fuller, who I quoted, so that you can do as little damage as possible and benefit as many as possible.
Thank you, Eric. I think we will end up. Ramesh, and then maybe Adrian, also final words from you, and then we will close up. Thank you.
Thanks. So to build on what you said with constant negotiations, I was really wondering, as you constantly negotiate, because in all the projects that you showed us, whether it is the latest one at the new museum with giving agency or sentience to non-humans, whether it is interjecting a video game, and we don't know how that's going to play out at the London Design Week, or repurposing all those government-funded buildings. How do you negotiate, when you negotiate on the side of, say, the speculative possibilities that may or may not go according to script, and your funders are very much people in positions of power and authority? What arguments do you use to convince them? Because we live in hierarchies where, the people who fund are the people in power and authority, and they make these decisions ultimately. What arguments do you use with them to convince them that they should see the world from your lens, even though the script may not play out exactly as they might want it to? Like, how do you convince them to allow you to do all this stuff?
Well, I think you know the answer through your own work, right? And also kind of this idea of negotiating and navigating, and also this sort of opportunistic approach that we both been kind of dancing around. I mean, when you're curating for a situation, you need to also find the right situation, and so So part of the navigation is like finding the right people with, the right values that you share, the same ideas that you or in order to convince people, you need to find people who are convincible, because some people just aren't, right? And for me, it's more effective. It's a much better use of time and energy with much better results if you kind of find situations that you think there's a possibility, rather than fighting an impossible one. Now, that doesn't mean that things are always easy. I mean, as I'm sure you can, I can tell you a gazillion horror stories and sob stories and all the evenings spent, all the sort of sleepless evenings. But yeah, and I think that is also. What am I trying to say? Yes, somehow it all works out. It's about finding the right situation.
Yeah.
Adrian, some closing remarks from you, and then we'll let you get on with your Sunday morning.
Thank you. I don't know if I have any final remarks from here, but I might answer a little bit to the question you asked before, because I think you were talking about this, how would you say, the promise of AI and of technologies to basically solve a lot of the problems that we have, or to even make us obsolete in terms of work, so we can maybe work less. And this is a very old promise that has always been around since the beginning of industrialization. And it seems that we just have more work now, because we have a lot more, as David Graeber would also say, bullshit jobs to do. So we need to organize stuff. We are like, how to say, the whole management sector has grown, the so-called service sector. So I think it's, in a way, there's a lot of promise in AI, a lot of hope also, but also fears. But I think what is important to kind of state is also what at the AI Center is a little bit the direction that they want to go with in terms of AI, is to think of AI more as a collaborative AI, and not as an autonomous AI in the sense of replacing human beings, because AI won't can't replace human beings, and it also won't solve the problems that we have as human beings in living together, because it's still the human being or us humans that are the problems and not the technology in that sense. So the idea of the AI Center in the research and in the development that we're going to is to work on this collaborative AI, where AI and a human being play chess together and maybe beat then the just simple AI chess player or Go player, for example. So yeah, maybe the closing statement would be the human beings are still the problem, not the technology.
Thank you. Good end. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, Adrian, for your time this morning.
Thank you for inviting me.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Letting me zoom in quickly.
Yeah, great. Have a good day. Next, we have Divya Bhatia.
We would like to invite Divya Bhatia now. His topic is International Partnerships in Festivals, Music and Applied Theatre, Artistic and Production Challenges. A little brief about him. Divya is a versatile arts professional with experience across a variety of disciplines. He is an independent festival programmer and producer, performing arts consultant and actor. Among his many designations, he is currently artistic director and producer of Jodhpur RIF, that is Rajasthan International Folk Festival, India's premium folk, jazz, roots music festival. He is also visiting faculty for applied theatre at Royal Central School of Speech and Drama, London and India partner for their international collaborative outreach program. He regularly presents and produces international music and theatre projects out of India. Over to you, Divya.
Yeah. Thank you, Reena, and thank you, Shwetal, for the invitation, of course, to come and speak here. It's been very, very interesting, enlightening, and just off the top, for some reason, I'd either have my presentation or my remote, so I'm waiting for somebody to give me the tools so I can proceed. But in the meantime, I had some thoughts because of the last two presenters, which I really enjoyed what they were saying. I think it was Adrian who mentioned Descartes, who came up with that phrase, I think, therefore I am. And I think there's a problem there, right? I was also reminded when I was listening to both Eric and Adrian of Albert Camus and the entire existential philosophical tradition. Albert Camus wrote a book called The Myth of Sisyphus. And the myth of Sisyphus, of those who don't know, it's a Greek myth where somebody, Sisyphus, is condemned to roll a boulder up to the top of a hill, only to know that when he lets go of the boulder, it's going to roll back down. And it was Jean-Paul Sartre, in the same tradition, who said hell is other people, right? Now, what does all this mean to us? Towards the end, Adrian said it's the human, right? That's the problem. And interestingly, the existential thought also said that man has no option but to think like man. It's anthropomorphic, right? Which means all he can do is ask the universe for what is the meaning of his life, and all he will receive is silence. So, on that note, so where do I point this? Yeah, I don't know why the laptop is not here. Maybe because they are using it. It's okay, if this works, then you can keep the laptop. So thank you very much once again for having me here. I just have one little comment to make. I'm not really professor of applied theatre. I'm visiting faculty. Slight change because I don't really see myself as a teacher. I'm very conscious of such terms, but I have to credit Shwetal and thank you for giving me that designation. Right, right. Um, Okay, now while I'm supposed to be speaking more about my work with music, festivals, and applied theatre, what I really want to do is begin by admitting that I've always been a closet environmentalist. Now I say that because many years ago, 20 years ago, I thought I landed the project of a lifetime. And I want to begin by speaking about that project. It was 20 years ago. It was my first international project as a professional in the arts. It was a garden project in the middle of Glasgow City. And my job was to oversee the project. I didn't look at everything. I designed the ecological and philosophical principles that would inform the landscape architects and the artists. And then I played mentor to the artists. This article is from a Scottish newspaper, 2002. If you read the stuff, I mean, if this is not collaboration, what is? Right? If it does not marry the environment and the art, sorry, I'll go back to that for a second. What is? The gardens will reflect the nature of the site. It was an industrial site that we were converting to a garden. Wild, part post-industrial and part horticultural. It used to be a nursery. It then became a chemical factory. It was bombed in the Second World War and was left derelict for 40 years until we chanced upon it. They're called the hidden gardens. I mean, Eric was talking about Zoop. How do you say it? Yeah. And I was like, so interesting that you're sort of towards the end of your presentation, that's what you're referring to. And I'm beginning my presentation with the gardens. So if you go to Glasgow City, to the Tramway Theatre, you will find behind the Tramway Theatre is this 2-acre garden that we've created out of the industrial site. This is just to give you an idea of the kinds of artworks that were part of the garden. So the idea was that everything that exists on that site is a seed for what that site can become. And all we had to do was work with that site. But one of the things that came up earlier in that Scotland Herald article was the fact that I had been working on a large-scale ecological project. And that actually began 5 years prior to this, which is what helped me work on this project. These were the other artworks. So this was a garden which was meant to be a place for art and creativity. Now, mind you, I'll just remind you, this was 20 years ago. The garden opened in 2003. And it was Scotland's first garden dedicated to peace, because that was the year the UK entered the war on Afghanistan. So this is very collaborative. Now, this was 20 years ago, and like I said, I thought I landed the project of a lifetime. What would I be doing after this? I could bring in all my work around theatre. I could bring in all my work about natural farming and my interest in philosophy and spirituality. But hey, that was 20 years ago, right? In one of Parmesh's slides, I saw one of the alumnus saying, what were they really good at? Hindsight 21/20, right? Something like that. Yeah, that's life. So this was another collaboration which has been a troublesome one. 24 people from Mumbai getting together, buying 65 acres of land and regrowing a forest. We've held that land together for almost 30 years now without a border and without a fence. And it's becoming very hard to do that because now we are the only forest left in that area and people want our wood. So now we're going to have to protect it to refuse people entry to a space that we wanted everyone to be part of. So you see, it says from harvesting rain and reviving wells to showcasing the tribal flavors of the forest, Vanwadi is far more than a digital detox destination. So this is another project. This began even before I did the garden. This was about 1995. This is what it looks like in January this year. It's an Adivasi family. The woman in the middle is 80 years old and she took us on a forest foods walk, all of which you will not find in any market anywhere. Interestingly, talking about architecture, since we are thinking about design, I put in this slide. So this is actually a mezzanine made out of khatia. So you can actually sleep on it. We can accommodate 40 people in this open house that has no walls, no doors. That's what the house looks like. It's completely traditional. The floor is made out of cow dung. We have to, every few months, we have to change that. But why am I talking about all this? What's this got to do with what I'm really here to talk about? But we'll come to that later. So I live in Mumbai, and I work in Mumbai and in Jodhpur, which is in Rajasthan, northwestern India. And initially, I'm going to be talking about a music festival that I run and the work I do around it. And then I will come back to Mumbai to talk about some applied theatre. Now, this is Rajasthan. Any guesses where? Has anyone here been to Rajasthan apart from the few experts we have here? Yes? Okay. So this is, sorry? No? Where is this? It's the only green bit that we have in Rajasthan. So actually Udaipur. Udaipur is the city in India that's known as the city of lakes, the lake city. Funny, in Rajasthan, you have a city of lakes. Vasai Nala Sopara has 108 lakes, but nobody calls it the city of lakes. But this is really what we associate Rajasthan with. It's semi-arid desert land. And you all know the camel, right? But interesting, in this barren landscape, you see this, right? This is not just tourism. This is traditional culture. Right? This is called Ghorband. It's the decoration on a camel's back for the groom before the groom actually sits on it. It's been co-opted into tourism as so much else is. And there are songs about this, wonderful songs. So my work is really with the folk musicians of Rajasthan. And what I'm going to lay out for you is a bit of a context, why we did the festival, what is the work that we do, and eventually, of course, the challenges that we face. And I'll do something similar with the work around applied theatre. I'm not going to read through this. I'd love you to have a look. I'm just going to highlight a few points. I think the last line is very telling, that Rajasthan, India's folk music is pretty much unknown in the mainstream, nationally and internationally. This is with reference to what was happening in 2007, which is, what, 15 years ago? Most of you, everyone was born then, right? We don't have anybody younger than 15 here. Okay. Interestingly, in 2007, the focus has been on crafts, not on music. Always crafts, always the tangible. I'm talking about official government focus. Never, ever music. I remember meeting the national skills, there's some national skills outfit program, government program in Delhi, and they had this program to build skills for the urban poor. And I said, what's this about? And they said, you know, there are performers, jugglers, acrobats from villages who come to the city and they perform on the streets to earn some money. So we are going to skill them up so they can actually earn more money. So I said, but if you did that in the village, they probably wouldn't even come to the city. Oh, we don't have anything for that, right? It's the state of the nation. But interestingly, if you look there, the challenges are many. People see folk music as being of an aesthetic. Kalyanji was talking about it very wisely yesterday. The aesthetic is outdated. People see that as a problem. Folk performing arts definitely are being neglected. But more importantly, the artistry in the folk is just not understood. Not understood in the tribal. Modernity has no space for this. So this, I don't know how many people are aware, but pretty much all folk artists in India are either low caste or are Muslim. That's how we see it. That's how we classify it. So this I'm laying out for you what it was like 15 years ago when there was no Jodhpur Riff, the music festival I run. And most importantly in all of this, it came in earlier slide, that nobody recognized who a folk musician was. Nobody in the nation could point or even name a folk artist. There was no folk studio to spread any of this. So that was the scene with the folk. What was Jodhpur like in 2007? This was Jodhpur, right? It was not a tourist destination, but it was a half-a-day halt. So when we said we were going to do a folk music festival in Jodhpur, people thought we were crazy. It's like Parmesh doing a Godrej Culture Lab in Vikhroli or KCC being built over here. Why would you do it there? Why not in Bombay? Why not in Delhi? And why folk? What is folk? Folk is dead, I was told. And this is only 15 years ago. So this was the problem with Jodhpur, was the fort, which actually is our site, because there was no relationship between the fort and the city. The city did not believe that the fort was theirs. It believed that the fort belonged to royalty and to rich people, and it was for tourists. You went into the museum once, saw it, and left and came back. That was it. So what were our challenges? Here were our challenges. How to build a new ecosystem narrative for Rajasthan's folk music across the world when people didn't know anything about it. And secondly, what would it take for Jodhpur to embrace a roots culture as a city? You have to understand, you know the phrase, Ghar ki murgi dal barabar? Anybody knows the phrase? Yeah, some people are nodding their head. Yeah. So folk in Jodhpur and Rajasthan was Ghar ki murgi dal barabar. Folk music, okay, pay for it, F off, right? That was how it was. So we had to come up with some interesting strategies and some interesting ways of doing this. And this is what we started doing. Now, some of the things you will recognize, such as reduce the complimentary or VIP ticket culture. You know, this is prevalent in North India. It's not so prevalent in Mumbai, but it's huge in North India. So the idea that you would do something in a palace and have people pay money to come and see, no, if we enter the palace, we are going to be invited. So you had judges, military officers calling up to say, where's my VIP ticket? That was how it was when we started. But the main thing was we want to partner with the city. It was a collaboration, but not in actual engagement. It was about us not doing things that the city did. If the city had tourist agencies, we wouldn't partner with them. By not partnering with them, we were actually giving them the freedom to do what they wanted. So we did not partner with a travel agency, but we partnered with hotels, taxi services, etc., to try and build a relationship with the city. We put the folk musician at the core of the festival, right in the center. Nothing else mattered, right? And we did give them the idea that, hey, if sometimes you want to see a folk artist, you have to pay. There's no way you can get it. No VIP ticket will get you in. And what we wanted to do was the Jodhpur culture was the Jodhpur riff culture. For those of you who don't know, the word riff means a tune on a guitar. It's a riff. So Jodhpur riff was a Jodhpur tune. But riff also originally stood for the Rajasthan International Folk Festival. So originally we called it the Rajasthan International Folk Festival. But folk was such a bad word in this country that we changed it to Jodhpur riff in the second year. Respect, recognition, and reward. Now, this was critical. I'll give you an example. Folk musicians were not allowed through the front entrance of the Umaid Bhavan Palace. If you were a folk musician or a tribal artist, you couldn't come in the front door. You had to go in the back, right? You had to use the staff entrance. If you performed at a wedding, you could perform, but you couldn't hang out with the audience. You couldn't eat with the audience. This is 2007, 2008, 15 years ago. Happy to say that all that's changed now, but it was a lot of work. And this is what was important, that the folk is now, not something of the past, it's global and is valued. Now, Jodhpur is natural, it's low footprint, it's ecologically connected. The moon, the sun, the past, the future. I'll tell you a little bit more about it, but just note these things. These are important things. But before that, before we get into the city, I want to show you a little clip of something that we do in the villages. Kalyanji mentioned that yesterday, that hey, you've got to take this to the people. They shouldn't be coming to your city and watching it. So this is what we've been doing. So could we have that first YouTube clip, please? And maybe switch off some of the lights? Or is it on this laptop? Is it on this laptop? No, the video.
Dream of asking. Things like that are too sacred. It's not a performance, not entertainment.
Mamta, just wondering, by when will you finish the design? Tomorrow? No, it has to go into print today then. Okay, Mamta, thanks. Bye. We have some chakri dancers, we have Kalbelia, about 180 artists. Variety show, absolutely.
You can sing some really naughty songs as well.
Absolutely.
John's foundation has proved that there are plenty of traditional acts which can pull the crowds. As well as the international festival, BRIF, they organise village festivals to build that all-important local audience.
What's really amazing is that the stage that we are on has been specifically built for this event. Somebody who used to be a part of this village made it big. He lives in Belgium now. He agreed to actually pay for this stage.
Yes.
The angle is a little off, but it's great. It's fantastic. We're thrilled. We love it.
The village seems charged up. They want it. So we'll get it done.
The performers have come from all over Rajasthan.
From the artist's point of view, it's taken them 9 hours to get here. So they would never be able to meet artists from other parts. So this becomes like a brotherhood now.
8,000 people are here from the villages and towns round about. People brought up knowing these traditions and who understand the words of the songs.
Most of the artists traditionally performed in their own village settings. Some of them would have patrons who would invite them over to perform for them. The traditional settings are beginning to dwindle and fall apart. So for us, coming in it is an intervention. The idea behind these village festivals is about cultivating new audiences. The audiences who would be coming here otherwise would be sitting in front of the television sets.
What's happened in our society is we've become segregated. So there's no occasion to sort of hang out together. For a Muslim guy to be with a Hindu or with a one caste to be meeting another. If there was a cobbler, you went to him to get your shoes made, and you'll have to have about 4 sittings with him. You came to know his daughter, he came to know about your son, etc. So there was an opportunity to interact. Well, now the shoe comes ready-made. So this is one way of bringing the entire village together. Now they'll have 3-4 hours for positive vibrations. And hopefully they'll go back friends.
In its modest way, theirs really is a visionary idea.
So that was the village. Let's go to the city. What was Jodhpur in the city? This was what Jodhpur was, the city. It was intimate, it was diverse, it was unique, it was magical. But more importantly, the purpose was to facilitate acknowledgement and recognition for the folk musician. The rest you can see. So we made Jodhpur a destination. I'm going to show you some images so you have an idea what it looks like and feels like. But this is really what it was, and its heart was international collaborations. The amount of collaborations Jodhpur has done as a music festival, no other festival in India has. So a lot of women musicians, which otherwise you don't really get to see. The traditional masters, this is a gentleman who won the Padma Shri this year. He was actually awarded the Padma Shri last year, but the citation was given to him this year. Lakha Khan. And indigenous artists. They're both in the village, the same artists we see in the village that we would see here. We have a dedicated children's program, the only music festival in India that has it. 4,000 school children get complete exposure. But more importantly, the artists get a chance to engage with young people who are not from their own communities, which never really happens. This is just images from there, all kinds of performers. Interaction with some traditional, this is a community called the Raika. They're the only camel herding community left in Rajasthan. Their red turbans are 22 yards long. They have songs for camels when they're pregnant, songs to help the camel birth. They actually use the cloth to lead the camels, to cover the camels during a sandstorm. It's just this, and this is the only community left. In a lot of traditional songs, you'd hear the word Raika. Raika were the couriers. If a lover wanted to send a message to somebody, to her or his lover, it would be the Raika who would carry it. Now they survive by selling camel products. Because really, I mean, who's looking after their camels? Just them. It's a very, very tiny community left. But at the festival, you get a chance to engage and meet and interact with these artists. Workshops. And some very unusual traditions. I don't know if you know this, but we have a tradition across India of male dancing where men dress up as women and dance. It's across India. Rajasthan is peak at it, right? So our festival is flooded with these male dancers. They dance all our disco, or not disco, but our DJ nights, etc. in the audiences. They are across there and they will get up. In Rajasthan, there's a saying in Marwari, traditional saying, which says if you feel like dancing and don't dance, it's a sin. Right? So at the festival, people dance anywhere and everywhere all the time. This, I had to put in, this is a very close friend of mine. I don't know if you know Queen Harish is the first fantastic male dancer that I've come across, was a close friend of mine. He unfortunately passed away 2018. Collaborations, and that's really what I'm here to talk about, is collaborations. So this is another article that came out in 2012. What was this? This was the Cabinet Secretary for Culture and External Affairs of Government of Scotland signing an agreement with the Maharaja of Jodhpur, or witnessing the agreement being signed by two festivals collaborating with each other. That was the first time when folk musicians were allowed into the Umaid Bhavan Palace, So you see the Maharaja of Jodhpur, there's the Minister, External Affairs, there's Donald Shaw, who runs the Northern Hemisphere's largest winter music festival in Glasgow. Now, as a part of this collaboration, there's artists collaborating, there's festivals collaborating, there's important administrators collaborating. And this was a collaboration that lasted 6 years, with numerous performances being brought to Rajasthan, taken to Scotland, and being developed. This is actually a Scottish group rehearsing with a Rajasthani group. This happened over 2 years. Performances at Jodhpur. Now you're going to catch a glimpse of this is what Jodhpur looks like as a festival, and eventually led to the release of an album in Scotland, right? Now all this has a trickle-down effect towards the artist, of course, but it puts the artist at the center. This is also, I don't know if you noticed, but you notice the writing, the Hindi over there. I'll come to that in a moment, and we'll begin to understand the challenges that we face with these international collaborations of a different kind. This was an Australian collaboration. This again at the fort, at the festival. We develop all these projects at the festival. This was an album. Can you see how Blue City is written in Hindi? What's the problem there? So one of the big challenges of doing international collaborations is the use of fonts on different computers, right? Minor, but it can prove to be quite problematic. But this was an early collaboration, which is also an album released in Australia. This is an award-winning album. This is a Grammy Award winner, Rocky Downey. This is Wouter Kellerman, another Grammy Award winner, who collaborated with Ricky Cage of Bangalore, and they won the Grammy in 2018. These are all music collaborations that we've been doing for a long time. This is again in Scotland. This is a Trad Fest. This is Mohammed Muneem, who's an artist from Kashmir, collaborating with Scottish storytellers and musicians. That was the project we did. Now notice what's wrong in that poster. The spelling that's off. Hindu. So the person who was designing the poster in Scotland didn't know the difference between Hindi and Hindu. They put Hindu there. Hey, we live this. These are some of the tricky, but we'll get more and more difficult as time goes. This was another festival. This was collaboration with the Commonwealth Games that we did in 2018. This is a massive, massive production. This is collaborating with artists across Commonwealth countries, 60 artists. There's a big bang. This was actually the closing ceremonies night before of the Commonwealth Games. This is with Wales. These are collaborations. All our work puts the folk artist in the middle of it, and these are global collaborations that we are working on. These are images from the collaboration. And this is our most current one, which we are undergoing with a festival in Wales. It's festival with festival, it's artist with artist, and it's Jodhpur for the British Council doing a major project, which is about 70,000 pounds. This is to create an animation film, a performance, an installation, which will be both presented at the Welsh Millennium Centre and at Jodhpur Riff. And this was a project we did with Ireland, because they also, Mehrangarh means the fort of the sun or citadel of the sun. And in Ireland, they also have an ancient fort of the sun. This is a collaboration with Indian outfits with the Reunion Island. Ioma is the Indian Ocean music market. But I'm going to move on quickly. This was with the British Council in March last year. So here's the collaboration strategy. I've been told I have only 5 minutes, so I'm going to quickly gloss through this. But you can see the kinds of projects that we're doing, and we've been doing consistently for the last 15 years. What are the outcomes? This is something hopefully we get a chance to talk about at some point. But these are really the outcomes, and the most important is self-esteem and confidence. What's the vision behind doing collaborative work? Is it to achieve something? But what about the person who's actually in the center of it? What it does for them is very, very critical, particularly because of the work that we do. These are the challenges. Now, one of the things I want to raise, which I spoke about earlier, I don't know if people know this, but folk musicians don't see themselves as artists. So when they're meeting with international artists, the sense of I is so strong that it becomes a challenge when you're working with them, right? That's a big challenge. Going forward, it's going to get worse. I'm speaking a lot of this from the folk musician's perspective, but also as a producer, the challenges we face. How do you lead a shared experience? I mean, we've been party to one. What does that mean, to lead a shared experience? What does it mean to facilitate a shared experience? What is your job as a facilitator? When Eric and I were speaking yesterday, it was like, these are not easy and they will not get any easier. It's only going to get harder to do all this. So we really need to think about why we do what we do. Who are we? Who am I? Not as a Descartesian idea of I think, therefore I am. But now some images of Jodhpur. So you see, this is our dawn concert. We begin at 5 o'clock. And this is something to understand. I spoke about ecology earlier. So the entire festival is designed with the movement of the moon and the sun. It's the way in which we actually engage with the environment and get the entire audience to engage with the environment as an integral part of the festival. So you're at the festival from dawn till next dawn. So it's 4 days and nights. And this is an institution without walls, the festival, right? It's an institution, but there are no walls. Parmesh spoke about a pop-up one day. This is like a pop-up, 5 days. It's a pop-up. We're doing it for 15 years. This is later on in the morning at the dawn concert. And that building there, this of course at dusk. So you see the space when the sun is coming up and when the sun is going down and the moon comes up. That's the space. The mistake that Satyajit Ray made was that he made a film on the Jaisalmer fort and not the Mehrangarh fort. Otherwise, people have been all going to the fort in Jodhpur instead of stopping there for half a day and heading on to Jaisalmer. Satyajit Ray, I have a complaint with the man. I'm grateful that he's around here today so I can echo and voice it loudly on speaker. This is a night concert, free concert for the city. So the entire first day is a free concert for the city. Daytime is for school children, evening is for the people. We put in an array of artists, almost between 200 to 300 traditional musicians, but also a lot of international musicians. We set them in as natural a context in that site as possible, so that the artist and the audience get the best experience that that moment can provide them. We will light up the space, but the focus will be the artist. And nobody can get onto stage X except for the artist. No speech, nothing is done from stage. It's always off stage. And we present masters in a way that nobody does. These are 6 kamaichas in a row. You'll never get to see this. I don't know if you know this, but we have hundreds of thousands of master musicians in this country whom nobody's even heard of. International collaboration, some images of the, as the night progresses at the festival, what happens? This is a doctor from San Francisco, from the People's Republic of San Francisco, who actually is a fantastic singer-musician with a band called Rupa and April Fishes. This is an artist who's no more from Reunion Island. This is the audience. This is Manu Chao, for those of you who know who Manu Chao is. This is a night. We have a desert park, rock and desert park just outside the fort. We do a midnight concert, all acoustic, no microphones. We get 200 to 400 people who come in and they can hear every single artist's instrument and voice without a problem. And this is what it looked like in 2013. This is actually not a filter. This is actually what it looks like, the fort. But quickly, because I have probably just a minute or so, I'm going to breeze through something else. I'm also a facilitator, I'm an actor, and I teach applied theater. This is in Mumbai. It's a fishing village called Varli Koliwada. These are the people we were working with. I'm going to take you directly to the images so you know where it is. So you see that blue dot, that's where my place is. This is the sea link that's there in Mumbai, and you see that little bit called Worli Fort that's sticking out? That's Worli Koliwada, completely neglected and forgotten by the city because the city just moves right beyond it. So that's the sea link that you see there. They still try and fish. It's a difficult life for them because there are trawler fishing now that doesn't allow them. So they have to go very far into the sea to actually catch their fish. This is unholy. You see, until the sea link came, nobody even noticed that there were people living there. They're a forgotten bunch of people. This is in the heart of Mumbai city. So what is our approach to applied theatre? We were talking to somebody, I think Kalyanji mentioned Forum Theatre and Sanjoyda and Jana Sanskriti in West Bengal, working with farmers. That's actually a form of applied theatre. And this is the work that we do, and this is what we see as being applied theatre. And this is what we did. It was a research and development project, which we tied up with the Global Challenges Research Fund, which is based out of the UK, and the Royal Central School for Speech and Drama UK, which has ex-students like Laurence Olivier and Judi Dench and Graham Norton, Andrew Garfield, etc. But also collaborated with a contemporary space in Mumbai called G5A. And it's a black box space. And we did development work with the artists, both inside, that is in their village setting, as well as in G5A. This is in Worli Koliwada. I agree with Kalyanji completely about taking things to the people, not just taking them for people in the cities, and that's a lot of the work I do. Sorry, it's got a hung, I think. This is in the theatre. So collaboration, even in this space, is critical because it is participant-centric. And that's the same philosophy that we used for Jodhpur Riff, which was artist-centric. We wouldn't put the audience at the center of the experience. It's the performer who's at the center of this, or the participant. But anyway, these were the noteworthy outcomes, etc. And of course, a lot of the challenges are the same. And I think this is the point I want to make. Whether it was working with the environment and the garden, whether it was doing Jodhpur Riff as a festival, or whether it is working with applied theatre in these settings, your core challenges of collaboration will always remain the same. Anyway, these are other applied theatre projects I've done, including a fantastic project on Robben Island, where I got to direct a show in Nelson Mandela's cell. That was one of the first projects in applied theatre I did. And here are some images of the projects. This was a group of sex workers in Sangli. Parmesh, that's the Dola Re Dola song that I was telling you about. And this was with a giant puppet theatre company out of Australia called Snuff Puppets. But that's it. Thank you very much. Taken a lot of your time.
Thank you, Divya.
And I leave you with this quote. The real voyage of discovery, not in seeking landscape, but in having new eyes. That's it, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we're short of time, Divya, we will take the questions together after the next speaker. Before we move on to the next speaker, I just want to share one thing that in the year one, we were in the physical space, and then pandemic happened, and year two was a new thing, moving everything online. And third year was little hybrid, which means little physical, still lot of online. And today we are doing 2 days of conference where we are having physical, then online, then mix of physical and online. And I can understand the struggle the IT team is going through because it is a first time experience for them for 2 days of constant understanding. Now we have to put this, now we have to put that. So let's give them a big round of applause for bearing up and doing a great job. This is a moment for change. I think after this conference, we'll be much more equipped to handle such large days with shifting this, shifting that, bringing this person, and sometimes people don't join. You have to call them. They are joining either by the audience link, not by the speaker link, and things like that. So there's a lot going behind. So let's a little bit be patient with them, because they're also learning and understanding what's going on with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to all the technical team. And Eric said earlier, I think in institutions such as this, we can experiment, we can make mistakes, and we just get up and try again. Slight change to the schedule before we have Pauline Laravois. I hope I'm saying that properly. We're going to have Gurudas Nulkar after your session and after a Q&A with Divya and Pauline. And before lunch, we're going to have half an hour with Gurudas on an initiative that he's going to explain, which is hopefully an outcome. And we want all of you, particularly all the young people, we're going to crowdsource your ideas and we're going to do something with them.
Recording in progress.
So be patient with us. That'll eat into the lunchtime, pardon the pun. You'll have a shorter lunchtime, but I hope it's worth it. And so let's carry on. Now I introduce Pauline Laravois. Her topic is Embracing Collaboration to Unleash Collective Intelligence and Accelerate Change. Pauline is an alumni of HEC Paris and is currently the Sustainability Director of the educational conglomerate Techno India Group, and is intimately associated with community-based ventures like Y East and Youth for Sustainability India Alliance. Her expertise in social impact assessment, among other things, allowed her to be deeply involved in supporting social enterprise and NGOs from a very early stage in her life. Welcome to KCC. The floor is yours. Thank you, Pauline.
This is not my slides. This is not my slides. Bonjour, everybody. Hello. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and you pronounced my last name perfectly. Thank you. While I am waiting for the slides that I provided, just a few words of introduction. I'm really happy to be here in front of all of you. My name is Pauline. I have been living in Kolkata for the past 4 years. And I am associated with a lot of different ventures locally with this passion of mine, which is community building. It really stems from, so we heard from the past speaker about collaborations in the artistic space. This is very much what I'm focusing on, but with a focus on sustainability, right? There are many ways in which we can define, yes, thank you, these are the good ones, in which we can define sustainability. I will try to cover it quickly, but I think all of us, mostly in this room, would know or understand what sustainability is all about. Can you tell me if either yesterday or today somebody talked about the SDGs yet? Okay. I will go through all of that. I'm just going to show you that first. Raise your hand if you're aware of this framework. Yes, great. Keep this one in mind because it's going to be my thread for the day. This is called the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, right? It was a framework that was issued by the United Nations in 2015, and it's basically a list of 17 commandments that we need to follow individually and collectively in order to reach a stage of a sustainable society and environment. So if we go through that, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, and so on and so forth. The one thing that I want you to remember about this framework is that when we talk about sustainability, we're not talking only about environmental sustainability. I am not here only to tell you about nature and biodiversity and pollution. These are super important and definitely part of the framework, as you can see, for example, with number 13, number 14, number 15. But sustainability is also a matter of social issues, and both of them are actually very interlinked, right? So gender equality, quality education, no poverty, reduced inequalities, all of this is a lot more social than environmental. But at the core of that is, of course, the interconnectedness between the social and the environmental, knowing that humans are animals at the end of the day, and we are part of our environment. So where to start? This is a big agenda, We are sitting in Kolkata today, and Kolkata is very uniquely positioned in this climate vulnerability map, right? We know about cyclones, we know about storms that are increasing in numbers and intensity. We know about rising sea levels, we know about air pollution. We know about social inequalities and all of that is, striking the city. And this is a really, really broad agenda. Tell me if you have the solution to reaching no poverty. I have no clue myself. Do we have the solution to end hunger? Good health and well-being. Let's talk about the pandemic here. Are we well positioned? Did we find all of the solutions that we need to make sure everybody has good healthcare, physically and mentally? Not equipped yet. Not equipped yet, right? So my unique point here today, and I'm going to go through other details, but the message here is there is no way we can reach and achieve the SDGs if we don't do it together. I don't have the solutions myself. I am clueless. But maybe Karuna, you have other elements, and Ajay, you do as well, right? Lata, you probably do as well. And we need to talk to each other to discover what we know and what our competencies are, each of us, to be able to make a difference at scale. These topics are way too complex to have and to bring a simple solution to it. It has to go through collaboration. So keep this SDG picture in mind. And if you don't know about this, please, put it into your room, into your offices. This is really an interesting vision, and we need to think long-term. We need to have this vision as the end goal. Before I go back to this, okay. Let me just try to figure out how to move back to my slides. Can somebody help? If there's a clicker or something, the arrows don't work somehow. Let's go back to the early slides. Okay, works. Okay. So today, as I was telling you, topic is embracing collaboration to unleash collective intelligence and accelerate change. I don't know if you've heard about this experiment. So these are a couple of jars of gumballs. And experiments were made to try and find out what the power of collective intelligence was, right? So, sir, how many gumballs do you think there is in the first jar? 200? Okay, sir over there, how many you think? 500? Okay. You, sir, in blue? In the jar on the left, how many do you think? 300. Okay. Well, if I keep going with all of you today here in the audience, you make the average, and we're going to get it right. You said 200, you said 500, you said 300. Make the average of everybody in a decent crowd. We managed to reach crowd wisdom, right? That is, accumulatively, we put our ideas together, we do the average, and we're going to reach to very close to what the truth is. Of course, it depends on the number of people in the crowd and the diversity of people in the crowd and social biases and influences that can be there for sure. But if we manage to get a diverse, representative crowd, we'll get to the right number, more or less. And when I discovered about this experiment, I was mind blown by that. And I think the discovery through that experiment can apply to a lot of different things when we try to, say, achieve the SDGs. I can't do it, but you're going to give me an idea. We're going to brainstorm, and we're going to reach out to something that is closer to a good solution than compared to if my only brain was trying to solve the problem, right? So crowd wisdom, collective intelligence is what we're going to talk about. Things that we can only do together that no isolated person or organization could do on its own. And the SDGs is definitely a framework where it applies. Right? We live in such a complex world that simple solutions with one organization that implements one thing is not going to reach out to the potential that we need to reach in order to solve the SDGs. I'm just going to tell you quickly about the different organizations that I'm associated with. So before I moved to Kolkata, as was mentioned, I was very lucky to enter HEC Paris. And again, lucky twice, because this university in Paris offers you the opportunity to take a gap year off your studies, during which we travel the world for social impact assessment studies for not-for-profits. And I was twice lucky, the second reason being they have a master's degree in sustainability and social innovation. And by the time I finished my master's degree, I knew I wanted to work in the education space, or at the crossroads of education and sustainability, making sure that our educational institutions especially talk about the 17 SDGs, talk about sustainability, and that our brains and the brains of future professionals actually understand that we need brains and hands more and more to solve the SDGs. And that in your career ambition, not only should you aim at decent earnings, of course it is important, but also at having a purpose and a meaning into the job that you will eventually choose. Right? Moved to Kolkata, knew I wanted to be working in the education space, joined Techno India Group, as most of you may know, as sustainability director. And since then I've been preaching about the SDGs in the corridors of Techno India Group institutions. The thing is, I came to Kolkata, I didn't know anybody, nobody, except my now family-in-law that has welcomed me here for the past 4 years. And I was frustrated to not know where to find sustainability professionals that were already trying to make a change on the SDG agenda. It was a long journey until I could find all of these professionals, and I wish I could have found such a network in a more turnkey, ready-made manner when I arrived, which is where I co-founded WISE, which is an aggregating platform of 165 organizations working towards the SDGs in East and Northeast India. And then, I'm not going to tell you all about this, but basically Learning Planet is also an organization that I'm associated with, based in Paris, gathering around 300 organizations working in the space of education for sustainability. The Youth for Sustainability India Alliance, as it says, is basically a pan-India alliance of around 50 members that are working towards SDG 12 and 13, that is responsible consumption and production and climate action, leveraging the power of the youth in the country, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Wiki, as you may know, is a women's chamber of commerce and industry. Almost all of these ventures I'm associated with have one point in common. They gather organizations. This is not something that we easily do or think. Usually, if you're a professional or a student, you're going to think, I'm going to associate myself to one company. And this company will have products and services. That is it. Collaboration? I'm not sure. The reason why I got so fascinated by networks of organizations stems from the fact that I am convinced solutions are already out there. And nowadays is the time where we need to talk to each other and realize that so many things have already been done. So many solutions, not only in cities, but also in indigenous communities and villages, have been done towards the SDGs. We just don't know about them because we don't talk to each other. So my quest, especially with WISE, became, let me find the organizations in Eastern India that are already making the change towards the SDGs, right? It was a personal drive because I wanted like-minded friends And please, if what I'm telling you echoes within you, then feel free to come to our community meetups at YEast called YEast Mixers that we organize on a regular basis, on a monthly basis usually. It is a jar, as we said, a jar of inspiration and hope when you meet all of these people from all of these organizations who are just working for the betterment of society and environment. It's mind-blowing. You think that Calcutta, probably if you don't know about all of these organizations, you think that Calcutta is not even a city that talks about these topics, right? But there are very much, so many people, including some of them in the room, obviously, who are just so dedicated to these issues. A few weeks ago, we organized the Earth Festival with earthday.org and Switch On Foundation. Again, I never do things on my own. I try to collaborate as much as possible. It was a one-of-a-kind summit on the occasion of Earth Day, 22nd of April, that gathered so many stakeholders around the table. And there was a lot of announcements, about this SDG agenda from politicians, from citizens, from youth, from organizations. It was beautiful to witness and made us really feel hopeful towards the future, continuing to work together. Yeah. Now, interestingly, and this is what I liked about your speech, sir, collaboration, as I was telling you, is, let's be clear, it's not the easy path. It's so easy. You have money, you put it into a project, you do it yourself, you don't have to collaborate with anybody. There is an ease to doing things yourself. You don't listen to each other, to any other person. You have your own ideas, you think they are good because you don't confront them, and you do it on your own. There are perks to do that, for sure. And collaboration is not, as I told you, the easy path, right? Language issues, font issues, communication issues. These are big ones as well for YEast. Some organizations, and for me, I don't speak Bangla, or barely. I'm on my way. But, not everybody has clear communication on what they do. You work with an NGO that is working in semi-rural or rural areas. The communications are very difficult. And it takes some courage to open up to listening to other inputs, right? Usually some leaders, this is my take, but some leaders would not embrace collaboration to a certain extent, especially here in India, with this particular culture of, it's very much of a vertical culture, if you think about it. Like, YEast is a baby of my own, but I'm also associated with Techno India Group, which has decades of work, and the professional culture is very different. It's a big group, 35-year-olds in the making. And I can tell you, I am also witnessing on a daily basis the verticality of hierarchy, the verticality of decision-making processes. The fact that the leaders that are on top are instilling ideas that are not confronted by anybody up, right? That's easy, makes the conversation faster. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We'll do that. But it makes things superficial. It makes solutions not as efficient as if you gathered ideas from all of your collaborators and tried to find that one as perfect as possible solution to improve the education within your group, to bring in new programs to your students, and so on and so forth. My point here is collaboration is not the easiest path, but it is the only path to doing things properly, right? So it's very important to realize that and to acknowledge these challenges that we face while collaborating, but it's also beautiful. I head YEast, and I would feel so uncomfortable to take decisions on my own. I always ask my collaborators, what do you think about this? How can we do things better? And so on. Once you are more than one brain on a project, you become liable and responsible together for the success of this project. That's the beauty of it. And the beauty also of it is that we all have different ways of thinking, different past experiences, different skills and competencies. we're all unique, so we're never going to exactly think the same. The more complementary, the better in a team. Never recruit somebody that is exactly like you. You need somebody that is very different and that's going to get at you and be very critical about the ideas that you bring onto the table. Okay, I will need to be able to move the slides. It's the same problem. Let me try. Just explain and I will do it late. Where did you click? Okay. Okay, back to my main point. Achieving SDGs has to be a collaborative teamwork. For many reasons. The first one is I don't have all of the competencies. And the second one is the problems are so complex that we need the complexity of brains to find solutions. A few years ago, I wrote a short article about what I call the changemaker syndrome. And hopefully some of you would relate in the audience about this. What the changemaker syndrome says is basically when you care about the world, when you care about other people, when you care about environment, when you want to be, as we say, a change maker and work towards the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, in your brain, you tend to want to be a world savior, right? You want to save the world from one day to another, and you put on this enormous pressure on your shoulders. Nobody else but you does this. It's a self-imposed responsibility that you have to give your whole to bring in solutions towards sustainability. That is a heavy mental burden. I don't know if some of you relate to that. Now I think I'm a bit out of it, but there were a few years ago where I was so passionate and sure that I really, needed to put all of my time and my efforts, forgetting other aspects of life, into the work towards the SDGs, that I kind of was losing myself to it. And I unfairly put that responsibility onto my lonely shoulders of trying to find solutions. So the changemaker syndrome is basically all of the mental burdens, as I was telling you about, that make you feel you need to take that war on your own. But it's not fair to you. This is when we need to realize that these kind of fights, as passionate as you are, you cannot create change alone. Impossible. I come from France. I had this mindset of small scale mindset, right? We don't think the same way in Europe versus in India. I landed in India, at Techno India, has more than 80,000 students. Your brain has to change scale, right? You need to think about change at a much broader and bigger level than the kind of scale thinking that I had to apply in Europe, in Paris, in France. So how do I change? How do I talk about sustainability efficiently to 80,000 students? At the beginning, you're like, yes, I'm going to do it. And then you're like, whoa, too much of a task. I need help. And that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely normal. And that's the way it should be. Right? So the changemaker syndrome really calls you to take away that burden from your shoulders, realize your own strength and bandwidth to, work towards the SDGs, and embrace the other skills and ideas that can come from somebody else than you. That is very important. You cannot be the only one taking on that responsibility into your own shoulders, right? So as I was telling you, we have to work together in complementarity. This framework of the SDGs, which I showed you earlier, is overwhelming. Again, no poverty, responsible consumption and production. I'm scared by these big goals, right? It's impossible for me to, one, know about all of them, and second, care about all of them. All of you will have a different way to position yourself into that, what I call sustainability chessboard. Yes. That is, for example, you with the, right? Yes? Yes, no, don't turn your head. You? Over there? No. On your right? Yes. Yes. What is the SDG that you care the most about? Do you care most about poverty, gender equality, climate? Anything? Gender equality? Okay, please sit down. In the same way, you care about gender equality. I would care more about partnership for the goals. So you would care more about climate action. I don't know. One or two of them. And that is fine. You're not required to focus on all of them. You're just required to be aware of all, but focus personally and professionally where your heart is. When I studied as the SDGs, I was left very unsatisfied because this is not really actionable at the individual level. So I created two complementary frameworks for you, all of you individually, to be able to position yourself where your heart is, where your competencies are, and where your interests are. So this is the second complementary framework. I just showed you the SDGs. This is another list of 17 boxes called the Sustainable Development Fields, which basically tell you, is a list of sectors of activity from agriculture, FMCG, textile and fashion, electronics, energies and utilities, IT and telecom, media, advertising, finance, banking and insurance. A list of sectors that you can be interested in. And again, you don't have to be interested in all of them, just one or two. Yes? So while SDG is about the causes that you care about, these are the sectors that you may be interested in. Try to answer this question. Which is the cell that I'm going to position myself on? Right? What is? Okay, I'm getting back to you on this. And the last complementary framework, which is where you're going to find your art, is the Sustainable Development Enablers, is the how I create the change. So where SDG is the why, the SDF, the fields, are the where, and this is the how. I see art, for example, sir, as a means, as a tool for change. This is number 8, creativity, arts, and design. This rather is connected to your competencies. The first is the causes you care about. The second is your interests. This is your competence. And here are a list of basically 17 tools that you can think of in terms of making the change happen towards the SDGs. So for example, tech for good, awareness and education, innovation and entrepreneurship, inclusive business models, human psychology and neuroscience. I'm really passionate about this one. Culture, values and ethics, citizens and community movements, and so on and so forth. And you need to find what I call your key personal combination. That is 1 or 2 SDGs, 1 or 2 SDFs, 1 or 2 SDEs, goals, fields, enablers that will give you a personal direction into the fights that you want to take in the space of sustainability. Because again, you cannot do everything yourself. You need to focus. I've learned throughout the years that the more focused you are, the more efficient you will be. The more scattered you are, the less efficient you will be. It is quite mechanical about this. So try to find your KPC, trying to figure out what you care about, what your interests are, and what are your skills. And you can start your journey from there. Start researching what you care about. Start, reaching out to organizations that you've identified under each of these cells, and so on and so forth. So this is just as an opening to the end of my talk. Find your own position on the sustainability chessboard and focus out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pauline. What we're going to do is move on to this next session, and then we will try and come back and address any questions. But also, I'd like you both to contribute to this next session, because I think it's a perfect lead-in to what we're going to do now before lunch with Gurudas, in terms of just figuring out what we do with all these amazing people in this room together, young and old, and how we create some outcomes going forward, because I think that's very important. Gurudas, please. join us. And then Ajay would also like 10 minutes. We'll do that later in the day. We'll carve that out. So please be patient. And following this will be a shorter lunch. But I think you're going to really appreciate what we're going to try and do now. Please, Gurudas. Thank you.
Morning again, everyone. Thanks so much. Last evening, when we were having our drinks, we were kind of thinking about what should be the way ahead for this particular collaborative event. You know, do we write a white paper? Do we make a toolbox? What is it that we do? And I threw up the idea that why don't we write an environmental manifesto to start off as for KCC. Not just for KCC, but all the people in this room, all the collaborators, all the various competencies which we have in this room. And so we were discussing this idea, and it kind of got us really excited. That's something which we can really do. So I was thinking about this idea and how do we take it forward. You know, writing an environmental manifesto is no small deal. It'll take a long time. But I thought, let's do a very quick exercise if we can get some time. And this is what I propose. We will split the audience in this room into two groups. The students, the school children, and the ones who are not in school, who have passed out from school, right? And the students will write an environmental manifesto, and the elders will write an environmental manifesto, and the elders will present their environmental manifesto to the children. And they can either accept it or they can suggest changes, and they can compare it with what they have written. And that should be the starting point of actually getting down and writing a real environmental manifesto for making an impact in your own lives. I'm not saying about the world, you know, like the changemaker syndrome. It's not about burdening yourself with what needs to be changed in the environment or in the natural environment, but it's about what you take from the environmental manifesto, what the communities around you take, what your family around you takes, and what you are able to spread in your own small circles. So I think if we have time, if we can make some time for this, maybe about 40 minutes.
We have about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah. So let's also take the lunchtime into consideration. So we can always discuss it over lunch.
Exactly.
Also.
So yeah, because we've got some 2 or 3 sessions after lunch. So
yeah. So what I was saying is, in the environmental manifesto, to keep it really focused, let's look at 4 things. First is, what is a vision you have for the natural environment? Right? So the elders will write their own vision, and the students will write their own vision, what they have for the environment. What are the priority areas? So the earlier speaker just explained, you know, what would be the priority area. So for you, a priority area would probably be food, it would be water, it would be air, it would be biodiversity, whatever. And similarly, the elders will have a set of priority areas. And the last thing which you must write is what must change. What is it that you feel needs to change in the world right now, right? And you could talk about biodiversity, you could talk about ecosystems, you could talk about food, water, landscapes, energy, conservation, and education. You know, you can think about all of this. You don't need to write about all of this, but you need to think about what you feel needs the most urgent change and what is the most important change for that. Right? 4 things: vision, priority areas, what must change. 3 things: vision, priority areas, and what must change. This is necessary, but you can go on and add many other things in that. Because of paucity of time, let's just stick to at least these 3. Common minimum program, like you have in Indian politics. Right? So the juniors will write their common minimum program, and the seniors will write their common minimum program. And then let's just exchange, and let's see if our environmental manifesto is going to be accepted by the younger generation, or we get a veto for it. Okay?
Let's go. Yeah, if we can get the SDGs back on screen. And Gurudas, how would you like to progress now? Informally. Okay, I know that certain people have some comments on this, so whilst maybe people are making notes, and also we'll be able to do this tomorrow and in the coming weeks. So it's not as if everything has to be articulated today, but this is really the beginning. But I know that, for instance, Eric, you have a sort of consternation with the term manifesto. So maybe you can also share some thoughts, Kalyanji, Ajay, whoever else, Divya, in terms of this discussion. But maybe you can also pitch in terms of your thoughts as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe this is sort of semantic hair splitting, but for me, and of course, there are many different kinds of manifestos in different contexts. But for me, manifestos are partly the reason that we're in the mess that we're in, because we've been thinking in terms of manifestos for too long, in the sense that manifestos kind of tend to have a degree of certainty in them. They tend to sort of offer these almost. They're based on the notion that you can find a unifying logic to propose a unifying vision or solution to something in a way that usually verges on a kind of totalitarianism. And we know that, as we've all been saying, the world is way more complex than that.
Thank you. Great comment. Divya?
Yeah, and I also think that, there are so many ideas and so many thoughts on any of these themes and subjects. We're all coming from different spaces. There's a part of me that feels that, one needs more time. What does one do with 30 minutes? I think the best one can do is probably just get a comment from each person. The facilitation of people to contribute and discuss. I mean, if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us sitting down, right, to come up with, not a manifesto, but even thoughts or ideas, we're going to end up putting down the things that I think. It's coming back to the one person thing. So I think the intention and I think the direction is, I don't have a problem with that. But I think how we're going to manage this time in this really short period and try and do something just feels a little, I don't see it as, I feel that it's a little jugadu, if you know what I mean, though the intention is not that.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering, and this is a question I have. This is a
very good question. We don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. But I think what we're doing is starting a process.
Yeah.
I think I just thought of it like a teaser to collaborate. Let's just get together in these 30 minutes and start collaborating, and then we'll get to understand the pangs of collaboration, the challenges, the barriers to collaborate and everything. And of course, nothing's going to be achieved in 30 minutes. The only thing which can be achieved is putting your brains together in what the earlier speaker said as crowd wisdom, So I cannot make a manifesto, you cannot make but all of us can make something, write down something which is our common future, which thinks about a common future.
May I also operationally, I think that you've got a point there. Can it be a case that, of course, you're not going to be able to articulate everything within the next 20 minutes or however long we've got left.
Yeah.
But if we start the process, and anybody who's interested, maybe through a Facebook group, if I don't know if young people these days are on Facebook, or some kind of forum where post today people can really think through and add comments in a private setting. So you have a bit more time. Could that be a solution?
Absolutely.
Sure. Let's hear from some of you actually, because behind, yeah.
Sir, it may be LinkedIn profile. It would be school children don't have.
Sorry, what was that? Go ahead.
I was saying about LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
So that platform.
Go ahead, sir. I'm not sure the young people will all be on WhatsApp. I hope they're not. What do you guys mainly use to share ideas? Sorry? Instagram. Okay. All right. That's already a good start. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can post up a story there, and everyone will submit what do they have to say about it.
Thank you. Just one thought is, while we are getting this group created,
Facebook, right?
I would be very happy to maybe organize a physical session by the end of May maximum, where whoever wants to meet again and finalize the thoughts that we can exchange in between, we can crystallize that.
That's
Fantastic.
very nice.
Great. And maybe Ajay, some of your students in your school can also participate through the internet, and also people who can't be here. It's Sunday, other engagements and so on. Yes, at the back, please. Yeah.
So Facebook.
Facebook, very good. Okay.
If we use Twitter.
I'm sorry?
Twitter,
yes.
Twitter.
But now let's move on. I think we've figured out how we're going to share information.
I have a point to make. So I think this is a great idea, but what I personally believe is that we all have limited vision when we think about things like as an individual, and all ideas are great, and but we are looking at a collective vision, right? So what I suggest and I think is that the direction is pretty clear, what we want, how this thing. But there will be very, very different paths that we can take to achieve that. What I particularly think is enormously powerful is to see within our areas. We don't have to think about as a side project of what we are trying to do. This will not be a side project. How can we embrace and include what we want to achieve as a direction and align it to our current areas of work, no matter where we are? So that, I think, is looking at things with a more inclusive mindset, more responsible mindset will help us achieve more, and that will translate into the common vision that we are looking at, the common direction we are looking at. So I think I would push everyone to think about where you are, wherever you are, whatever domain you are. Think about how can you embrace everything that you care for, your idea of the world, and through that work, how can you help achieve that?
That's quite important. But considering that we are talking about solidarity, we're talking about SDG 17, I thought let's try and cooperate and collaborate, and that will bring about a lot of discussion and debate.
May I just add to that and say that it should be a short-term vision. All these manifestos that you have for the next 50 years and all, that's not going to affect me, and I often don't think of it. So I think it should be in the short term. What is it that you want to achieve, and how are you going to achieve it?
Yeah, and that's also the reason why I said let's break up the group into the youngsters and the elders, because the short term of the elders is not going to match with the short term of the youngsters. And that's something which could be interesting to look at. Okay.
Great. Yeah, how would you like to proceed? I think we've got, it's not ideal. We've got another 15 minutes and then we've got a break for lunch. So how would you like to use the next 15 minutes? Maybe, I'm also happy for you to join Pauline. And
problems of how to collaborate start coming up now.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. Just be informal, sit wherever you want and just break into groups, whatever. The goal is to get something down on a piece of paper and agree to it within your group. And hopefully by the end of this, you will get an idea about why COP is not working. Conference of Parties. What's really wrong with Conference of Parties is collaboration is very difficult when you have completely different competencies, priorities, and areas where you contribute. So therefore, it's also something to be interesting. Yeah. Okay.
We want to operationalize this. We don't want this to remain in the realm of rhetoric and case studies and hopes and fears, but actually find a way to kind of move forward in a very small way. And I think that's a very important point, that it doesn't have to be, so far reaching it's unachievable, but rather that,
immediate, short term. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea.
Okay.
Right? Why don't we do Group A, Group B, Group A, Group B, and keep your statements short. And then we can go further. Does anybody want to say anything in Group A? Don't feel shy. You want to repeat the three parameters?
Yeah. So, what is your vision for our future? Right, and let's right now talk about the natural environment. There is a lot of vision about development and growth, but let's just stick to how do you want the natural environment? How do you want your food systems? What is it that you think that needs to be changed? Going
Anything,
ahead.
just you. Group A, and then next you can go. Thank you. Go ahead, madam. Go ahead. Yeah.
So, sir, particularly talking about the issue, I'm a student and I'm a big time foodie. So, if we talk about food security and all that, being at the very, like a normal life level, I would like what must change if I'm talking on that. I would like all the cafes and the eateries to become green cafes and eateries. Like how they are actually going ahead with the, with the policies of less food disposal or less of wastage of food, and how they're disposing of their cutleries and other, whatever wastages they are generating from their food chain. So that is what I would like to see in the future, in the upcoming future.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else in Group A? Go ahead.
For me, I feel like the technocentric approach towards settling environmental issues should change, and one should be more ecocentric. Now, what I mean by that is if we see an environmental issue, we only look at how it can be fixed using technology, but we should instead change our behavior and somehow fix the issue.
Okay.
Great. Go ahead, sir.
So I guess I'm Group B, which is professional. I'm an architect. I guess my vision would be to look at a sustainable city. A sustainable city essentially means one of those points there, sustainable city. Second area would be to bring it down to a basic level should be an area development plan, which is a micro level of implementing this larger vision. And to actually see an implementation strategy of that, you create a small prescription of, I'm saying prescription because it should be in very simple bullet points, in transformation of a small pada, which we call in Bengali here, which is immediate distinct neighborhood, into creating certain green goals, whether it's greening the streets, whether it's creating a biodegradable waste management, or whether it's using building materials in the locality, because I think that will make this micro actionable pretty, it's almost like a very to-do task where people don't have to brainstorm on the larger intangible visions that, as a group we understand, but you almost like to take a model pada, or a model neighborhood. Mohalla, whatever, pole or chalk or whatever a distinct zone can be, and it essentially is then led by the local political leader and the local youth union or whatever, because that means there is already an existing group that you're building on. So in Kolkata we have wards, Kolkata we have pujas in every pada, at least 10 of them, and these puja pandal zones create a certain indelible outline boundary. So you almost have a prescription to do that, and we're trying to do a Shera Pada award instead of trying to compete on which idol is the best, or which lighting is the best, or which ad is the best. You kind of have a Shera Pada award called the KCC Shera Pada Award, which essentially looks at creating each Pada to have a sustainable goal, which then manifests into a larger community. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, at the back there. Thank you.
I have seen in those days many ponds looks very dirty. So I want to say that the ponds have to be so clean, and the plastics, then the tubes and the chemicals, everything that that throw to the ponds, then a river. Every month we can clean that. Every month, a group with camping. We can clean with groups the ponds, the rivers every month. That can be a good.
Thank you.
So you want cleaner water bodies, all of them? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Made a note of that.
Anybody else would like to comment? Yes, Ajay, go ahead.
Hello. So we had recently done a study with our students on mapping their energy footprint, and the revelation that came out of it was more than 75% of the energy that gets consumed from source till it gets disposed comes in the form of food that we consume. And that was a lightning revelation to many students, the amount of energy that goes in. And even in that, what came out was that the farming part of it or the growing part of it was not as much energy as was the subsequent parts. So I would say that if we can work upon an immediate goal, all of us, because food is so personal to us, yet today the food travels a lot of miles before it comes to us. So if that is something that we can take, I think that will be a great one from the environment perspective, because energy is all coming from the environment, and that is the degradation of the environment which gets us that energy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I think the group we have here is all quite aware of environmental needs. I would like to focus this whole thing on profitability and advantage to make everyone understand that it is profitable to be green and it is to your advantage to be green. Because everyone knows that, air pollution is bad, this is bad, but unless you explain to the people that it is going to benefit you, nobody is going to do anything. So I think that is what we need to put in.
Thank you.
Great. So just if somebody else wants to make a point, then we can come back to you afterwards. Go ahead, Divya.
See, I think that we need actually less people on earth. So, country like India and all, health issues and family policy, they should be talked about. No matter what we do, the forests are going to go away. If there are more people, how can you stop it? The tigers are going vis-a-vis humans. So that is one issue people don't talk about.
Thank you. Divya.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly how to say this because I'm trying to address both the adults and the youngsters. But I'm going to just very briefly give you an example. Do you know how much of your body is water? Sorry? Yeah, so technically, shouldn't you be having more water than food? Yes or no? Yeah, so I think the issues of the environment, we all place a little too far and too large and too universal, when actually the change is here. And I think if all of us can agree to make some reduce, refuse changes, but drink the right thing, I don't know if you know this, that if you drink water when you're thirsty, it means your body is already dehydrated. So why would you want your body to be dehydrated? Do you want that? No, so your body should be flush with water. Food does not give you energy. Food is your lubricant. I don't know if you understand this. Why would you be a foodie? What does that mean? Think about it. So I don't want to tell you what to do, but I think what's really important is for us to look at us as a very, very key part of the environment. And we look after ourselves 100%. I think the environment will look after itself. But I think the change is in here first, not outside there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes left, so let's hear something from the students.
Yes. The boys are very shy, I think. That's why it's called Mother Nature.
Hi, I'm Surjit. I'm from Manipur. Yeah, as Sir said, it should be started from myself. So I think this is what we have to understand. So everything should be from me, as the world will heal by itself. So yeah.
Because you're a performer yourself, and a performer has to have a healthy body. So, as per you, for a healthy body, what do we need? Apart from exercise, of course.
I will not say I'm a healthy person because I also part of the human. Sometimes I do something wrong. So, but I try to manage whatever I can. I try to be minimalize whatever I can. So actually, when I think about, because I always think about myself first, because it starts from me. So if I understand by myself, I think I'm helping to something for this world. So I think, as Sir said, we should start from ourselves. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Any final comments? Let's hear from the students. Here we are at the back. Thank you. And also the young men in the room, please. Don't be shy.
If we can decrease the using of waters and we can store the water of rain, then it will be a good idea.
Water harvesting. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, like my point is that like even before working physically towards the SDG goals, like education, like quality education regarding the goals and like different subjects in general should be imparted to the general population. Because if everybody is not informed about the importance of these goals and other goals in general, they would not really know how to work together in order to collaborate and provide solutions for it.
Excellent point.
Very nice.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm hearing all this talk of water. I think architects and planners and builders should be told to reduce the number of taps in each apartment that exists in this country. I mean, it's absurd, there are 12 and 14 taps in one, 400 square foot space, when there are tons of people who have no access to water. I think the thing should be just reduce the number of taps in people's homes. Let them get water out of 1 or 2 taps. Maybe 1 shower, that's it. I just think it just has such an amount. I mean, the load, you build a 38-story building, now you got to pump that water enough so that all the taps can take out water at all the time. It is, absurd. But I think people should really become aware of how taps are used and water is consumed.
Right. So I have a question which follows what Divya just said. And just think about it. Water is one resource which we are consuming. What about the other resources? Do you think we are over-consuming, we are consuming less than we need to? Is there something that needs to change in this space? Do we need to buy a mobile phone every 3 months, 6 months? Do we need to buy a car every 4 years? Yeah.
Go ahead, madam.
So I think that is also a point that we have to consider, that what is actually needed for us, and we should reduce the excess use of these resources, what we have actually, and we should think that maybe it can be the natural resources and anything, and we should set a limit to use all these things, because we have to consider that there should be next generations and other ones, and we should we should leave something for them also. So I
Thank
think.
you.
Thanks.
There's one more over here in the corner.
One more here.
Hello. I'm actually interning with KCC, so I'm the one taking notes and everything. I think I actually was too scared to bring up this point. The fact that I think for me personally, sustainability issue comes down to this want for more constantly. So adding to that para idea, like, because I truly believe mobilization starts from, like small groups of people, like even during the AIDS period, we saw that if we can have a certain common space where, anything in excess we have, like furniture, electronics, like second-hand electronics, if we can just have a community-based space to just distributed among our own people, our own neighbors, instead of finding something on eBay, because even that is just like wanting more money, wanting something in return. So that's
sharing.
Yeah,
sharing. Yeah.
Yes, in that point, I want to add something that there is a ride app that is Ace Ride. I have heard that which is actually pool car, and the person who is driving that, he is the owner, and so in that path of the office, who were actually working in the same office or in the same area, he actually pulling all the persons, and so the use of cards, I think in that area will be reduced, and actually it is reducing because all the people who are actually using the cards, there are more number of cards if all the people are using many cards, and if they travel in the same car, so I think it will also be a fuel conservation.
Super. Yeah.
Great. I think we'll stop there. But if there's a way that if you are interested in continuing this discussion, you want more time to think about this, give your details to Mushruti. Put your hand up, Mushruti. Give her your name, and we will then get in touch with you. And thank you for your offer, Pauline, and we'll see where we can take this.
It'll be very good if you can moderate this and help them.
Yeah. And as Eric said, in the spirit of new institutionalism, if we completely fail at this, it's okay also. But let's try.
Yeah. Our generation has failed them in the way that we have structured the economy. So that's fine.
Thank you, everyone. We will now break for lunch. And those who have been here yesterday, you all know the drill. So the speakers and the guests are requested to go up to the second floor at Grace. If you have a paid coupon, you will also go to Grace. If you're someone who has a special coupon, then you will be taken to the fourth floor and you will get your lunch there. So all of us, as you all know, the lunchtime has been cut short by around 10 minutes. So we would request you to please come back by 1:25 max, because we will begin the next session at 1:25. So please just go and get your lunch. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
The afternoon session is going to be as riveting and engaging as the first half has been. Thank you for coming here on a Sunday, and I will now not take any more of your time. By the way, just simple rules and instructions. Please do keep your cell phones on silent. That would be highly appreciated. Thank you very much. And now over to our moderator, Shweta.
Thank you. The next session with Ajay Mittal. The topic is improving lives of our people and health of our planet, which I think follows on from previous sessions' discussions. Ajay Mittal is Director of India and South Asia Climate Change Programs for Earth Day Network. He trained to be a climate reality leader in Brisbane, Australia in 2019, and is passionate about scaling social solutions using technology, innovations, and simplicity. Ajay, with the Climate Action Steering Committee of the Global Shapers Community, an initiative of the World Economic Forum, has been recognized as a water hero by the Government of India for his efforts for water conservation, which came up a few times in the previous session. So, without much further ado, let's begin with Ajay's session.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you to the organizers and all the partners for having me here. We are very glad as Earth Day Network to be a partner for this event, and it's great to have one such session which is focused around sustainability, especially in this part of the country where we are extremely vulnerable, and we are going to talk about some of this. And what I'm going to talk about today is more of a purpose statement for me about improving lives. And I wanted to start with where Pauline left and where this slide about SDGs. That's why I added this slide. And it was one day I was thinking about what would the world look like if we achieve the SDGs, if SDGs become a reality for all of us. And I would want you all to look at these slides while I read out what it would look like, perhaps.
So achieving SDGs will ensure by 2030, which is the goal, the world is free from poverty and none of us sleep hungry. World ensures good health and well-being for all, along with access to quality education in a gender equal world where people have access to safe drinking water and proper sanitation facility. This world will be powered and empowered with affordable clean energy, decent jobs, resulting in economic growth, better industry, innovation and infrastructure. Inequalities will be reduced with people living in sustainable cities and communities are responsible in consumption and production. The world ensures effective actions are taken towards the climate to ensure better life below water and on land. It would be a world where peace, justice, strong institutions is a reality. And all of this reality is because we will partner together and achieve this goal. So come, let's partner and achieve this goal. So with that, I'll move into the topic of the day, which is improving lives and the health of our planet. So for me, this became a purpose statement. I was part of some exercise, which is of this personal development space, and they made us go through a series of questions about what you feel passionate about, what is something which you really feel is important. And I found passion as how we think of is very different in the real origin of its work. Passion actually comes from a word which is about pain. And what I feel most painful about is people dying on streets of Kolkata or anywhere without access to health. So health has always been the most painful point for me. It's not just about death of people because of any disease, but not getting access to health. People dying in a metro city like Kolkata on streets of Calcutta was something which I feel very painful about. And health of our planet, so I represent Earth Day Network, which is the world's largest environmental movement, and it started on April 22nd, 1970 with the first Earth Day, where 20 million people, Americans mostly, mobilized to call for greater protection. This is 52 years ago, when probably climate change, climate action was not like a buzzword it is today. And it led to a lot of important acts being passed. The Clean Air Act, the multiple acts were passed during that, and continues to build a movement where we see a lot of announcements being made on Earth Day, which are important. And this, I'm very happy that this movement is growing because it's something we need at this hour. So we are present in more than 190 countries. We have over 50,000 partner organizations. It's a network, as we believe, and over 1 billion people commemorate Earth Day activities every year. So before we dive into improving lives, why health of our planet is important at this critical point, and especially sitting here. So this is really the problem, as we have so many parties, as someone mentioned about conference of parties, the COP, all of these have successively not been able to address this. We are still speaking in about 162 billion tons of man-made global warming into the shell of our atmosphere 24 hours. To see what it really comes from, this is everything that we do and depend on. It's our transportation, where we get our energy, all of this energy, that the lights, everything that you see here, there's somewhere coal is burning. That's why we have this thing. And for every unit of electricity that we consume, approximately 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide is released, which is going to be there for 350 to 400 hours. Just imagine 350 to 400 years. So the consequences of our action is going to continue to stay for generations that we will not be here for. And this is the main cause of the problem that we are facing. Global warming, fossil fuels is the largest cause, and this is how it has increased. If you see, as industrialization grew, it went on growing. In 2020, you will see a marginal dip, largely because of the lockdown and the situation that we're in, but it's still, it has bounced back again to consumption being on the rise. So this energy, if you just like to have some analogy of what it means, it's like 600,000 atomic bombs, first generation atomic bombs being burst into the atmosphere every day, 24 hours, 365 days. This is how it looks like. So boom. This goes like 600,000 times every day for 365 days in a year. That is currently what we are doing to our planet. The latest report of IPCC has removed all dualities, that all of these consequences are linked to human action. There's no nothing. There was earlier some debate about what is climate change, is it a hoax or something, but I think those dualities have all gone. There is universal acceptance that all of these actions are originating from human actions. So this is how the temperatures have been rising, and we all know how this translates into. So the hottest days recorded since 2000, the 19 of this has been in the last couple of decades, and most of them, 7 of them, has been in the past these years. And if we update this slide to add 2021, probably that will also come into the list. And we know how 2020 is going for all of us right now. So what it matters to us most here in Kolkata, I would put in some specific context of how vulnerable we are here in this part of the world. So India, as you know, has been facing a very, very severe heat wave. You must have been reading about the condition right now. It has been recorded that some of these temperatures are record temperatures, and it really is taking a toll on human lives. These are dead figures, which is from April, like March and April, which is still the onset of summers. Like, we have not even seen the peak summers, and we have already recorded these deaths due to heat stroke in Maharashtra. It is not just affecting human lives, literally, it's also affecting our food production. We were net exporter of wheat, this thing, but it looks like that this year we will not be able to supply wheat to the world because of the changing climate scenario. In Kolkata, all of you experienced the heat. This time it was record 57 days, a couple of days more, after which it actually rained, and we have never seen something like this. Kal Boishakhi is something which we see in the towards the end of March and beginning of towards the end of April and beginning of May, which is what we also call mango showers, but it was extremely delayed, and we saw how terrible it was. In fact, we saw how COVID had to shut down schools. Most of you read the announcement from the Chief Minister to shut down school because there was a heat wave alert that was there in the city. It's not just people, This is something which really broke my heart when I read about it. There's a stray dog in Toliganj which died, and it is linked to the heat wave, because otherwise it was very healthy and everything was fine. So for a lot of us, we can still scream and get access to resources to protect ourselves, to build resilience for the changing times, but these people may not have the same access to tools and some things that they can protect themselves. Kolkata, as I said, is extremely vulnerable. Repeated reports from IPCC is saying that Kolkata is in line of, is going to face massive heat waves, frequent cyclones. So what is happening because of the heat, global warming that is happening, the heat trapped, most of this heat, 93% of the heat is actually trapped in our oceans. And Bay of Bengal, the air above the Bay of Bengal is extremely extremely warm. And because of that, creates it facilitates formation of more cyclones of higher intensity and more frequency, and we have seen that happening in the past few years. So I will take questions at the end of the session. So that is about it. And so recent report also projected that what earlier they had been predicted about how risk it is for Kolkata, it is increasing. So they have marked areas like Udaynarayanpur, Bongao, North 24 Paragana, Sengur, and this thing, which will be inundated with water, and it is going to affect 4.5 crore people. This could be a mass migration of largest in human history, with over 4 times more people than we saw in partition in 1947. So this is a picture which was taken in summer of 1935 of the glaciers, and this is how it is in 2013. I'll just move back again to compare. Sorry. Yes. So you have to see and this thing. And this is how this decline has been. So where is all this water going to go? It's going to go and increase sea level rise. And here you see Kolkata is at number one in terms of risk, in terms of the population because of climate change. We are extremely this thing, and not a single person, like we are not seeing that intensity of action that should be there in this part of the world because of the risk that we are exposed to. So Kolkata is also the fastest warming city as per the latest report. The rise is going to be as massive as 4.5 degrees Celsius end of century. And most of this heat is actually linked to factors which are happening in the city. 80% of the heat is being trapped because we have very less open space, very less greenery, and huge high rises being built. All of these create something called a heat island effect, which traps this heat. And this is causing 80% of the problem that we are facing today. So, as I said, heat rise is the worst in the world. What it does is that there's a disproportionate difference it makes to people who have access to certain privileges and people who are on the streets by compulsion as part of their profession. They have to be on the streets. There are a huge population of Kolkata that stays on streets. There is people who depend on their livelihood through selling as road vendors, as public vehicles drivers, as traffic policemen manning the traffic. And all of these are extremely vulnerable because of this, especially the elderly are most vulnerable. In fact, I was reading very recently, most of the heat and the temperature rise is actually affecting the night temperatures, which have a very direct effect on human health. So we know how vulnerable Kolkata is, and this Amphan, which was one of the worst recorded cyclones that in this thing, alone caused a loss of $15 billion, which is how terrible it is. Like, so it is going to be a huge economic loss. It's affecting the lives of people. It's destroying our infrastructure. It destroying productivity of people. It is causing huge health havoc. It is affecting the food security. All of this. It's also cause of violence as people move in search of livelihood from these vulnerable areas of Sundarbans towards the city. So the extreme weather incidents are on a rise, and this is what is a proof of how serious matters are for all of us. This is an extinction crisis, and it is causing a huge loss to biodiversity. This is something which, again, is a slide which breaks my heart and I have it in every presentation that I make. By the end of this century, we will not have the 50% of all the species that exist, and we will lose them permanently. There's no way we can ever get them back if we continue on the path that we are continuing right now. Yes, it is something which builds a lot of anxiety, but there is an element of hope. There is a lot of solutions that exist. Just as simple as for the energy crisis, we have just 1 hour of solar energy that we receive on the earth is enough to power the entire requirement of the world for an entire year. That's how powerful this free source of energy it is and what we can harvest. Similarly, for wind, it has 40 times more capacity to power the requirements and meet the energy needs of the world. And now scientists are saying that if we try and halt the CO2 emissions and we reach a net zero point, as early as 3 to 5 years is what we can halt the temperature rise. And this is something which brings a lot of hope to me, that if we immediately take actions in as little as 3 to 5 years, we can arrest this rise of temperatures and this thing. Not only that, it will, as little as 3 decades, we can start the healing process to absorb like 40%, for about 50% of the excess heat that has been exposed because of the consumption pattern that we have been going through. We can absorb that in as early as 30 years if we stop now. So
we have seen an agricultural revolution, which was also important at that time because food was a major issue. We have seen, of course, there are repercussions of those revolutions. There has been an industrial revolution, which has led to all of this has also led to improve the quality of our lives. Definitely, there is far less more people who are below the poverty line. There is better access to health. There is all of those factors are there. So it's not that they have led to nothing. There is a digital revolution which is still going on, which India has benefited massively from. And let me tell you what we are witnessing right now and what is happening and is going to is going to become more. This thing is the sustainability revolution. I have been one statement that hits me most is that sustainability is the new digital, and this is happening across the world. It is going to come to India, and India is going to, I think, take a leadership position in terms of climate action and leading the sustainability revolution. That's what I believe, and that's what I, as a young person, want to be part of. So there are new technologies, green hydrogen technologies. If you noticed, very recently, our transport minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, went to the parliament using a car which was run on hydrogen fuel. So these technologies are advancing, and they are expected to be at par with the cost of fossil fuels as early as 2030. In fact, they are changing and revolutionizing industries which were often graded as the most polluting industry, and there is a mill in Sweden which is completely powered by green hydrogen, and this is the future, and this is the sustainability revolution that I am talking about. The world installation of solar energy is growing at an exponential rate, which gives me hope that we will soon have a future where our energy comes from clean and renewable sources. And the cost, and one of these things which is driving this is the cost. There's something which a lot of people have never estimated, but it has gone down exponentially, and this is benefiting this thing. So in 2020, 90% of the new electricity which was built was actually renewables. India. So this is something which I extremely feel proud about. This is how massive ambition that our Prime Minister has set at the recent COP, where he raised the ambitions for India to move towards renewables and increase our capacity to 450 gigawatts, which is 50% of our electricity consumption will come from renewables and this thing. And a lot of this is already happening. This is where I visited a huge power plant in Rewa in Madhya Pradesh, and I was fascinated to see the sea of solar panels. This was beautiful. It looks like an ocean when you see this there. And all of this land was actually, it's not fit for agriculture. It's not fit for habitation. Like these are all degraded lands which is being used there for this thing. So of course, there is one side of building this large power plants has also got consequences. That's why we should move for distributed adoption. But of course, we need a mix of both is what I believe. So together with solar, what we definitely need is enhanced capacity of storage. Otherwise, it is something which is blocking still certain adoption of technology. And this is going to transform how we consume energy in future. So the costs have gone down significantly. There has been bids where cost of electricity, producing electricity through renewables is far, far lesser than coal, and that is a perfect driver. I think when market forces come into place, I think everything else, the two good factors are removed, and that's why I think what is driving India's policy in terms of climate action is largely delivered with the Atmanirbhar concept, where we are talking about building self-dependency on energy, on food and other resources. So this is a big, big driver for what is happening right now. And electricity, again, because we import a lot of fossil fuels, if we move towards cleaner sources, and all of this clean sources is used to run this thing, air pollution, which is a massive problem in India, is going to increase. The storage capacity is increasing. There is some futuristic technologies which we don't know about how fruitful that will be, but that will be helpful in future if we have these technologies where we can actually trap carbon from the air, and this could be additional help that we can think of. Of course, I'm not saying that this is the solution, because I have this analogy. When you say walk into a washroom, and if you see a tap open and the bucket is overflowing, you don't take a cloth and start wiping the floor. This is exactly what it does. You just shut the tap, and that's what we need to do. We need to shut the emissions which are happening. That is the solution that we should be looking at. But yes, as I said, all of this brings hope that there are new technologies and this is happening. But what I am most concerned about is this impacts of climate change. The climate crisis is disproportionate, and poor suffer the most for a problem that they have contributed to the least to. Still 3 out of 4 people live in extreme poverty, and they depend on natural resources to survive, and we are causing huge damage to these resources. So that's where this is like about 1% of the rich has responsible for double the carbon emission that is for the poor. There is a huge inequality gap. We have exhausted the carbon budget to grow ourselves, improve our lives, but we have left the poor at a huge crisis that we are facing right now because of the way that we have grown and improved the quality of our lives for a small percentage of people. That's where I come to the point where we have an opportunity to use climate action to improve lives of our people and take action. So for example, one simple measure that we can invest a lot is providing clean cooking access to billions of women who still cook on firewood. It is one of the most potent problems that we have for deforestation. It also has huge impact on the health of the women and children, because these are small houses where the air pollution gets trapped and they're constantly exposed to this air, which causes a lot of health problems. And so this is an example. This is a slide. The picture that you see is from a village called Bacha in Madhya Pradesh, which our partner and advisor, Professor Solanki, has created, where the entire village has got solar panels, and they have this induction cooker where they cook on this induction stoves. And this is a solution which has led to not just reduce the impacts of health on their lives, but it also gives them more time, because they don't have to go to far off places to collect firewood. There's more time because consumed in heating, cooking time has reduced. So they have more time for themselves to just chit chat or do some productive activity which can increase their incomes. Clean energy access is huge transformation in human life. Simple things like having a charger which can charge their mobile phones, and we know how impactful it could be to improve lives of our people. Access to education. Solar lamps have been distributed as part of huge projects, and which improves, because a lot of the students in rural area where electricity is unreliable, they study with use of kerosene lamps and other fossil fuel, these things which affects their eyesight and has a very big impact on their health. So access to clean energy solutions have ensured that there is better access to education and improve the parameters of human development indicators. Just people having more time to talk to people, do some productive activities, have access to basics that we take for granted. There is this big opportunity, which is 4.3 billion rural enterprises. Because lack of access to reliable electricity, their production capacities are reduced, and we can, the potential for the market-based solutions for this alone is over 50 billion. And this is where I think we should be focusing on. How can we use climate action to improve lives of our people? How can we transform rural lives? How can we grow distributed production? Because that is the solution to a lot of problems that we face, be it inequalities, be it climate action and thing. So one thing we do at Earth Day Network is we focus a lot of our plantation project and planting with farmers and a model of agroforestry, which helps meet these 3 goals of addressing climate change, land degradation, and building food security. When we plant with farmers, which is mostly 80% of our farmers are marginal farmers with land holdings of 1.5 hectares and less, and 75% of the food that we consume actually comes from them. When we encourage them to move towards multi-cropping and they plant fruit trees on their farmlands, it helps meet our goals of increasing green cover. It provides income for those farmers as they sell those fruits, and it also helps in fighting malnutrition in these communities with children getting access to nutritious food. This is a project of World Economic Forum, where they had launched in the Davos in 2020, where they plan to
plant 1 trillion trees globally. And for India, they have recently launched a coalition that targets to plant 10 billion trees. I was talking to some people here, how can we collaborate on this? Because I'm part of this council which is driving this, and I believe this is a very big opportunity to reforest some of our lands and empower our farmers through growing more fruit trees and so on. So within the aspect of poverty, there is another aspect of how it affects women, and there has been multiple reports which point that women are more affected because of the climate crisis in multiple angles. And we have an initiative what we call WAGE, which is Women and the Green Economy, and we have a program called Star Women's Group, where we find out such of the solutions which are helping empowering women groups, especially the SHGs, to build enterprises which are sustainable in nature. This is a factory which is run in Dungarpur. They just don't assemble solar equipments. They manufacture solar panels. They do installations within their community. Government is one of their bigger clients here, and this is empowering them with income of 9,000 to 16,000 per month, and is also ensuring access to electricity. This is an example from West Bengal, where there are this thing. Some of you mentioned about cafes going and avoiding plastics. There are solutions like areca palm. There is a solution like the sal leaves, which needs to be replaced, and this is where this women can get livelihood access, and we also ensure that we end plastic pollution with the help of these enterprises. There are examples from Maharashtra, where there was a huge problem of mahua alcohol consumption, and these women have built an enterprise where they make laddu sweets out of mahuas, which are extremely nutritious, and they're making huge amount of money selling this as a solution. Example from one of the driest districts of Andhra Pradesh, where their women encouraged and trained on natural farming techniques, and they are now producing food which is ensuring food security for themselves and also additional income for their families. Example from Chhattisgarh, if you go to Raipur airport, you will find an outlet which is selling these solutions, which are mostly healing products, which are from the huge rich biodiversity that we have in the state of Chhattisgarh, and making medicinal plants. Example from Delhi, where they're making toys out of waste fabrics and other waste materials. And this is this thing. This is an example of an NGO that my friend runs in Kolkata. They are working with women in rural India to build cloth pads, which addresses the problem of ensures access to sustainable menstrual hygiene for their community, and also addresses the disposable pads issue that is there in this thing. So I talked about how most of our plantation that we do, we try to focus on farmers, and more specifically women farmers. This is another initiative that I want to mention, is about Star Villages, where we have documented excellent opportunities of how villages and communities have come together to transform the challenges in this thing. This is an example of Minangadi, which is a village in Kerala, which in the Wayanad district, where they took a pledge to move towards climate neutrality, and the Gram Panchayat has been awarded a 10 crore fund through which the farmers have actually mortgaged their trees, and they have to pay back the loans only if they decide to cut the trees and access timber or something like that, which is their right. So otherwise they don't have to pay back those loans, and this is an encouragement that has led to these goals coming forward. This is an enterprise which is there called Greenware. What they did is that a lot of the solar charkhas that you see, charkhas for weaving handloom and other fabrics, what they did is that they bring in solar panels, and now what happens is that because these women were using hand for that, the output was very low, and it was not leaving them with time to do household activities and everything. Now they are all running on solar, and it gives more time to women. Their output is increasing, and there is an enterprise built which is selling these in malls and everywhere. With the entire supply chain is very, very sustainable because of the approach that they have taken. So this I have moved towards the end of my presentation, and this is some of the focus areas that we have. The theme for Earth Day 2022 was invest in our planet. How can we invest in improving lives of our people and health of our planet? And we have projects like Grow the Earth's Canopy, which I talked about, planting trees. We are going to plan this year to plant about 2 million trees in Sundarbans with our partner organizations. We are planning to do large-scale agroforestry projects in areas near to Jamshedpur, Jasugoda, where we plan to plant
2 lakh fruit trees in this season with farmers. We have an initiative called End Plastic Pollution, where we are working a lot on areas of Ganges, where we are setting up waste management plants to ensure that the plastic doesn't enter the oceans, and building the green economy, which is we are running a program called Earth Entrepreneurs, where the whole idea is how can we encourage young people to think about building sustainable enterprises which can address some of these problems. Because if you see enterprise model is more scalable, it's more viable to solve some of these problems. But of course, the focus has to be solving the problem first, and profit should only ensure that the enterprise is sustainable, because that's where all of these grant moving and impact investing concepts are coming with. Climate literacy is a big part of what we do since the inception of Earth Day. It has been a big focus to ensure we reach out to each and every people and educate them about the importance of being a climate literate, and restore our earth is everything that we do. And another focus area is sustainable fashion. We are doing a lot of activities because fashion is, after energy, transportation, one of the largest emitter of this thing, and it also is a very big polluter. So these are some of the focus areas, and thank you everyone for being such a patient listener, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. We have probably time for 1 or 2 questions. I have a question and a comment. Your last slide omitted to mention the built environment. Buildings are huge carbon emitters. Apparently, concrete accounts for a large amount of human carbon footprint. And secondly, that you mentioned that the 1% has the carbon footprint of the 50%, but in your presentation, you focused on the rural and the poor. I'm wondering what the focus is on the 1%, and coming back to yesterday's point about behavioral change. Now, I understand this is all couched in economic policy and economic gain. Is that why the 1% have been omitted, or?
So, actually, the whole presentation focuses on that only, that the problems of climate crisis that we say, it affects the vulnerable most. They are exposed to, because this problem is still going to hit us in terms of when resources get difficult to access. The poor people who have less access to resources will suffer the most, and we are seeing some of those examples. They have to migrate, they're exposed to extreme weather conditions and everything. So what I think is that the plan for India should be focusing on how do we build resilience, how do we invest our resources in building sustainability for these vulnerable people, and that should be the focus. That's why I said that improving lives should be the focus to improve the health of our planet. That is the focus I was talking about.
And behavioral change in the 1% in terms of air-conditioned homes, multiple cars, 14 taps in some flats, not in mine. But
so yes, I think that is where the problem is, because the 1% behaves in a certain way or consumes in a certain way that we are suffering this problem. And that's where we need to ensure that the 1% change the way they consume resources, move towards responsible for consumption, because this is leading to an impact on everyone, but the poor is getting the most affected. They are facing the crisis right now as we talk about it.
The 1% is obviously very politically important in terms of an electoral. Trying to get them to change their behavior is politically difficult, but focusing on the poor is maybe less politically dangerous. Do you think that has something to do with the kind of narrative around climate change and who needs to do what here?
Yeah, I think this is something which has been part of debates. Like a lot of this emission, historically, if you look at emissions, have come from the Western consumption, the Western pattern of growth. So they have grown at the cost of exhausting the carbon budget, which was meant for each and every 7 billion people that we have, right? They should have all got equal access to the development that came at the cost of carbon that we have emitted, right? So this is something which is missing in the debate. There is something India's policy, if you see it, every conference of parties, every international forum that they call about is that we have set a goal of 2070 as our net zero goal. We can bring it down. But how? You have to provide that finance. There has been a lot of forums where they have talked about
huge amounts of money which should be committed to climate action, but that money is missing on the table, and that money should be provided to developing nations to ensure this transition happens faster and it's a just transition. We can't ensure we can't just force the, people in rural areas and tell them to just change their livelihoods. There is a huge aspiration for growth among a very large section of Indian population, and that growth needs to be facilitated in a low carbon way. That can only happen we have access to finance for that.
Thank you. Divya, any other questions up here in this side of the room? A comment here and Divya, and then we'll move on to the next session.
So I have a question. In your presentation, somewhere it said something about majority of the food is produced by the small farmer, right? You have that in your presentation. But you know, what you see happening across the country is the reverse, where the support, the subsidy, etc., is not going to that 1.5 to 3.5 acre farmer. It's really the supporters for the ones who are going to, have these large farms. The incentives are all there. So actually, that little farmer who's producing most of the food is selling his land and leaving. Now, it seems to be that while you have hinted at what the problem could be, there seems to be no real approach to understanding how that is going to be resolved. That was a great image that you had of that huge, solar panel thing. But where does the electricity actually reach to how many villages? We're supposed to be 90+% electrified, but that last mile, that pole is there, but the cable hasn't connected. I know police stations in Rajasthan, in villages, where the villagers line up because they have 2 sockets. And so while it's all about digital, yes, you're getting it. So, while I get the overall picture, the actual reality on the ground and the challenges, I have a big question around that. And related to health is, I thought I might see it because your title had that bit about health. I'm a Reiki practitioner, I use Ayurveda, etc. But there seems to be no real, are we leaving it to the, Baba Ramdevs of the world to figure that out? Or how does that fit into investing in our planet?
Shall we take the next comment question and then you can respond to both? Yeah.
So this is just to add to what you were saying about the vote bank. The actual vote bank is really from the rural world. And our experience has been that when we go to the rural world, they are not concerned about the environment, because they say we are more concerned about getting a roof over our heads and getting our sons a job. And when we did work with parliamentarians and asked them to make environment one of their issues, they lost, because people are not so interested in that. So I come back to my same issue that unless you make these people understand that it is profitable for them, that they will spend less on their health, that their productions will be better, they are not going to do it. They are not in positions. One told me that environmental concerns are the privilege of the rich. We poor worry about how much we're going to get to eat. We are not worried about the quality of the water, but are we going to get water? So that is true. And Divya talking about the farmers that he mentioned, we have a program called Farmers for Earth, which is only focused on the smaller farmers and the mid-level farmers. And we have provided a platform to them to come together and share their experiences. So again, it's a partnership where they don't have to reinvent the wheel, but learn from each other. For instance, in areas around riverbeds, which regularly get flooded, there are people who use the machan type of agriculture, where you plant crops in 3 different levels, so that even if one goes, there's not suicide after that. The rest are there. And urban spaces as well, we do have programs. We have something called Backseat Buddies, which the Kolkata police has now asked us to revive, where we will ensure that children want to come together in a carpool, not their parents wanting to send them. And we have low carbon lifestyles, which Ajay looks after, where we talk to youth about how they can do those. So this was just a part of our presentation.
Thank you. So actually, So what you were talking about is exactly what I am also talking about in a way, because this is the problem that is there. There is a huge inequality which is there, and the problems that we are facing right now, these people who are on the other side of things actually has contributed least to the problem, right? You talked about smaller farmers. There, if you look at rural livelihood, lifestyle, there is very little that emissions that is happening and contribution there. Most of the emissions are actually coming from cities, the kind of lifestyle we are living on. So this inequality is where I'm talking about, that while we have the good technologies and everything there, which is important to keep this growth going as well, what we need to focus on more is to improve lives of these people who are most vulnerable, because they are at the line of this crisis. The people in Sundarbans who will have to migrate because there is loss of land, there is no access to livelihood. Now these people need to be focused. That's why I said that the improved lives of our people should be the first focus area in improving the health of our planet. And when I talked about health, I was talking about the health of the planet, because this is so important. It's such an important long-term investment we can make to improve lives of everyone. And when I talk about everyone, I don't talk about just people, I talk about every sentient being that is there on this planet.
Thank you so much, Ajay. Ajay, thank you so much for your presentation. I'll just ask for a last comment from Ahana, who's from NIFT. And fashion had been on the verge of getting the eye from all of us, because that's the biggest one of the biggest pollutants. So what do you have to say about that?
Honestly, when we look at our syllabus, like when we are teaching, it's been there in the syllabus for 9 years, but when it comes to placement, when it comes to industry internship, we all see that it's taking backstage. So I'm just being honest with you. There's something called true good and then something called immediate good. In the world of immediate good, of instant noodles, in policy level, if we can't stop this greed, of this pressure of selling more, not selling more sustainable clothes, the only sustainable thing we can do is to slow down and not buy. Now, who will utter this truth? Who will tell that the best sustainable option to buy next season is not to buy? Who will then come the pressure, what will happen to our student and how they will survive, what will be happening to the placement cell. So honestly, slowing down the way we did in last 2 years was a healing patch, wonderful healing patch. And we all saw that. It no wonder happened by any NGOs or any organization or any government. Earth can heal itself. All we need to do is do less. That's all I can say. In terms of fashion industry, we need to just slow down immediately in terms of production and selling point.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is more of a point or comment. I'm not exactly sure, but talking about heat waves, so we know that heat waves, there are heat captured trapped in the mantle of the earth, right? So as there have been carbon emission from transports of private transports and public transport, like while traveling around in Kolkata in roads, we can see there have been buses and cars emitting, like throwing out a lot of dark gases or black gases. So those are directly going to the environment, and which is more of carbon populated and trapping the heat. So which is also changing the optimal temperature of Earth, which is 13.9 degrees Celsius. So if we look at it from how it was from before, Earth's temperature is actually optimal temperature is changing. So what we can do about the carbon emission and the car produced every year, which is happening, and what could be a solution for this, stopping it? Like the heat trapped in the mantle, also trying to escape from the earth and trying to reach the earth's crust.
I think you are bang on, because we talked about the problems which is of fossil fuel emissions, and transport is a very big sector of this thing. But let me tell you about this problem. Kolkata has a big opportunity, is what I think, in terms of transport. 70% of our people still travel in public transport. Our city is very compact. 5 to 7 kilometers is the average trip length that we have. We have a variety of transport. We have got metro, we have got a circular rail, we have got auto rickshaws, we have got buses, we have got app cabs, we have got motorcycles. All of these varieties is there. There is a bit of NMT tram which government is trying to kill, but there is a big movement going on to save trams. There is government which is trying to bring in and use the tram infrastructure to bring in trolley buses, which will actually connect to the head wires of the trams, and they move. And then there are places where there is no head wires, so there is a storage capacity which they use, and then again they connect to the wire in this thing. So all of this is happening in the city. In fact, the latest UN report, an IPCC has a special case study which is mentioned on Kolkata transport. So this, I think, is a big opportunity, and what we need to encourage our policymakers and as a citizens have this vision is to how can we make and set example of Kolkata being the first zero emission public mobility city in the world. This is kind of the vision that is lacking, is what I believe. And for the solution part specifically, I think there are multiple solutions. One of the things, and the quote that I love, is that the future developed city is not the one which has with the poor have cars, but it is where rich choose to take public transport. I think that is the kind of aspiration we need to build among people. Sustainability needs to become aspirational. The lifestyle and behavior that we are talking about needs to become aspirational. It should be something which we should be having as show-offs, which should be a cool thing to do. To take public transport should be cool. But of course, for that we have to also make public transport more accessible, more equitable, more convenient. So definitely, I think the way out is for a lot of these lifestyle-based changes that we talk about is to make them more aspirational. Setting examples, which all of you should be doing, is to this thing. Give up your car to go to schools. Then is when you align your theory that you are reading in the books with practice that you are doing.
So now the world is coming up to a solution using electric vehicles.
See, electric is just changing the fuel, right?
Changing the fuel.
Unless the fuel source is actually coming from renewables, you're just exporting the pollution out of cities somewhere else.
Because afterwards, if the world is transferred to electric, there's going to be a lot of electricity consumption.
Exactly, that's what I said. Like, if you're just changing the fuel, we are not solving the problem that way.
Thank you. I think that's a good point to end on. Very, very interesting discussion. Let's move to the next session. And if you want to ask your question later to Ajay, I'm sure he'll be happy to address it. And of course, you can go and sit next to him and you can ask him yourself personally as well. Okay. Thank you so much, Ajay Mittal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to the Earth Day. Okay. Next session, our penultimate session, is Shubha Shankar Ghosh. The topic is Building Environmental Awareness in an Unconventional Way, a Case Study of a Coast. Shubha Shankar Ghosh is a nature lover, and his mission in life is to spread awareness about the environment among impressionable minds, employing unconventional methods. Professionally, he has completed his MPhil and MBA in Human Resource Management, and presently he is working as a curator at Science City, Kolkata, which is a unit of the National Council of Science Museum, Government of India. Welcome, Mr. Ghosh.
Yeah, can you hear me now? So good afternoon, everyone. And myself is Shubha Shankar Ghosh, and I'm really sorry that I couldn't make up in person into this particular conference. And at the onset, I would really like to thank the management of Kolkata Center for Creativity for inviting me for this particular event, the 4th annual event. And based on the report that I read about this is a wonderful event where people from different aspects of life have come together to exchange the ideas. So I thought that why not to share some of the ideas that we have been following in NCSM and we have practiced in some of our units of NCSM, so that this kind of idea exchange would enrich all of us. So I'll be sharing my presentation. So please tell me whether you can see that or not.
Yeah, we can see it now.
Yeah, great. So basically, the term that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is the world is a global village, that was felt the strongest during the pandemic that we have just crossed. And I believe that it is still going on, may not be in a pandemic fashion, but slowly but steadily it is getting into an endemic state. But this crisis is there. And that's why I think it is aptly said that solidarity in a time of crisis. That is, we all need to work together if we really wanted to address the problem that we are going to face in days to come. Now, this SDG 17 proposes that when we work together, this term is extremely important. When we work together towards the same goals, we have the power to achieve more. Nothing could have explained this in a better term, like we have seen in the time of crisis. We have so this working did the magic. So what I believed in is, like, 1 plus 1, conventionally we know it is 2, but it is not 2 when we work together, and it becomes 11. So unless we work together more and more, so our strength magnifies many times when we start working together. And if we work in compartments, then we are working, but the effort is very little. So this particular object, this evening that we are discussing, where different organizations are coming together and exchanging ideas, a wonderful initiative that has been taken by Kolkata Center of Creativity, and I really congratulate them to invite so many organizations together in a common platform. So let's go on into the main presentation that I wanted to show and share with all of you.
Would you like to do it a full screen?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay. So before I go into the detail of what really have been practiced, small experiments have been conducted in one of our centers, we have been hearing something which is known as climate change. Now, how to address that problem of climate change, we have thought of a different way, an unconventional way. And that's why the topic of my presentation is building environmental awareness in an unconventional way. So what is that unconventional way? We'll discuss in just now. Now, how many of you have heard of this particular disease, Kaisanur forest disease? I believe that most of us haven't heard of it. Maybe some of you in the audience have already heard, but remember, this is the disease which is still unknown to many in India and also in the world. But this is a disease which has started spreading like a slow wildfire. Now, why I'm saying a slow wildfire? Because it was not infecting humans in a large way, but in the last 4 to 5 years, this disease is spreading very fast. Now, you must be thinking that why I'm showing this particular disease. This disease is one of the glaring examples of climate change and human intervention or human encroachment into the forest. Now, as you can see in the map where I'm focusing, initially this disease was identified in this particular forest, which is known as Kaisanur forest. It is in the Karnataka zone, and this disease spreads mainly by the biting of this tick. Now, this tick is primarily causing monkey fever disease in the monkeys, and it is fatal in nature. But what really happened is, as humans start encroaching the forest for getting the wood and all this thing, this tick is now start biting humans, and humans are getting fatal fever. You know, this particular Kaisanur forest disease is caused by a virus, and this virus is a BSL-4 virus, that is extremely dangerous virus of the standard of SARS-CoV-2 that we have just seen. Now, this might be the trigger for the next big disease that we are going to face in near future. So keep this in mind. Like I have just quoted a single example. There are many such diseases in which virologists and epidemiologists are working overtime how to contain them. And the main problem that is stopping this spread of the disease is lack of awareness and lack of human participation in controlling them. What is happening is that people don't want to, stop themselves from entering the forest. They wanted to get more and more of forest produce without caring what kind of disease can enter into them, and that is causing the disease. Thankfully, till now, this disease is not transmitted from human to human. But scientists fear that if a small mutation takes place, then this disease will not be limited to Karnataka alone. In no time, it can spread within all parts of India and then to the world. So with this background, let me start up with what kind of experimentation we have done. Whenever we talk about climate change, now climate change is a big buzzword now. Everybody knows about climate change. But whenever we talk about climate change, these kind of visuals appear, like a polar bear on a pole, the ice melting, it doesn't have food to eat and it is starving like anything. Or maybe a desert where there is no water, extremely dry area, people are starving, and people are queuing up in a long queue just to get a pot of water, and that water is too dirty. But when we shared these concerns with the visitors who are coming to National Council of Science Museums, different units, like what is your idea about climate change? So we have found that there is a disconnect. Disconnect means they feel that if something is happening at the pole, why should I worry? If something is happening in, say, a rainforest is burning, how that matters to me? As long as I am sitting very comfortably in my home, or I'm going to office in a car, or I am using my air conditioner, they are not concerned. Another point is, what can I do? They say that pollution, climate change, they are such a mega event that is not controlled by the individual actions. So even if I choose to commute to the office by local transport, how that is going to help in combating climate change? What is the percentage of contribution of a single individual to this mega event? It has to be done on a very broad basis. And I am nowhere. Just switching an air conditioner for some time is not going to help the climate change problem. So what we felt is there is a big disconnect. One, how that matters to me, and two, what can I do? So we brainstormed on this particular factor again and again, and we thought that why not to build awareness about climate change using our target population who are very unique, and they are nothing but the school students. Now, school students of different background, like from government schools, from private schools, from rural area, from city area. Now, the advantages or the beauty of the students is they are extremely curious. They really wanted to know about the environment. And based on our experience, we have found that if the students could be inculcated with something which is substantiated by logic, they carry it for their life. In fact, I have seen my son to be quite environmentally aware, and he takes a lot of steps just to keep the climate in a better state of mind. So we thought that we will focus more and more on the student community. So what we did? What is our strategy? How we went about it? The first thing, that is to develop this long-lasting impact. There were primarily two ways in which we worked upon. The first is identifying a local problem to build a connection. Just as I said that in the previous slide, there is a disconnect. Whatever is happening is the Arctic is not my concern. But yet, if there is something where I am living every day, and I can see that climate change is having an impact here, so I will be much more concerned about it. And second thing, the strategy is how to interact with these kids, how to make them involved in this kid, and how to inculcate the factor of awareness within them, which is long lasting. So we have to design a set of experiments, and we have to find out a problem which is very much localized. How we have done that? Now, most of you have gone or have heard about this coastal town called Digha. I think you have heard about it. So Digha is one of the most popular destinations in West Bengal. It is barely 4-5 hours drive from Kolkata. And the locals depend heavily on Digha. Why? Because it provides employment in the form of huge tourism. There's a lot of tourism in Digha. Every day, lots and lots of tourists go to Digha. And second is fishing is one of the main occupation of the locals. They get food, they do business out of it. So that is a point of sustenance for them. So employment generation and food in the form of fishing is the character that defines Digha. Unfortunately, most of them are unaware that slowly but steadily this place may become uninhabitable due to overexploitation. And interestingly, nature is giving us plenty of indications, but we don't know what are those indications. So we thought that these kind of, like we means the locals and even the tourists who visit those places, they think that Digha is a wonderful place. We have got wonderful sunrise and sunset and it is a pristine environment and nothing like it. But that might not be the case. So there are something that that is of concern that I'll be explaining now. First, tourist explosion. It is said that in a very small span of around 5 to 6 kilometers, Digha experiences tourists like anything. And if you happen to go to Digha on any weekend, there is barely a space where you can relax like without intervention of the adjoining tourist. But how that is going to affect the Digha, we'll learn about it. The second one is embankment. Many of you must have gone to Old Digha and then you must have seen New Digha also. In both the cases, you must have seen these kind of long embankment where we usually take a stroll in the evening, watching the sea by our side, and it is a wonderful experience. But what this embankment is causing, whether this embankment is good or whether this embankment is bad, why this embankment are being made again and again? Like those who stays in that area, they know that these structures have to be rebuilt again and again to give this kind of a look. But why? Why these embankments are made? Nobody is thinking about it, but there is a science behind it that I'll explain in a short while. The part of the Digha that you have seen is full of sand, but really the part of Digha that doesn't have the embankment is full of mud. You won't believe that this area of beach is full of mud. That is, the top sand is washed away and whatever is left is a muddy beach. And muddy beach, you cannot even walk on that beach. It is so muddy, so sticky. Why this happened? Why a beach has so much mud? Where from this mud came from? We haven't thought about it. People don't think about it, but there is a reason for it. Overfishing. You must have gone to Mohana. Mohana is known for a variety of fish. But again, have we ever wondered how come so many varieties of fishes are coming? How come so many fishes are coming throughout the year? So that is because of some other thing. That is again a point of concern that nature is telling us. Now, even if you see the variety of the fishes, you will see slowly but steadily the diversity of the fishes are going down. Waste management. So many tourists are visiting Digha every day. The hotels are generating waste, plastics, whatever is that. Where those wastes are going? You might not have visited this place. It is on the outskirts of New Digha where this entire waste is being dumped. The hotel waste, that is a waste that is generated by the tourists who are living in the hotels, are untreated and are directly dumped into the sea. And so the sea is nothing but it is changing into a big waste absorber. So the solid waste is dumped on a landfill, which is just 2-3 kilometers on the outskirts of New Digha, and the liquid waste is directly given in the water. Now, let us see something that you might not have seen. This is a satellite imagery. As you can see, I have shown the years 1913 to 1916, 1931 to 32, then 1968 to 70, and finally 2001, that is the latest data we have received. This is the area through which the shoreline has receded over the years. Like in 1913 to 16, the shoreline was at this area, but slowly but steadily, the sea is going deeper and deeper, and it is now eating away. And this is the main Digha area that you have been going to. And slowly, this is 2001. And now if we can get a satellite imagery, I'm sure that a lot of this shoreline is already under the sea. Now, what is the effect of that? The first effect of that is this. If you see this graph very clearly, this graph has been created before embankment was done on New Digha. So in old Digha, the embankment was an old structure, but in New Digha, it is a very new structure, but this graph has been created before the embankment was made in a New Digha. You can see on the red line, that is the height or depth. That means this is the embankment level and this is the height, that is the sand has gone down. The red area means this area sand is not there in old Digha, and that's why we have to put up a huge wall in order to stop that sea. When that embankment was not present in New Digha, the sand was like that. But presently, with the entry of embankment, this sand level has also going down appreciably. So it is called beach lowering. The beach is lowered approximately 6.3 centimeter per year in front of embankments. That is, wherever there is wall, the beaches are going down around 6.5 centimeter per year. Now, as we all know that because of climate change, we have a lot of more cyclones which is hitting these areas of Bay of Bengal and all this thing. And more the cyclone, more will be the beach lowering. And that's why we have to make more and more huge embankment. But you might be thinking that this is a normal way. Embankment is a solution. But no, that is not a solution. This is what happens when the sea comes nearer the land. You can see that here it is the sea level, that is the salt water, and here it is the fresh water. As the sea progresses, there is a mixing of salt water and fresh water. Now, it has got a double problem. As Digha is heavily populated, this area is full of hotels and high rises. What they are doing is they are extracting lots and lots of fresh water from the ground level. And as the fresh water is extracted, more saline water is entering inside the place. And as more salinity is entering inside, this is making this crop zone totally sterile. That is, the soils are becoming totally sterile. There is no agricultural produce, or the agricultural produce is going down appreciably. People will not get fresh water. So what will happen? When people will not get fresh water, people will migrate from these areas towards cities, and that is known as environmental migration. So there has been a rise in environmental migration. There is a scarcity of food, and that's why you can see that when you go to those areas, there is a lot of shrimp cultivation, because the freshwater freshwater fishes are not able to survive in that area. A lot of shrimps are being cultivated because the paddy areas, the fields where the paddy are grown, are not giving the produce as it used to give. So what the farmers are doing, they are converting those paddy fields, making the ditches and trying to grow shrimp into those areas, because more and more salt water is entering. But next what? Those areas will also become sterile, and so people have no other way but to move out. This is a hydrological map showing the saline water infusion. If you are aware of this area, there are some prominent areas like Egra, there is a prominent area called Kathi, there is a prominent area like Pulveria. These areas now are full of saline water. The groundwater has got a lot of salinity. And that is why getting fresh water in those areas are becoming a challenge. So, added to that, what other things are there? A local NGO has done a survey. In that survey, they have found what? You'll be surprised to know that Just a few years back, 113 varieties of paddy used to grow in that zone. But now it has gone down to 73. Huge loss, more than 30% loss of biodiversity. Why? Because the paddies are unable to survive with the changing soil condition. Invasive species, a very common term for the biologists, but for a common man, invasive species are those kind of species that do not belong to that area. They enter into that area and they release a lot of harmful chemicals, and those harmful chemicals kills the neighboring plants. Two prominent examples are Parthenium and Lantana camera. I have shown the pictures of Lantana camera. In that you can see wonderful flowers, they look very nice, but they are not at all good plants. They release a lot of allelopathic chemicals, and that chemicals kill the adjoining plants. So what really happens is these kind of plants kill other plants, and that is known as invasive species. There is a more abundance of invasive species. Then there is what happens is that the fish diversity is going down, and now a special kind of fish, which is known as catfish, is coming into the foray. This catfish is killing other fishes. And so in order to get the fishes, the trawlers have to go much deeper into the sea just to get the normal diversity of fish that we see in Mohana. This is the condition of Digha, which we explained it to our student community. Once they have realized this, they are scared. They really wanted to know, what can we do? But we said, no, first we have to understand what kind of experiments are there to prove that yes, whatever we are saying is true. So we developed a set of outdoor scientific activities. Now these outdoor scientific activities are very much attractive for a student because they really get a chance to work something outside the lab. So some scientific activities or some common activities like this awareness march, which is taking place everywhere, is there. But here, the student community is taking part in a greater way because we made them understand that unless you protect your area, you are not going to survive here. You have to run away from this place. We hosted a lot of street theaters where they have talked about plastic pollution and these kind of aspects that we have just explained. And then we started doing those camps, specialized camps. These camps were prepared in collaboration with experts from different scientific organizations like Biodiversity Board of India, ISER Kolkata, and other groups. And here scientists are interacting with the teaching community to make them understand that these kind of boulders which are kept in the net, why they are kept, why they are a clear-cut symbol that the climate is deteriorating, the Digha is dying. Then we took the student to the different areas. Now here, the experiment that we did is that we designed some experiment and we made them perform this open lab experiment in two places. One, which is heavily destroyed like Digha, and another, we took them to another virgin area which is not visited by tourists, and they replicated that experiment, and they wanted to see whether the vital parameters that they have obtained in Digha, the same thing they are obtaining in that place, or this place is showing something other parameters. So this is one. This is a way they are studying those plants which really help to keep the beach healthy. But we don't understand that. We just throw it, we just kill it. Field experiments performed by students where they are studying red crabs. What they are studying, I'll just explain a little bit. This is site number 2, a virgin area where nobody goes. We replicated that experiments there. These are the experiment models that we are doing. By this, they are measuring the salinity, turbidity of the water, and they are checking that how the pollution is changing this thing. This is where you can see is this is a red crab and this is the structure of the red crab. I'll just take 1 minute to explain this. If the beach is healthy, the red crab burrow looks like this. This is the plaster of Paris model of a burrow of a red crab. If the beach is unhealthy, this burrow is not so deep. It is barely 2 to 3 centimeters deep. What is the reason? The reason is if the beach is healthy, there is adequate sand, and these red crabs are the protector of beach. So Just looking at the borough architecture, you can tell whether the ecosystem or the climate of that area is healthy or not. We have found distinct difference between Digha and the area that we have taken them. Once they have introduced these kind of macro factors, we introduce them to something else, which is known as the DNA level thing. In the DNA level, students extracted DNA from the samples that they collected from Digha and the virgin area. Now, what they did is that this slide is known as the DNA extraction plate, where they are seeing that the DNAs are also, there is a change in the configuration, like genetic configuration of animals which are found, very simple animals which are found at a very, very polluted place as compared to a virgin area. And finally, they did a presentation of their finding. This is the first time that they have done it in their life, and that is a kind of a thing like a research finding for them. We are really happy to tell you that this camp activity was conducted in two fashions. One is a basic camp and another is the advanced camp activity. And more than 389 students and 80 teachers took part in this basic camp, and 192 students and 23 teachers takes part in the advanced camp. The basic camp took place for 4 years and the advanced camp took place for 2 years. So basically what we are trying to show is how this kind of hands-on activity has really played a phenomenal role in increasing the awareness. Now, as you can see, many research materials have been published in the media, in peer-reviewed journal, in the journal that is produced by the local college, which is known as PK College in Kontai. And with this thing, what was our objective is to make the student community understand that unless we care for this place, we are going to lose it. So we are really happy that this kind of experiment was a good success for all of us, and this has given us a lesson for all of us that if we can really inspire that community, that is going to pay dividends. Now, my appeal to this Calcutta Center for Creativity is, if we can inculcate art in that fashion, like art attracts people, people are really attracted to art. If we can show the different aspect of this environmental degradation and a pristine environment using the scientific results that we have received, that can be a really game changer in spreading this awareness about climate among all the sections of the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Subhaji. It was a fabulous presentation because it really simplified for us the understanding of the damage that we are doing so casually when we all plan our holidays and we just block the spaces without even thinking. So I think what I'm taking forward from what Ahana said about the fashion, that we really need to stop buying at some time and have to do conscious buying. Similarly, we have to do conscious traveling and tourism as well. The same thing goes. So I would like to invite now, nobody elder, just the students. What is your response? Because I'm sure many of you must be going to Digha and other places in the beach, and you saw the presentation, how we are damaging ourselves, our places. So what is your response to the presentation that you saw? Anyone, please raise your hand for the mic.
I like this presentation so much because this is so simple to understand, and we can know everything about the biodiversity and the Digha Science Center, etc.
But what is your response to what he showed, that too much of traveling and tourism and visiting the places like Digha, what is your response to that? What are you planning to do about it? It's good that we are aware, but what is our response to that? What are we planning to do is equally important.
So, ma'am, I think ecotourism should be really make. We should aware people about ecotourism, like during our menstrual periods, right? We use sanitary napkins, which is really, I have seen some documentary which is really destroying the places like Ladakh, and which is very common. And so we should really aware people about ecotourism. And I think plastic bottles, like Sikkim has fully banned plastic bottles. So I think this is really required, as we have seen in the presentation, that it is really destroying the planet. Yeah, so that's my response.
Thank you.
So yes, as she said that we have to aware everyone about this matter, because until and unless not only in only beach places and every places, when we see that people are throwing things here and there, and when we try to tell someone that they are just less interested about these things, so we have to give them some live examples. Everyone, I think it should be started from the school level, as they can understand very easily these things. So that what impact, like if we do something by our own initiative, then only these things will be changed. Otherwise there will be no impact, I think. And this is a very, very good session and very enlightening. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Namaskar. I have a very small question for you, or rather a suggestion. Like what we see in terms of craft tourism, where we are, encouraging tourist footfall to not only see the place and to experience the whole, flavor of the place, including the craft. Can we do something in that line, where we invite tourism, but conscious tourism? So the activity there is just not to click the sunrise or sunset and selfies, where we are inviting the youth, majorly youth, maybe targeting this, summer camps or experiences that parents are waiting to give their kids after this 2-3 years of break, where the child or the adult, like the young adult, is experiencing activities which are more towards regaining the biodiversity, especially by planting the right kind of anti erosion plants, rather than building the stone wall. So what we have seen in Odisha, very successful model where they have really regained the the forest, especially the seashore area, and how they the mangrove forest really retained the seashore, and it really improved drastically in last 10 years. Can't we do something in a smaller scale just to taste what's the possibility, and then maybe with government's help it can be a larger project? We have so many organizations who can step in, where we are inviting the kids to clean up the beach. I think Mumbai did a wonderful project by beach cleaning, only by, I think, individual. So there are scopes of reversing the situation, but definitely organizations and leadership like yours will be the torchbearer, I guess, in this field.
Yeah, basically what I believe is, I think I'm getting a lot of background noise. Can you just see to that? Yeah, I think it's better now. So why I made this presentation to all of you is, every ecosystem has some signatures that tells us whether the ecosystem is healthy or not. Now, if we really wanted to change, we have to first identify those signatures, number one. Number two is that we have to communicate that signature to our future generations to make them understand how the smaller to smaller actions can have a large impact on the overall ecosystem. Once we are able to do these two things, magic will happen. And then we need not to tell them, don't do this or don't do that. Rather, they will devise their own way and they will inform us that please don't do this and don't do that. And that might be a long-term solution to this climate emergency that we are now into.
Thank you so much, Shubhaji, for taking out time today and being with us. If you can just tell us before signing off, how children can get in touch with the Science City to be part of these kind of awareness projects that you just showed. It will be great.
Yeah. Actually, this kind of awareness program is being conducted by each and every unit of National Council of Science Museums throughout the year in batches. Like in Science City, we will have summer camps within a week or so, where we will be introducing many unseen things to the students. Actually, ma'am, you will appreciate that our traditional education system don't allow creativity. It is more of a rote learning. So we really wanted to dig out that creativity from our next generation, because once we allow them to open up totally and we show them the signatures, they are much better than us. But each and every unit of NCSM is doing this. And so any student who is interested, they can visit the nearest area. Those who are in Kolkata, they can visit Science City. Those who are near this Medinapur, they can go to Digha Science Center. Every area, we are doing these kind of campaigns throughout the year. And most importantly, we are known for hands-on activity. There is less theory, more experiments, open-ended experiments, no fear of failure. Whatever you are getting, why you are getting is the answer that you have to find out. And they are the best one to do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have our next speaker also from National Council of Science Museums. That's Aditi Ghosh. Aditi Ghosh is a Nature India awardee and a Birla Industrial and Technological Museum Education Officer. She believes in a continuous process of expanding one's horizons through hands-on learning and at all possible levels. And she is passionate about writing and elaborating on any and all worthwhile topics. Over to you, Aditi. Yeah, please. It will be wonderful if you can, because since you're in the space, if you can just engage the younger ones, who some of them are busy with the phone now.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, ma'am, for the lovely introduction that you had given me. But I still hope all of you are wondering, that's all right, but what does she actually do? Yeah? I'll just answer that in a little while. Before that, let's start with the game. Guess the emergency that I'll be talking about in some clues. You'll also have some visual cues on the screen for you, but it's entirely your choice whether you want to use that for your answers. Okay? So your clues go something like this. Number 1, it's not real. And first clue, it's not real. And remember, you can or cannot take the visual clue from here. Number 1, it's not real. Number 2, it's not us. Number 3, it's not that bad. Number 4, it's too expensive to fix. Number 5, here's a great solution. Number 6, oh no, it's too late. You really should have warned us earlier. Any idea which emergency I'm talking about in these clues? Yes? COVID-19, very good, but that's close. Let's try this one more time, and this time do take the clue from the screens that I'm showing you, okay? Number 1, it's not real. Number 2, it's not us. Number 3, it's not that bad. Number 4, it's too expensive. That's a great solution, yes, but then, of course, it's too late and you really should have warned us earlier. Your answer now? It's the same clues. I just changed the visuals, and what you were thinking was COVID-19, clues for COVID-19 actually is climate change. Something like this. Yes? So, my point is, while we may have been ignoring climate change to save our sanity at the moment, climate change hasn't really been ignoring us. We are at a tipping point in human history. We are really poised between calling Mars our home and maybe losing our home on Earth itself. Because as you know, NASA's Kepler mission, they have found clues for a lot of planets revolving around stars which we didn't know earlier. And some of them we really hope are habitable to perhaps shelter us or maybe the future us in the future generation. Unfortunately, at the same time, our own Earth is sagging under our own weight. We really outdo ourselves. March 2022, that was the hottest in 121 years. April 2022, hottest in 122 years.
So if you have images like this popping up on your screens or on your newspapers, don't be surprised anymore. This is going to be the new normal. These planetary scale environmental changes that we have set in motion are rapidly outpacing our ability to alter their outcomes. So why am I going into all this? Because as you know, I am not a climate scientist and neither am I an astronomer. I am just an educator at just one of the oldest science museums in India, that's the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum. I just convey science. The first black hole imagery, or maybe International Year of Periodic Table, hunt for the vaccine exhibition. We just do all kinds of these kinds of things. And that also means we also just celebrate Earth Day, Environment Day, Forestry Day, Biodiversity Day. And not all of them give us enough reasons to celebrate. You could say that we just look for multitudes of ways to break the latest in science to you, and not all of them are worth looking forward to, especially those involving our home. Because it's time we recognized a disturbing truth that we have colonized the future. We treat the future as if it's a distant outpost where we can freely dump our ecological damage and technological risks as if there was no one there. But, the tragedy is that tomorrow's generation isn't here to challenge all of this. They can't leap in front of a king's horse. They can't stage a sit-in. They can't go on a salt march. So how do you protect their rights? Because in the first place, you don't give them any rights. They don't have any political advantage. They cannot influence the marketplace. And it's this great silent majority of future generations that is being rendered powerless today because of our activities. This could be a hard concept to grasp, so just look at it in this way. The living today is around 7.7 billion people. That's us, all of us together. But that is very small in comparison to the 100 billion people who have lived and died over the past 50,000 years. That's fine. But all this pales into insignificance in the around 7 trillion people that are going to be born around the next 50,000 years, considering the birth rates stabilize over the next centuries. So this huge majority that I couldn't even fit on the screen over here, I think that's 1/4 of the entire circle that I intended to draw. So this is going to include our grandchildren, their grandchildren, and the communities that they are going to depend on. These are going to be their friends, their entire circle. And this is whom we are affecting with our actions today. So how can we become the good ancestors that this future generation deserve? Let's get people engaged in climate change, education, or global warming, shall we? So that has been a normal approach to dealing with this kind of a situation. And I'd like to try 2 short experiments with you once more. And you have to notice if you feel any difference as I speak. Okay? Here we go. The first scenario. We are seeing a rising carbon dioxide level, now about 410 ppms. To avoid the RCP 8.5 scenario, we need rapid decarbonization. The global carbon budget for 66% likelihood to meet the 2-degree target is approximately 800 gigatons. Okay? Now the second scenario, something else. We are heading for uninhabitable Earth, monster storms, killer floods, devastating wildfires, crazy heat waves that will cook us under a blazing sun. 2022 is already so unexpectedly warm. It's freaking out climate scientists. We have a 3-year window to cut emissions. 3 years. If not, we'll soon live in a boiling Earth, a hellhole. Okay? So how did these 2 ways of speaking make you feel? The first one, anyone would like to decipher what RCP 8.5 means? Because I really don't know what that means. And that was my entire target. The first way of speaking was like maybe we were feeling detached, or confused. What is she talking about? The second way, fearful or just numb with all those adjectives that I had thrown in. So again, the question I ask is, how do you get people engaged in solving climate change, and why don't these two ways of communicating work? You see, the biggest obstacle in dealing with climate disruptions lies between your ears, that's in your mind. When people hear news about climate change coming straight at them, the first defense that comes up is distance. When we hear about climate, we think about something far away in space. Think Antarctic or ice, polar bears. Think far away in time, say 2100. It's huge and slow moving. Think gigatons and centuries. It's not here. It's not now. Since it feels so far away from me, it seems outside my circle of influence, so I feel helpless. There's nothing I can do in our everyday lives that will affect all of this kind of scenario. After all, most of us prefer to think about our nearer things like our jobs, our families, how many likes we get on Facebook, right? That's what concerns us immediately. The next defense is doom. Climate change is usually framed as a looming disaster, bringing losses, cost, and sacrifice. That makes us fearful. But after the initial fear is gone, my brain just desensitizes to avoid and tries to avoid all of this topic. After 30 years of scary climate change communication, more than 80% of media articles still use the disaster framings. And people habituate to it by then and desensitize to doom overuse. So many of us are now suffering a kind of apocalypse fatigue. We are getting numb from too much collapse prediction. The third defense, dissonance. Now, what we know that we do know that fossil fuels contribute to global warming, and that's all fine with us. But that conflicts to what we do on a regular basis. We drive, we fly, some of us eat meat. And they all are in a way linked to this global warming, the causes of the global warming. And now there's an inner discomfort. We feel like hypocrites. And to get rid of this discomfort, what we do is our brain starts coming up with justifications. So I can say, for instance, my neighbor has a much bigger car than me, or just changing my diet isn't going to make any difference. You could even want to doubt climate science itself and say that climate, that's always changing. So it's hot now, it might get a little bit cool later on, right? These justifications make us feel better for the moment, but at the expense of dismissing what we know to be true. Thus, behavior drives attitudes. My personal cognitive dissonance comes up when I realize that, sir, you were talking about the net zero by 2070 that was put up in the COP26 Glasgow summit. You know what happened in that summit? There were 400 private jets around blasting 13,000 tons of carbon dioxide, carrying all the VIPs to a climate change summit. You realize that, right? So that's where my dissonance comes in. That makes me want to move on to denial. If we keep silent, ignore, or ridicule the facts about climate disruptions, we might feel an inner refuge from fear and guilt. Denial doesn't really come from lack of intelligence or knowledge. Denial is a state of mind in which I may be aware of something that's troubling me, but I live and act as if I don't know. So you could call it a kind of double life, both knowing and not knowing. And often this is reinforced by others, my family, my community, agreeing not to raise this tricky topic altogether. So even if we somehow decide to overcome all these obstacles, how can we really think and plan on the scale of millennia? Well, the answer is perhaps the ultimate secret to being a time rebel. And it comes from biomimicry enthusiasts who suggest that we learn from nature's 3.8 billion years of evolution. So we have to learn that how species have thrived over 10,000 generations or more. That's one point is by taking care of the place that would take care of their offsprings, by living within the ecosystem in which they are embedded and knowing not to foul the nest, which is what humans have been doing with devastating effects all around. A profound starting point for time rebels everywhere is to focus not simply on lengthening time, but on regenerating the place you're living in for our children, for our children's children, and all those yet to come. So after recognizing these 4 Ds that kill engagement, how do we move beyond them? Research shows that we can flip these 4 defenses into key success criteria for a more brain-friendly climate communication. And this is where we as museum professionals step in to find the 4 S's, the 4 evidence-based solutions for what does work. So first we start off by flipping distance to social. We can make climate feel near, personal, and urgent by bringing it home. And we can do that by spreading social norms that are positive to solutions. If I believe my friends or neighbors, you guys will do something, then I will too. It's contagious, and that's the power of peer-to-peer creating a new normal. Last year on Earth Day, during the devastating second COVID wave in India, we had sent out an invitation to students. We told them sketch, scribble, fiddle. The call was crayons, clay, found objects, use anything to creatively portray the word earth. The goal was make your voice heard, because every environmental movement starts with you. We received 863 entries that day. This contest was open for around 8 hours maybe during that day, and we received 863 entries, and some of them we are featuring them here, have left us spellbound with admiration, with wonder, and with hope. Yeah, 863 was huge for us to tackle, but this is what keeps us going day in and day out. So next we flip doom to supportive. Shamming people about the behavior they engage in that contribute to the issue of climate change will never work to persuade them to change these behaviors, or more broadly, for policy action on climate change at a wider scale. Shame triggers a defense mechanism. It's not going to solve any problem for you, rather it's going to increase it for you. So hope is one of the most powerful tools we have that can move people to take action. It is an emotion that can turn fear into something productive and mobilize us and the kinds of numbers that we would need in order to tackle the challenges we currently face. Now, in 2019, this was long ago, before we even knew what the novel coronavirus is. Now, that seems to be far away in time, 2019. So before the emergence of this virus, we were running a single-use plastic-free cleanliness drive. We were circulating these 2 leaflets, Plastic Pollutes and Planet or Plastic, to disseminate the message that plastic isn't the problem. It's what we do with it, and that means the onus was on us to be far smarter in how we use this miracle material. Then it was 2020, after March, and we have the arrival of COVID. Then we realize that what gives us strength is also the cause of weakness. The resurgence of single-use plastics in the aftermath of COVID-19 was a typical example of this. Strong, durable, safe, plastics threaten to undo the benefits we had achieved over decades of anti-plastic campaigns. Estimates put the amount of plastic waste generated worldwide since the outbreak to be 1.6 million tons per day. Campaigns like this would help to deliver the message that plastic was never the problem. It's how we deal with it afterwards that is where the peril lies. It also teaches us just like the pandemic, we need to keep learning about plastics more and more. Number 3, we flip dissonance to simpler actions. That's also called nudging, by the way. Climate change is not an isolated issue. It's an issue that we need to tackle onto itself. That's true, but also something that affects our everyday lives. People like to say that climate change puts us all in the same boat, and that is true to a certain extent. But the impacts of climate change are not always equitable. We therefore need to be thinking of emphatic connections that we make in addressing how climate crisis is also affecting each and every issue in our life. And we also need to focus on simpler, doable acts that benefit some of the most vulnerable within our society. So these are, yeah. I think you can read, it's too much to read, right? I'll just tell you what this is. These are the entries, two of the entries for Dear Trellis. That was an online platform provided by BITM in 2020, the International Year of Plant Health, to plant one's promise to the future. We asked you to imagine it is 2070, your favorite person, a friend, an idol, a child, or even your future self receives a letter from you that's written today. Remind them to weed the garden and aerate the soil. Chide them from carrying foreign plants from holidays. Advise them to preserve and protect what's native. Take special care to keep it free from pests. Overall, in your letter, tell them about your thoughts on plant health and your promise to take action now so that their world is greener tomorrow. We told them, write that science-backed letter, put in a relevant sketch or photograph, and see it growing on our virtual trellis. Since pests, like pandemics, differentiate between none, the event was open to anyone and everyone willing to support the cause. We told them to plant their promise to the future at our website because you never know what might take root. So these were two of the entries. This is, it starts with Dear Granddaughter, Grandson, and My Future, and it's signed off as Your Affectionately Grandma. This was an entry from a class 7 student as far as I remember, and the one you see on the extremes right over there, that's my favorite because that was a student of class 3C, Anish Basu. And that was a wonderful interpretation of Dear Trellis and the urge to protect the earth today for the future generation. So that person is in class 3 and we have a beautiful composition from them. So that is what we mean by flipping those Ds, though not doable ones, into the actions of tomorrow. We have to flip denial by signals that visualize our progress. Climate change is how we address it, and fundamentally that's a human question, one that challenges the way we live, eat, move, organize, and do pretty much everything and anything. Therefore, the story of climate change needs to be retold as such. That is a human story, with all its nuances and complexities. It starts with how we incorporate stories into the narrative, because it's the stories that ultimately stick about. Stories about climate change come from conversations we have with friends and families. We need to become multipliers of these kinds of messages. And in order to do so, we need to think deeply about the issue and understand how it will affect us. So we need to think critically about what kind of story we are telling. Are we telling a story of despair, so-called inevitability? Are we telling a story about emissions, feedback loops, tipping points, or other things that people don't really understand? Are we telling the story of hope, possibility, and human agency? Allow me to share how we worked upon incorporating that last bit in one of our climate change communication. I would just need the video to be played. Now, this was a video shot, this was just a promo. This was a video that's about to be shown. It was compiled right after the cyclone Amphan that hit Kolkata in the midst of the first COVID-19 wave in May 2020. Rabindra Sarobar, the trees were affected very badly. We had some people going over there and shooting it for us. And that is how we came up with this concept of Dear Trellis. So you'll see shots from there in the beginning and the end. And in between is what is the message that we wanted to propagate to the community that's with us on this climate change. So, sir, please.
I was a feeble, frail sapling, a tiny one. Yet you assured me that I was born into richness. 8 million, yes, that was the number. The number of animals, fungi, bacteria, and us, plants, that inhabit your earth. Or so you think. Oceans, forests, mountains, grasslands, even deserts, you assured, were my playground. No matter their origin, no matter their prowess, all living things, you said, depended on me. 68% mammals, 75% birds, 80% amphibians, call my kind, the ones that made up the lush forests, home. As for the humans, you are my favorites. Air to breathe, food to eat, clothes to wear, homes to live. I was all of it and much more. I gifted you fertile soils, the choicest of crops, 80% of your food supply. I regulated climate, protected you from calamities, also produced almost all of your life-giving oxygen. I healed you when sick and laid the foundations for industries, generation after generation. But then things changed. I began losing out 1,000 times faster than I had to before. Was it your greed? Why else would you shift me out of my native habitat? Can you call it sheer carelessness? How else can you explain the falling of almost half the food crops to pests globally? Climate change, you say? Did it cause plant pests to appear earlier and in places never seen before? Well, you were smart enough to poison the air and the waters for your own benefit. Surely you had to know it was coming. Whatever the case, you know, I tried. I held on to your belief that I was one of the biggest, oldest, and most abundant organisms on Earth. I had even seen off the dinosaurs. Surely I could evolve, adapt, resist. But you know what? Without some help, I had to draw the line somewhere. Today I burn in raging forest fires. I am the first to be uprooted in tempestuous cyclones. I yield to swarms of locusts. I go barren because my pollinators, I have not seen them for years. I deal with a lot more in a lot more places and on a lot more occasions. My solace is the sapling I leave in your care today. The strength your love gave to me, give it to the plant it grows into. Keep it free from bugs, safe from the multitudes of variants. Keep it healthy, free from dirt, devoid of weeds. Keep it hydrated always and rich in nutrients. No matter the obstacle, make it grow to its full potential so that it may give care, shadow, fruits, oxygen, beauty to those I loved and have to leave back today. Dear trellis, I will miss you, but you make sure that the earth never loses another one of my kind. Lend it your support for a greener tomorrow, because you never know what might take root.
যা দেখতে পাচ্ছি লেকে তো অনেক গাছপাতা সব ভেঙে পড়ে আছে। এখন এটা আবার রিপ্লান্টিং হয়ে আমাদের লেকটা আবার পুরনো মতন আগেভাবে ভব্য সুন্দরটা হয়ে থাকে, তাই প্রার্থনা করছি।
All right. So those were the images we had lent from a few places, and Amphan is what we wanted to cover, the aftermath of the Amphan in the Rabindra Sarovar clips, so that was there. Overall, it was important that we were making it clear that we were talking about this kind of Dear Trellis programs is about the choices we can make, which will determine what kind of future we are going to have. After all, most people do not think in terms of pie charts or graphs or probabilities. We think of the world through images, stories, and experiences. If you want to start a conversation and connect with someone, as opposed to, for example, draft a meeting agenda, work around story rather than a set of data. COVID-19 was climate change on warp speed. Everything with climate is decades, but with COVID-19, it was days. Climate is centuries, COVID was weeks. And as the New York University climate economist Gernot Wagner puts it, both viral spread and climate change are gray rhinos. It's a 2-ton thing that's coming at you, and most of the time you downplay it or neglect it. You love to miss the obvious, but if you wait until you see the impact, it's going to be too late. So coming back to humanity's quest for the distant stars and habitable planets with which we started our conversation, there are many excellent reasons to go to Mars, if and when that is feasible. But for anyone to tell you that Mars is going to be a backup planet when you have messed up Earth, it's like the captain of the Titanic telling you that the real party is going to be later on in the lifeboats. So it's okay if you've been watching out for the coronavirus or even the crypto trajectory for that matter, and probably missed for watching out on climate change today. But you know what? Tomorrows come sooner than you would expect, and they never forgave us for yesterday's actions. So thank you everyone for this interactive session, and thank you very much. And my only plea to all of you is please take care and continue to spread the message with urgency and with hope. Thank you so much. Any questions, ma'am?
Thank you so much, Aditi. That was really powerful, and especially the last video, really powerful. Thank you so much for sharing it. So I'll open the floor to the audience, because both the speakers from National Council of Science Museums have really put it out for you very clearly what's going to happen, what's happening right now. So I think it'll be good to hear from the audience what are your reflections on that. What do you think? Can I have the mic to the audience? Any thoughts?
I think this was a great presentation, especially the point about what we are missing in terms of our communication when we talk about a lot of data and everything. It's very overwhelming, but it doesn't lead to action. That is something which we are seeing. So it was, I think, very good to talk in different ways of communication, which you highlighted. And I will be glad to use some of these communication pieces in our future interaction with kids. And I really liked the previous presentation and this also, the work you're doing with immersive learning experiences. Because
Sure.
I think that's something which we need more of.
Yeah, I think what you mean by the numbers, because when I was making that those chart, that 7 billion people living and all that, I had a hard time figuring out what should be the diameter of the circles that I put in, because the first two were easy. They were easily fitting on a scale like that. Once I put in the third one, it was going out of the slide and I had a hard time how to incorporate it. But then I realized that that is the scale of the changes that we are affecting, that today's generations, we only think about us, or maybe the future one, we say, it's okay, it will be the same thing, but it's not going to be the same thing. And that is the scale we need to be preparing for. And that is why it's so important to take care of the resources that we have and leave sufficient amount for the coming generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You would like, Gurudas, you would like to share anything?
I think yeah. So we have faced this on the western coast of Maharashtra also, like you have shown in Ravindra Sarovar. So one of the things which we did is on the coastline, we involved these communities, not just in tree plantation, but also in taking care of the trees for the next 3 years. And one of the programs which we did is to create community activities like birthday celebrations, like engagements and stuff like that in these areas where plantations are done. And so what automatically happens is that these areas get conserved and there is a relation which is built between the local communities and the plantations. Because otherwise what happens with these plantation programs are they're just maybe one photo programs. You know, you plant the tree, you dig a hole, put the tree in there, take a picture and go away.
But once you put a personal story to it, a personal touch
Absolutely.
to it, it's the future generation that's being taken care of through these
And it's
kinds
worked
of
very well. We are
activities.
doing this in Pune also with the rivers. Maybe Kolkata also you're doing it somewhere,
Yeah.
but especially the Ravindra Sarovar massacre is something which you could.
Yeah, so
probably
it's
do
always important to put those personal touches to anything that you're using, so that it's not something you're doing because it's good to do. You're doing it because you're actually preserving a part of yourself through it. And that is what carries a stronger message to the people regarding climate change, or maybe the greening or regaining back the greens that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is because this is very connected to what you say, and I can realize this from my experience. After Amphan, when I went out, the immediate action was green corps, like so many of them, these things. And we really thought, what can we do? And after that, we mobilized some resources and we replanted about 150 of them in Medan area and this area. There was another group which replanted in the Ravindra Sarovar area. And I remember one of the specific trees in Bhawanipur, we planted this, where it was uprooted because it is all concrete and everything. It was very difficult to replant it because when you dig through the GCPs down there are cables there. And one of the cables started to burst. So it was no way that you can plant it right there. So we took that tree up. It was a massive trunk. You can find that report on Times of India or something if you Google about it. We took that and there was a park in front of the school called JJ Ajmera, which is in Bhawanipur, and there we replanted it. And this is again regrown, and it's such a beautiful thing to see. Every time I pass through that, there are some of them in Medan area, and especially the Krishnachura, Radhachuras, they are very resilient. They have all grown back, and then some of you can't even identify these were replanted. I think that was such a beautiful experience, and that's where this personal touch comes in. Every time you walk through this, I feel so massively proud of the thing that is there. So I think this is something which we need to bring in, and that is where we are launching a city-based program which we call the Tree Care. We really believe that the city has a lot of problems with the trees, and they have to take care of those trees. So we are looking for experts to onboard so that we can save some of the trees which are suffering from some pest attacks or something like that, because I think tree care becomes more important to preserve the trees which are already there along with new plantation trees to increase the green
Right.
cover.
So the goal is to ultimately become the trellis ourselves. This dying plant was actually talking to its trellis and urging it to take care of the future generation, the sapling. So it's actually, the goal is to become the trellises ourselves, which will continue supporting the plants in their future generations, and in turn we are supporting ourselves too, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and please do pass on my sincere thanks to the Director General,
Sure.
Eli Chaudhary, and of course I'll write to him formally as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Ma'am, I have just one question from the students who are not asking. If you can shortly share the plan for this coming summer vacation for the students sitting here. I'm very sure most of them are highly inspired and they should. I am. So
yes, summer camps, summer times are very pleasant times for us, because this is the time which we dedicate entirely for communicating to these students one-to-one. Because throughout the year we are dealing with general people, general audiences, shows, science shows, activities, that's all fine. Summers, we are dealing with you one-to-one, and these are connections that stay for long. We have people coming in as class 3 students and they report back to us as PhD scholars that, ma'am, we were there that time, you remember? I said, I might not, because that's too much too, but still the smile lingers on, those voices linger on, and that's what keeps us going. So this summer camp, what we have planned is each 2-week sessions we have. One session is running from 23rd to 27th of May. And the next one is 30th to 3rd of June, 30th May to 3rd of June, 5-day camps. We have camps on physics, chemistry, mathematics, geography, basic astronomy, biology, and electronics. Having said that, we have opened enrollments around the beginning of this month, I think. And in 2 days, all the slots got filled up. So we are in the process of completing the formalities and enrolling the students, but you are most welcome. We also organize camps in winter. That's a smaller version. That's with a small number of varieties, but the flavor is still there. So if you are still interested, you are most welcome to join us in that camp. And my only request is keep a lookout for on our website and our Facebook pages. Every time we are camps are something that we dedicate like 5 days to. But on a shorter basis, like programs like this, we have them throughout the year. So you're most welcome to join us in any of those programs that's there, those impromptu programs that we have. Have a look, have a feel, and if you're still interested, do come back again for the camps, for the interactive sessions we have, popular lectures we are hosting, and you're most welcome to join the BITM community and taking our message forward. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So last presentation for the evening and for the conference. We can have the setup for the speaker, Mrinal Mandal. His topic is Khab Gaon. Khab Gaon, right? It says itself, a dream village. Building a dream. Mrinal Mandal is a visual artist from Kolkata whose work rises out of his interactions with nature and his experience of geopolitical and cultural forces. He also draws inspiration from traditional indigenous art forms and has been an advocate for them for the past 25 years. In 2012, he formed the collective Chalchitra Academy with students, scholars, and art enthusiasts, where the primary aim was to disseminate knowledge about various dying, tangible, and intangible art forms of our country, with a special focus on the folk and tribal art of the Bengal. Chalchitra Academy's Khab Gaon venture at Lal Bazar, which began in 2019 in an ongoing project with the Lodha Sabar marginalized community, where he tries to integrate spaces for cultural identity, art, and ecology. Through a participatory model, the Khab Gaon project has been able to empower the community at several levels. Renalji, if you can introduce the speaker with you who's going to speak, that'll be wonderful. Yeah.
Hello. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to thank KCC and Reena Dewan for inviting us here today. I am Devolina. This is Mrinal Mandal. I have been associated with the Chalchitra Academy for a brief while, and I'll be presenting to you today. Let me tell you the story of a small village that is tucked away in the interiors of Jhargram. It's a small village called Lal Bajar, and it is inhabited by only 13 families of the Lodha Sabar tribe. And here you see them beautifully painting the walls of their home. This is Shoshti Ahir, the son of the oldest member of the village. He has particularly taken to Kutumbakam, an art form that was given to us by Abhinavanath Thakur. He works in the nearby paddy fields for most of his day, and for the rest of his time, he can be seen working away on little figurines. Under his deft fingers, found objects, barks of trees, or even bamboo stumps become delightful showpieces. Along with him, there are other members of the village who have taken equally to this art form. The men of the village are often joined by the women, if not directly in toy making, then through other activities such as basket weaving and katha stitch. There is also a showroom at the village where these collectibles are displayed, and they make for the perfect souvenirs for all those who come to visit the place. Now, there are many villages in India and in Bengal that have traditional art forms that they have been practicing for generations. But Lal Bajar is slightly different because the village itself did not have any traditions. And this would also be the right time to remind you that this is a village of the Lodha Sabar community. They, as part of the scheduled tribe, they fall at the lowest rungs of the caste hierarchy, and they have been consistently marginalized and ostracized. It is also a good time to remember that the entire tribe was declared criminal by the British. And in a Criminal Tribes Act law that came down to the Bengal presidency in 1877. Though the law has been repealed, it hasn't had that much of a significant impact on their economic stability or on their social status. So this is the village, and this is them doing some of their daily activities. So what you see here, the villagers painting the walls of their home, is the result of a tremendous effort by the artist Mrinal Mondol himself and the academy that is working in association with him. Mrinal Mondol is a visual artist, and it all started, the project itself started when he visited Lal Bajar a couple years ago. By this time, he was already an established artist whose work focused on dialogues between anthropology, ecology, culture, tribes, and people. So when he visited this place, he had already founded the Chalchitra Academy. These are some of his works. Yeah. And before he visited this place, he had already founded the Chalchitra Academy, which aims to facilitate dialogues between contemporary artists and traditional ones so that they together, their intermingling, can create new art or can encourage the perseverance of these art forms. So when he visited this place, this tiny hamlet, far, far away, at least for us, he saw this place as the perfect example, as the perfect setting to take these ideas of the Chalchitra Academy forward. He talked to certain of his colleagues, and the renowned artist Shivaji Bandyopadhyay gave the village its moniker, Khwab, the village of dreams. The renowned Professor Jogen Chaudhary, also promptly made the logo for the village, and armed with this, Mrinal Mondol set about his work. But it wasn't very easy to get an entire village interested in the arts. It wasn't easy to get them to talk about it, to practice it even. So the groundwork had to be laid. And the right environment had to be established. For this, the academy started by organizing weekly art classes for the village children. And here you can see pictures of some of the first art classes that were organized. Initially, the attendance was very poor. Only few children would show up. But slowly, they got more and more interested. And now, 4 years down the line, the art classes have garnered such popularity that children from across 6 villages, 6 of the nearby villages, come and attend them now. And 4 years after their establishment, there are about 120 children who attend these weekly art classes. They are held in 2 different locations weekly, and all of the supplies that they need are provided to them by the Chalchitra Academy. Khwabgaon also receives no funding from government or non-government organizations, so the entire project is sustained by the well-wishers of the academy. And they have not only organized art classes, but they have gone way beyond into many more creative ventures. For example, here you see the children making time capsules before they're about to bury them. This is them doing a 3D art workshop with internationally renowned artist Tracy Lee Strum. They have even learned miming from the representatives of Jogesh Mime Academy, and they became so good at it that they were invited to perform at a local fair. Soon after the art class started, the artist and the academy, they both knew that that is where they couldn't stop. So they invited artists, contemporary artists, to come to the village and paint the walls of people's homes. The children and the village members initially started by just observing or aiding perfunctorily at these activities. But slowly, with just a year of doing that, they started painting the walls of their homes completely unaided. And that was a great moment of achievement for everybody that was involved in the village. Apart from art classes, the NGO has also organized several other activities for the overall upliftment of the community. For example, they have planted more than 100 trees so that children could access nutritional fruits, seasonal, and without having to go to a market or spend more for it. There have also been a health camp through which the locals were connected to the local super specialty hospital so that in case of any medical emergencies, they can directly go there. And there has also been a collective fund that has been set up. So whenever you come to the village and you take pictures, people are usually asked to offer some amount because it's a fantastic village, and anything that comes from those sources of income or from the sales that happen at the showroom go to this collective fund from which the locals can take out interest-free loans. And that is something that is still being valid and that is still kept going at the place. They've also organized events such as Khwabgaon Parbon and evenings filled with classical music. And at the Khwabgaon Parbon, the locals were encouraged to play the changu, which is a percussion instrument that's completely typical to the Lodhas, and it's a dying art. So this is also a way of reviving things, reviving cultural elements that are integral to the locals who live in the places where we're working. The entire village can be seen as an open-air art exhibition. Every year, the locals have a festival called the Badhana Festival, and at that time, they repaint the walls of their homes with mud and cow dung, providing artists with a fresh canvas so that it is not just a static art exhibition, but it's something that keeps changing and keeps growing every single year. Khwabgaon is also stunningly beautiful. It has the kind of nature that needs to be preserved, the kind of ecological haven that needs to be talked about, and something that hasn't been touched as derogatorily, perhaps, as the examples that we just saw in our previous presentations. So, the purpose of something like this is to not just focus on one element, but to focus on all of the ecological, creative aspects that can be churned out and nurtured through such a venture. Rinal Mondol has, like I said, and the Academy, through collaborative efforts, not just restricted themselves to fine arts or painting, but have diversified and organized multiple workshops. And here you see some of those examples. So there is Dokra, Potachitru, eco-printing, terracotta, Brotokotha Alpona, as well as Bandhni Batik. And there have been many, many more. The organization also wants this place to be a platform for budding artists who can come there, get inspired by nature, host skill-building workshops, and help the locals diversify their sources of income by making products that they can reproduce easily. The most recent example of this, held in April, was a block printing and natural dyeing workshop that was organized by final year students of the Government College of Art and Craft. Khwabgaon has only been running for 4 years, but in such a short amount of time, it has done remarkably well, and it has been filled with lots of activities. The work has been recognized by the media, and it has gained a lot of appreciation. This appreciation and the recognition of its relevance has also helped the organization get in touch with and receive workshop-based grants from eminent organizations such as Lalit Kala Academy, Kolkata, UNICEF through Jadavpur University, and of course, the Imami Foundation. Such collaborations are promising and encouraging because, as the artist himself says, we have just got started and there is a lot more to do. Some of the things that have been laid out for the way forward are set here. One of the first things to be done is to set a ceramics, textile printing, and metal casting workshop for the purpose of giving the locals an avenue to be creative so that they can produce products that can be sold and that can diversify their sources of income. Another, as I've stated earlier, is to revive the dyeing art, not just the art that is typical to the Lodha community, that is not practiced in this village, but also other traditional art forms that are nearing extinction. The organization also hopes to create a structure, an infrastructure that is sustainable so that artists that are contemporary and traditional can come to the village, practice their art form, work with the locals, and churn out more art. And for this, collaborating with eminent organizations and galleries would be absolutely essential. One of the other dreams is to create a museum that showcases Indian indigenous art. And finally, the unbridled dream is to create many such villages that have and that operate on the principle of having a life that is filled with art. Khwabgaon is many things. It is a village full of mural paintings, stunning mural paintings. It is a fertile ground for art education and artistic interactions. It is an artist's dream. And we must not forget that it is also an act of silent, creative protest, because it wants to highlight how certain sections of society, how certain communities are systematically left on the margins of our society, and how people in power and politics are not often extremely ready to help and aid grassroots change. Sometimes their involvement can even be detrimental. In spite of the many hurdles, Khwabgaon has a vibrating creative energy that's impossible to miss. Because above all, it stands as a testament to people's collective power and their conviction in a vision. And even beyond that, it stands as a testament to the transformative power of art. Thank you so much for listening to the story of a small village. I would now welcome questions if you have any. Thank you so much yet again. Yeah, go ahead.
So, being one of his admirers, I just want to ask him one question: that what is the one thing that led him to get into this particular project? Means, what is the thing that pushes him to get into this venture? This is wonderful. I've been following Chalchitra Academy and Khwabgaon projects since so long, but I just wanted to know that what is the thing that pushes him so badly that he had to do this. So
এটা বলা একটু ডিফিকাল্ট, মানে একটা কোনো জিনিস তো মোটিভেট করে না, অনেক জিনিস মোটিভেট করে একসঙ্গে।
মানে আপনি মানে ইউ হ্যাভ ডেডিকেটেড সো মেনি থিংস অফ ইউর লাইফ যে জাস্ট টু কালারাইজ দিস পার্টিকুলার ভিলেজ, এবং সেইটা দিয়ে অনেক কিছু স্যার মানে আপনি করছেন। তো কিছু তো একটা আছে যেটা আপনাকে লাইক মোবিলাইজ করছে, তো একটা থটস তো নিশ্চয়ই আছে এই প্রজেক্টটার পিছনে?
হ্যাঁ, এই প্রজেক্টটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা একটা ইন্টারাক্টিভ প্রজেক্ট, মানে একটা কমিউনিটির সঙ্গে একটা ডায়ালগ তৈরি করা, ঠিক আছে? তো এটা মানে মোটিভেশন তো অনেক রকমের আছে, আমার প্র্যাকটিসের সঙ্গে আছে, কাজ করতে করতে মোটিভেট হয়েছি। তো বেসিক্যালি এটা একটা জাস্ট কি বলবো, একটা গ্রাম, ছোট গ্রাম, সেখানে কতগুলো আদিবাসী পরিবার থাকে, আর ওদের ওরা খুবই কিছুই পায় না আর কি। তো সেখানে গিয়ে আমার মনে হয়েছিল যে এখানে একটা প্র্যাকটিস কিছু শুরু করা যেতে পারে, যেটা আমরা ওদের সঙ্গে একটা ডায়ালগ তৈরি করতে পারি। তো সেখান থেকে একটা মোটিভেশন হয়েছিল যে এদের সঙ্গে একটা কাজ করব, তারপরে সেটা আস্তে আস্তে সেটার মধ্যে অন্য আর্টিস্টরাও ইনভলভ হবে, ওরাও ইনভলভ হবে, ওরা কিছু শিখবে ওখান থেকে ওদের কিছু রোজগারের রাস্তা হবে। তো সেটা কিছু কিছু এখন হচ্ছে। এইভাবেই কাজটা এগোচ্ছে আর কি।
So, this is a wonderful thing. I wish I could witness this like physically. তো আমি নিশ্চয়ই কোনোদিন যাবো যদি if I get an opportunity. So thank you, sir, for being here.
Anyone else want to ask? Any comments? Yeah, please.
Hello, I just want to add to the presentation because I'm a member of Chalchitra Academy, and I'm also a faculty at Government College of Art and Craft. I teach art history over there. So one thing that probably we take collective pride in doing, because before our intervention in that particular space, Mrinalda actually is from Jhargram, so he discovered the place all by himself, and then we joined in. And then we, aided in different workshops and whatever we could do in our own little way. But before, we went to that place, there was a serious problem of open defecation. And after we only went and, we probably worked for 2 years down the line, then only the local government actually took interest in those people. And now, with their participation and with our little push from our side, now they are built toilets. So that thing, and that we think is our collective achievement, like one of the collective achievement. So that thing I just wanted to add. So.
Thank you. I was actually thinking of you, Ajay. Yeah.
It was just absolutely brought me back to the memories when we were building our campus, and one of the structures is of mud. And once it was done, we wanted to get a painting, and we got artisans from Bengal to do 3 Patachitra paintings, and they are on the campus walls. And we just got the kids involved, and we could just see the process they followed with so much love and just patience, which is very hard to come by. And even those walls, when you replaster them with the mud and cow dung, that's such soothing. And we are going to do that with the teachers again next week, because they have been done 5 years ago. So it's time to replaster them. So it is great to see the presentation. I would love to have some of your artisans in our school and do that magic there. It will be lovely. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, during my various stints in national institutions, this is what I discovered, that the contemporaneity of folk and tribal art is not understood. Whereas in Bengal, in Durga Puja, for hundreds of years, that tradition has already found a luminous convergence. So as chairman, I capitalized on it, just took advantage of it. And thought of sending the exhibition to Venice Biennale. And we took up Chitpur Road, for revitalizing all these book, these Bachi and others. They were doing all these woodcuts. We're trying to revive that woodcut tradition also, and the 19th century traditions of folk art. So this folk tribal, classical categorization itself is such a fictitious categorization. They are intensely contemporary, as this can be seen here in this convergence of theory and practice. And this has great economic possibility, because one of the demands from the artists from all over the country, wherever we worked, was that the Lalit Kala Academy should act as a center for networking such initiatives and providing them platform and ensuring their sale. They didn't want any, you see, what shall I say, exorbitant terms of sale. They just wanted an outlet. Even the outlet was missing, because we don't act to provide that outlet. We are only, these are all self-serving, what shall I say, auto-erotic institutions which feed on themselves, on their pride, on their, you see, usual egos and identities and political confabulations. So it is, since public institutions don't act like that, I mean, these are individuals like these who take up that space. It is our job to network such individuals and use their energy of purpose to provide that kind of a convergence between the economic motive and the creative urge. That is what I can say.
Very, very well said. Yeah. Because this is what, when he invited me over there and I went and saw myself. I went and saw it myself and witnessed what fabulous work is being done. So I thought this is a apt space for him to really share his work, and I'm really happy that we are closing the conference with the announcement of a collaboration happening here, the whole purpose of the conference. And I'm sure Divya, you as well, we had been talking, so something like this can also be shared. Yeah.
No, very much so. I mean, it's very inspiring to see this. I do a lot of work in Rajasthan, and outside Jodhpur is a village called Barnava, which has almost 220 families of folk musicians. But the instrument costs a lot of money. The sarangi, it costs 25,000 rupees to make. It's completely handmade. So the senior musicians just have their own instruments. They don't have the means to buy it. So one of the things I was thinking was really, what were the children doing before you came there?
Nothing.
Yeah. So here the challenge I have is the children eat gutka. 4-year-olds and 5-year-old children. And they are the children and grandchildren of master musicians. And what we see happening, I mean, I'm glad what Kalyanji said about these institutions. Because from time to time, people come and put some money. They'll build a structure for a school. That's it. So the structure is sitting there, not being used. So I think it's very inspiring, and I definitely think I have a lot to think about, because the question I've had in my mind is, because they are a community of traditional folk musicians, should other art forms be introduced, or should the forms that they have be encouraged? It's a question. But I like the approach here that we start something. We don't have to say what they should or should not do. And nothing prevents us from continuing with the music. So we've started doing some workshops. But of course, the problem we have, because they're all professional musicians, is the parents are thinking, when will the child get a program to perform at so they can earn some money? But I'd love to have some more conversation, and maybe KCC can, facilitate, etc. I'd love to come back specifically to come see the village and fantastic organization. I'm just so happy that there are organizations like these in the country.
Fabulous. Thank you.
One supplementary remark, you see, I mean, because I am going into, rather territories which are a little, what shall I say, riddled with dangers. Now this Ghadi in Delhi, now that becomes the epitome of politics. So 40, 50 years, 30, 40 artists, contemporary so-called, they capture the space and they exclude everybody. I mean, exclude contemporary artists, exclude folk artists, so you deal with them. But they have a organization and they have a power to do damage because they're close to the seats of power. Now, all over the country, there are these impulses who are keen to deconstruct this. But they are not able to. So obviously, when lobbying and advocacy, mechanisms have to be organized. There is a need for organization in this aspect only. I mean, one cannot confine, you see, the power political forces to a small lobby of self-selected, you see, individuals, I mean, who are into machinations of power. So that's why it is very important that all such impulses all over the country, they're just networked. And if the government doesn't work, one creates a confederal association of such networks and provide them just a space, nothing more. They are competent and capable. All you do is to provide a space and ensure a kind of a approach of rectitude and integrity in providing them with the marketing outlets and providing them with outlets for creative expression. That's all. Both of these they want, both commerce as well as creativity.
And just to add to that, I mean, I'm totally in agreement. And my question is, when do we begin with this confederation? But there is a school in Latehar in Jharkhand. It's also called Birsa Munda, like the airport and everything else. And I just started doing a similar intervention there last year with theater. I saw some mime work. And, you know, it's a school in the middle of this Naxalite area. And the Naxalites support the school, which is great. I would love to get this kind of activity happening there next month. I can always come via Kolkata. But it's very, very inspiring. You can see my mind is sort of, it's jumping around and acrobats, and all of that.
Right. Thank you so much, Mrinalji. Thank you for presentation and fabulous work that you're doing. Keep inspiring us and we'll keep supporting as much as possible. Thank you. So every good thing comes to an end. So does this conference. Post this, of course, we have two more things happening at the center. One, we are inaugurating a exhibition on the 4th floor. So you all are invited there. And followed by opening of this fabulous exhibition that you're seeing here over in this space. So moving on to the vote of thanks. What a matter of privilege it was. Yeah, of course, stay. What a matter of privilege it was to host such a fabulous conference, fabulous speakers, inspiring presentations, case studies, and you all lovely audience who were participating. And, you know, this is first time in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam that we had audience that we were always wanting to have, that is the students. Of course, we really do not want to burden you with every hope that we have, but at the same time, you are definitely part of the future. So a big thank you to all the school teachers, College of Government College of Art and Craft. They are here sitting with us on their Sunday. So thank you so much for being here. And this edition of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, like its predecessors, has been nothing short of a significant success. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, National Council of Science Museums, Archaeological Survey of India, Alliance Francaise du Bangla, and Mayurbhanj Foundation and Earth Day for collaborating with us for this edition of VK. And it was really fruitful to have you all over here and sharing the resources and case studies and knowledge. I would also like to express my heartfelt appreciation to my co-curator, Dr. Shwetal Patel, for his relentless support and vision, and my gratitude also extends to, and we need a big round of applause for KCC team, whose dedication and relentless support and enthusiasm made for such an immersive event. Finally, I cannot thank you enough, the audience, for participating, engaging in the conference and making our efforts fruitful, because at the end of the day, every idea is there solely to be shared and to be made more and more and more and more fruitful in the face of divisive forces. Over to my co-creator.
Thank you, Reena. None of this would be possible without Reena's support. She is tirelessly working here. The center is 3.5 years old. The last 2 years, of course, have been shut. We need more cultural leaders like you to take these kinds of steps. It's brave. There aren't any immediate conclusions, but I hope out of this will come more work and more impetus. This edition that we organized, the 4th edition of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we've all become aware by now that the conversations have multiple insights, multiple ways of approaching these problems. The 17th Sustainable Development Goal, which we've been focusing on, is just one of 17 goals, but it is an important goal, and it's the goal for global partnerships to achieve the other 16 goals. And it's been said and it's been reiterated that unless we work together and come together, nothing can be achieved. So this is really the time for cooperation. And what really fills all of us with such hope is the young generation, that you've stayed, you've come on the weekend, you have school during the week, and you've made time to come. Of course, all the experts, leaders who are here as well. But this confluence of different age groups, different people, I think is really, for me, very encouraging. And we've been introduced to lots of ideas, and nature will keep going. Life on Earth will keep going. And I think it's up to us now to see how we can mitigate some of the worst predictions that scientists are making. In particular, Ajay's talk today, I think, really brought home the gravity of the situation. It's shocking. And I think that we all need more awareness around these statistics. But statistics only tell part of the picture. And reality is obviously something that we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Notably, we even got a glimpse at the intersection between art and the ever-growing world of technology, artificial intelligence, which is true that techno-capitalism is currently one of the banes of our environmental sanctity, but it's important to recognize the freedom it presents us with in terms of tackling the very crisis it harbors. So rather than seeing technology either as a problem or as a solution, I think that we have to use it as a tool to achieve the aims that we want, which is based on a shared vision and shared goals. In this context, reimagining and renegotiating questions of power becomes paramount vis-a-vis the self and humans and non-human world communities. And as this is a conference has yet made abundantly clear, we know that culture is a dynamic and pliable paradigm. We are the ones who create the rules, and we are the ones who control our own decisions. And of that, of course, entails our efforts in molding the oppressive meta-narrative to achieve a more just and inclusive space. In conclusion, which Reena will give.
In conclusion, all that I would like to say is that I hope we grow from strength to strength with each such experience, and I also sincerely hope that stalling the many crises we face is not a distant dream for long. Before VK officially comes to close, I would like to inform the art lovers gathered here, the 2 exhibitions that I've already spoken about. The one at the 4th floor inaugurates at 5 p.m. There is tea over here. You can spend next 20 minutes that you have before you move to 4th floor in chit-chatting, maybe some questions that you are still having. The speakers are here. Please talk to them, and then join us on the 4th floor at 5 p.m. For inauguration of an exhibition which we have in collaboration, another collaboration with Embassy of Israel. You want to say something? Okay. Now? You want to come here? Yeah, please come. Yeah.
I just want to add quickly before Kalyanji concludes our conclusion. The earlier discussion we had with Dr. Gurudas, I implore any of you students who really want to be involved in this process, please do register. Mushrati with Reena, come back to the center. We have a wonderful offer from Pauline Lavoie to host something in Calcutta for you. So if you're really interested in this and you want to turn words and hope into action and solutions, we're giving that opportunity. So let's try. why don't you come over here as well, Ajay and Gurudas, and join Dr. Kalyanji and also give further concluding remarks to our conclusion. I think it's only right. Why don't you also join us, Ajay? Thank you. Collaboration in practice. There we are.
Well, I was making notes. Now this conference is over. Now, we did not want it to be gerrymared a morning marathon or a day of pangs and regrets for things lost. Obviously, we want an action program. There have been descriptive statements. There have also been normative statements. But there are heroic individuals here battling in lonely stations and creating wonderful initiatives. But they are in lonely stations. So the job here is to network them and acquire a synergy of purpose and energy in action. At the inception of this seminar, it was suggested that convergence is what you are looking for. A convergence and a fusion of horizons. Now, convergence, not only of conceptual and practical, but also of, for example, there are a lot of philosophical statements also. In these days of isomorphism of verbal and genetic codes and loss of boundaries between particle and energy, certainly there is also a need for a hermeneutic, a cultural hermeneutic, back and forth between past and present, traditional and modernity, folk, tribal and classical, and all these heroic individuals and institutions which are already functioning. Just to network them. The job of this institution, I think, is networking and acting as a lobbying advocacy mechanism and bridge the virtual and the real, the digital and the actual space. And that is what we hope to do.
I think that's a perfect point put forward for my announcement. So I talked about how vulnerable Kolkata is, this thing. And I think what Kolkata needs is something which recently Mumbai had launched, a very comprehensive action plan, which is a city-based action plan. See, we have all set, India has set a certain target of what we'll do. But if we don't break down that target into states and states into cities, we will no way be able to achieve that. And right now, we don't have a roadmap for a city action plan for Kolkata. So I am doing a petition through the change.org platform. So if you go to change.org and there's a petition to save Kolkata city-based action plan to save Kolkata. I would really urge all of you to support that petition and share it so that we have enough numbers to reach out to our policymakers to come up with a comprehensive city-based action plan so that we have a roadmap which also includes what actions citizens, what actions private sector, what governments and every stakeholder can take to move towards an aligned effort to protect what is there for all of us. Thank you.
I have actually two things to say here. The first is both of them are very collaborative in nature, and thank you so much for calling me all the way from Pune. So I'm heading the Symbiosis Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, and I'm requesting RENA and KCC to be associated with us in our outreach program, because the two fundamental things which we have in focus in this center is civil society participation, and we are doing projects in Pune where we are involving society, and I would like to be associated with Kolkata and, let's say, the wetlands here or the pukurs here. The second is vulnerable communities and tribal communities. That's my focus area. So again, KCC will come a very important partner in this. The second announcement which I wish to make is I am on the board of Ecological Society Pune, and Ajay and I had a very nice chat last evening, and I'm extending my invitation to Ajay to come out to Pune. I'm advising the Maharashtra government to the Namami Chandrabhaga program, which is a river restoration program of the upper Bhima Basin. And we would love to have the plantations, and we are doing plantations in the riparian zones, that is around the banks of the rivers. And the third, I would request Divya that if we can work together with the Jodhpur craftsmen to, let's say, improve their self-esteem in terms of the biodiversity which they have, and bring that into the folk music. That will be a wonderful collaboration that we'll have. That's it.
I came to the conference not expecting what to expect, other than what I would be sharing. I'm going back so much richer, just in terms of associations, acquaintances that have come, and future collaborations that can be seen all around, with all the presentations that have happened. And given that we run an educational institution, I would really like to implore the youth here to join, reach out, and learn as to how we can grow sustainably and yet look very beautiful. It doesn't have to be very basic things that we have done, experimented, and learned. I think today I can write a book on what not to do when building with sustainable materials, and how to create spaces that require less energy, don't require electricity. And those are the kind of things that I would like to share with the youth. And as I keep saying, if we can empower the youth with all our collective wisdom, we have laid the seed for the future. So thanks a lot for inviting me here. Thanks for sharing. And yes, we should network and collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all the lovely initiatives right here itself for collaboration. And before we actually close it, I remember what I committed in the beginning. So there is somebody, I hope I'm not pronouncing your name wrong, Nasin. You're there. You asked many questions, so you get the annual membership for KCC. I don't know your name. You're in green. Yeah, you were very participating. What's your name? So please, thank you for your participation. Please reach out to my colleague over here, Rohan, whose hand is up in the air, and put down your details so that he can send you all the details. So thank you.
Nothing major. I handle marketing and communication, so you all know what to do. Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Retweet, like, share. Please comment. Please communicate with us via those mediums. Stay in touch with all our programs. This is just one of them. As ma'am just mentioned, we have an inauguration at 5 o'clock in Another Green. That's what the exhibition's called. It will also have a performance titled Unbelong. That's happening on the 4th floor at 5 p.m. 6 p.m. inaugurating this beautiful Iti Shotojit Da. This is the second volume of our centenary celebrations of Shotojit Ray. So please do stay. It's a packed Sunday. Now you know what our weekends are like. All right. So do follow us. Stay in touch. We also have some brilliant programs coming up in the months to come. Our annual photography exhibition, My Kolkata, in Kolkata. We ran an open call a few months ago. We just closed it, and we are going to be setting up that exhibition here as well. We also have our annual gender symposium called Learn Togetherness, where we invite participants to showcase their art, performance, writing, and also engage in discourse. That's coming up in the months to come. Stay in touch with us on social media, visit our website. That's all I'll say. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.